Girl, let me just be real with you for a second. Any man you meet at 19 and you get involved with romantically, run for the hills. Run. 19 is the age where you meet the worst man you ever met in your life. That man is not your soulmate, and he will ruin your life. Don't say I didn't warn you.
And no truer words have ever been spoken. Story time about the worst first boyfriend ever. There's a lot of shit to unpack here, so this is gonna have to be a little mini series. And I'm gonna be calling this series the Treemonster Files because he kind of looked like Groot, but if Groot had a wide ass nose. Yesterday, May 23rd, was the 2-year anniversary of when we officially broke up. And now I feel like I'm finally in a place where I can fully talk about it. Disclaimer! All of this shit happened when I was between the ages of 18 and 20. I was young and dumb. I wouldn't say dumb. I prefer the term naive. Because I just didn't know what I didn't know. He was my first boyfriend, okay? Give me a break. Disclaimer to the public. In the event that this goes viral, not saying it will, but if it does, I got a few things to let you all know. Number 1, all of this shit actually happened and can be verified by at least 6 different people in my life. And I have receipts. Well, not all the receipts, because it was taking up way too much space, honey. And also because my ex was a little weasel that never stood on anything he said and would religiously go back and delete anything and everything that made him look bad. Number 2, I understand that I'm willingly putting my story out there and opening myself up for some criticism. I get that and I can handle that. What I can't stand for though is full-on hate in the form of threats of any kind. I don't play that shit. So if you decide to come into my comic section or slide into my DMs on some bullshit that I already described I don't tolerate, I reserve the right to block and or report you because there's no such thing as freedom of speech on my page in regards to my safety. If you don't like that, you can see yourself out, okay? I've drawn the line, cross it at your own peril. Good talk. And now, a letter to my ex. And now, a letter to my ex. If you're watching this, that's really sad and unfortunate because you shouldn't still be stalking my social media and you should have been moved on with your life. I initially wasn't going to do all of this. I was going to spare you because this is not the type of content that I typically do. As you know, I like to make makeup videos, hair videos, OOTDs, get ready with me's, and vlogs. Not full-on messy binge-worthy series dedicated to niggas who did me dirty. But after all the shit you pulled in 2025 and those nasty voicemails you left me in January of this year, you leave me no choice. Side note, that option is no longer available because I changed my number, so if you're thinking about sending me more voicemails, they won't be received by me. Nana nana boo boo. On a more serious note though, you broke my heart in more ways than one and disrespected me on so many levels to the point where it's actually diabolical. You like to hide behind all of these excuses, saying that we didn't work out because my family don't fuck with you and my mom don't like you and that's why we couldn't be together. No. Take some accountability. Your bad character is why we're here now. Your bad character is why they don't like you. The way you mistreated me is the root of everything, and there's no getting around the fact that you were the problem. Because if I was the problem, why is your life still shitty after 2 years of me not saying a single word to you? If I was the problem, why have you relentlessly tried to get in contact with me for at least a whole year? Me, the supposed problem. It's because I wasn't. I was a damn good girlfriend, and deep down you know it, and that's why your spirit won't let you rest. You were a shitty boyfriend, and deep down you know that too. The truth is a hard pill to swallow, and I hope you don't choke. Actually, if I'm being honest, I really don't care if you do. I really don't. I guess I should let you know that throughout this whole series, I'm gonna be mean, or as you said, quote, evil, end quote. I'm gonna tell the full, raw, honest truth with little to no regard for your feelings because that sweet, naive version of me that sugar-coated shit and stroked your ego is dead because you killed her. With every hurtful thing you did, you cut off a little piece. With every cruel thing you said, you cut off a piece. With every boundary you crossed, you cut another piece, and another piece, and another piece. In fact, you cut her down to the point where she no longer exists. Thank you for that, I guess, because I will never make the same mistakes I made back when I was dealing with you. I will never love someone as foolishly as I loved you. I'm not saying I will never love again. I'm saying I'm open to love, but I will never betray myself for love ever again. Hell no, nah. As my final act of kindness, I will honor your privacy, meaning that I will not leak your real name, your picture, your phone number, your email, or anything that potentially exposes your identity, because At the end of the day, I still respect you as a human being. But that's about it. Make no mistake, if you resurface in my life in any way, shape, or form, all bets are off, buddy. The public will know who you really are. I will leak everything, and I'm not playing. I'm so serious. Dead serious like a heart attack. Just like I was dead serious when I told your ass I would never talk to you again. And I think it goes without saying that my dad works for the police, right? So you trying to retaliate against me for telling my story and my experience dealing with you is just not gonna work in your favor. I can guarantee you that much. It's not a threat, it's a warning. Be careful of me. And if you want to send this video to all your little friends, feel free to do so. But make sure they watch the full series so that they can make fully informed opinions on you. Because I bet my bottom dollar that when you told them about me, you didn't tell the full story. You had to omit a lot of information to make it seem like I was a toxic one. But you and I both know what really went down. You tried to downplay so much shit. Nah, nigga. Tell the truth. Shame the devil. Let them see. Let them hear for themselves. What you acting scared for? Oh man, I crack myself up. I'm so excited. I can already tell I'm gonna have so much fun with this series. It's gonna feel so good to finally let it all out, you know? To finally let go of all of the feelings that I was feeling and the shackles of trying so hard to be sensitive to somebody else's feelings who didn't give a fuck about mine. That's pretty much it. Oh, and P.S. You are not this deep intrinsic person. You're really not that deep. You're not, and that's okay. So please stop pretending like you are, because it's embarrassing. P.P.S. You're not as smart as you think you are. I would argue that you're actually kind of dumb. To be more specific, I would say illiterate. And deep down, you know that too, because that's why you're so insecure. Told you the nice girl gloves were coming off. Okay, now that's it. Stay tuned for part 3. Mwah. Bye. The Treemonster Files, Episode 3, The Beginning. Part 1. Okay, so all of this started in fall of 2022. Some background info. I graduated high school and got my associate's degree at the same time in June 2022. My family and I spent summer vacation in France. While we were in France, our American phone numbers were no longer working, so my dad purchased some French SIM cards in order for us to be able to communicate through WhatsApp. So for a while, I had a French phone number and an American one. This is relevant and will come up later. Fast forward to September 2022. I start working in the mall, specifically in Macy's. I had applied to work there because I thought that maybe I could get a chance to squeeze my way into working in Sephora in Macy's because Sephora wasn't hiring at the time. So I thought I found myself a little loophole. That didn't end up happening, unfortunately. I ended up working in the back, way in the back in the lingerie department, and occasionally I was working in handbags. Before I was assigned to work in lingerie and handbags, I was actually trained in ready-to-wear by this older lady and this really, really cute guy for about 3 days. In that time, they taught me all about, different customer scenarios, how to do purchasing, returning, exchanging, and all that jazz. And after those 3 days were up, my manager, Jennifer, assigned me to lingerie and handbags. Shout out to Jennifer, by the way. One of my favorite things about working at Macy's was the fact that my lunch break was a pretty decent 30 minutes. And I think on days when I had longer shifts, like 8-hour shifts, I had an hour break or something like that, which was really nice because I could just leave Macy's and go wherever the fuck I wanted in the mall. Sometimes I would go to Nordstrom to try on clothes. Sometimes I would eat in the food court. And there were a couple of different times where I went to get my nails done on my lunch breaks because our mall had 3 different nail salons and I just wanted to try them all. So I essentially started turning every single lunch break into some kind of little adventure. And on these little adventures of mine, I started noticing that I was getting more and more attention from men. I was getting regularly stopped by men telling me how pretty they thought I was, asking about if I was single or not, begging me for my phone number. I had experienced attention from men in the past, but it was never anything to this magnitude. Child, I don't know what was in the air, but to this day, it still feels so surreal. I'm gonna keep it a bang, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I was enjoying the attention regardless of whether or not I was actually attracted to the guy who was complimenting me. I was really feeling myself, so I thought now would be the perfect time to get a boyfriend because all this attention had to be a sign. So now I'm actively checking dudes out, not approaching, just checking. Diligently. I figured I should scope out Macy's because that's where I worked. So I would go on these undercover missions when I was on my lunch break. And I would literally take my name tag off and shop around different departments in hope of finding a cute guy around my age to potentially engage with. Looking back now, that was actually kind of crazy. Really crazy. But tell me why like 90% of the employees at Macy's were older women, specifically Egyptian women. And I'm talking 30s and up. So it was giving like 90% older Egyptian women. Bro, what? And then there was maybe like 10% men. And let's say about 9% of them were a little bit too old for my liking. And then the other 1% were actually in my age range. One of them was that cute guy that I mentioned before that unfortunately already had a girlfriend. And according to my research, there was only one other guy that worked at Macy's that fit the age requirements. Now we can officially introduce Treemonster to the story. I noticed him from a distance, and just from looking at him, I could tell he fell somewhere in my age range. Also note, at this point, I was 18 years old. I never approached him or struck a conversation with him because I'm gonna be honest, I was not initially attracted to him. His acne was pretty bad at the time, and I'm not saying that having acne makes you inherently ugly, okay? Don't cancel me. But I'll just say, it really wasn't doing him any favors. In my mind, he wasn't even an option for real. One day, I get to work and I'm running late, okay? One thing about Macy's is that they had a strict late policy, okay? Because you had to clock into the computer, and if you were even a minute late, the system would flag you, okay? Now, I was generally pretty good at being on time, but for whatever reason, on that particular day, I just wasn't. I had like 6 minutes to sign in before I would be marked as late. So I rushed in the store and I realized I don't have my name tag. So I stop at the fragrance counter and start frantically searching my bag for it. Luckily, I find it. And as I'm pulling it out of my bag through my peripheral vision, I see a figure come from around the corner and I hear a voice say, "Hey ma'am, can I help you? Would you like to try some perfume?" Or something like that. I don't remember the exact words. I look up and guess who it is? You guess fucking right. It's Treemonster in the flesh. I inwardly cringe because it's the guy I already decided not to talk to ever, and here I was talking to him. Treemonster, if you're watching this, sorry you had to find out this way how I really thought of you before we started dating. Anyways, I say, "Oh no, I'm not looking to buy anything. I actually work here." And he responds with, "Oh really? I've never seen you around here before. Are you new?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm new." Mind you, this nigga was acting like he'd been working there for years. Turns out he'd only been hired a couple weeks before me.
Nigga, please.
He says, "Nice to meet you. I'm Treemonster." As he stretches his hand out for me to shake. The Treemonster Files, Episode 3, The Beginning, Part 2. I grab his hand and I instantly feel an electric shock from his fingers to my spine, which, looking back now, was probably the first warning shot, but at the time it felt exhilarating. Then I looked at him, like I really took a good look at him, and when I looked in his eyes, I swear I could see a sparkle in them. Oh my gosh, this sounds like some corny excerpt from a cheap romance novel. Anyways, I see the sparkle in his eyes and I think to myself, he has some nice eyes. Side note, he really didn't have nice eyes. They were just brown, and not even a light brown. They were just generic dark brown. Anyways, I shake his hand, look him in the eye and say, "Nice to meet you, Treemonster. I'm Afro." He tried to engage me in further conversation, but I had to cut him off and tell him, "Sorry, I can't really talk right now. I gotta clock in or I'm gonna be late." And then I run off. Luckily, I managed to make it to the computer in time to clock in, with 1 minute left to spare. After that encounter, I don't see him around until about a week later. I don't think we really worked the same schedules because I was typically a closer for my department, which was more of an evening shift, and I think he worked primarily during the day. Then one day, I was randomly assigned to work on a Saturday morning. I remember this day vividly because I rarely ever worked mornings, okay? Like, I literally just said that I was primarily a closer. Anyways, on that day, both of my parents had dropped me off at work right after we had grabbed some food at a nearby bakery. And I remember my mom telling me how much she hated my outfit, okay? She just didn't get the vision. Okay, so I was wearing a pink tie-dye pullover sweater on top of a blue and pink plaid collared button-down type shirt. And then I had these cargo jeans, these black cargo jeans with like white top stitching on top, and then some pink matching Timbs. Oh, and I had a belt on top to give the outfit some shape. I don't know if it was obvious, but I love that outfit. On that day, my job was to help open up the store. On a regular day, I would enter Macy's through the mall entrance, which is the same entrance that the general public use. But on this particular day, I couldn't do that because Macy's was not yet open to the general public. So I call up my manager, Jennifer, like, yo, how am I supposed to get in the store? And Jennifer's like, oh, you gotta put in the passcode, blah, blah, blah. I try to put in the passcode she gave me, and it's not working. I try again, still not working. I try again, still not working. I try again, and you guessed it, folks, it's still not working. Mind you, at this time, I was doing this outside, and it was cold. So I was just standing there looking cold and dumb because I couldn't get the door to open. And guess who came to my rescue? Say it with me, class. Treemonster. But when I see him, guys, I'm grateful because I had been standing outside in the cold for at least a good 5 minutes before he came in, okay? I say, hey, do you know the passcode? And he's like, yeah, I got you. And I kid you not, he opens up the door for me in less than 60 seconds. I thanked him profusely and then I ran off to go get my registers open for the day. I think I had like 2 registers I had to open up. That same morning, we had a staff meeting in the dress department and I saw a whole lot of different people in the store that I ain't never seen before. It was like at least 30 different people, all from different departments. The higher ups are discussing the latest discounts and sales targets and the upcoming holiday season and a bunch of other stuff that I don't really remember. I'm scanning the crowd trying to see if I can find Treemonster. And I guess he was looking for me too, because tell me why as soon as I see him, our eyes immediately lock. To avoid awkwardness, I gave him a weak, polite smile, like a little and he smiles back at me and I look away. But throughout the rest of this morning meeting, I noticed that he barely takes his eyes off me. Like I literally feel his gaze on me and I can see him looking at me through my peripheral vision. It was really strange, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't really know what to make of this. I'm thinking to myself, do I have a stain on my shirt? Does my hair look weird? Or is this guy attracted to me? I don't know what to think, but I try my best not to look at him. Now, after this specific encounter with Treemonster, I began seeing more and more of him. I would see him when I was processing returns, when I was delivering items back to different departments. For example, let's say somebody was to take a dress and return it to the lingerie department. My job was then to repackage the item, re-tag it, and then bring it back to the dress department. And on some of those errands, on actually quite a few of those errands, I would see Treemonster, but I wouldn't really acknowledge him unless he addressed me first, if that makes any sense. Like I was not initiating conversation, it was all him. But he never really said much except for like quick little pleasantries like hi, bye, or oh, are you leaving now? Have a good night, like that kind of shit. It really just gave off like this guy was trying to strike up conversation with me, just not really quite hitting the mark, you know? My gut kept telling me, Afro, this guy's attracted to you, but I was just kind of like pacing it and like being polite but distant, strategically so. Mind you, during this time, I was really determined to get a boyfriend, so I was watching a whole lot of how to know if a guy is crushing on you type videos. I was watching a whole lot of Psych2Go videos and MJ Harris videos. I really wanted to learn how to flirt and stuff like that. So I started noticing that Treemonster is really making himself visible to me. I remember one time I was assigned to work in handbags and I had a clear view of Treemonster from where I was, because the fragrance department was literally directly across from the handbag department and I could feel his gaze fixed on me. But at this point, I was kind of used to it, so I started to gaze back, and a few times we would actually make eye contact. Often when I would come into work through the main mall entrance, he would be actively looking for me before I even got there. And I'm not just saying this out of arrogance, like this was literal fact. So much so to the point where it actually became like a little bit of a routine for us. I would come into work, he would be already there, posted, waiting for me, and we'd greet each other, do a little 1-2-1-2, hey, what's going on, how are you, blase, blase. And based off of this behavior, I just kind of had an inkling that he was attracted to me. Then there was one day where I decided to myself, I'm gonna put his attraction to the test. Like, I'm really gonna put this man through the test. Okay, and my test was, I wanted to see if he would mirror me. One of those things I noticed in those psychology videos that I was watching, like the Psych2Go video specifically, is that they would say, if you want to know if a man has a crush on you or a boy has a crush on you, they have to be mirroring you. So that could be something as simple as you sitting across from them and you're talking to them, and maybe you put your hand on your chin like this, and then they will do the same action without even realizing that they're doing that action. Sometimes it's conscious, most of the time it's unconscious. So I decide that when I'm entering work, instead of entering from the left side of the instead of entering work from the right side of the escalator, which is right by the mattress store, in order to get into Macy's, I would enter from the left side, which is where Victoria's Secret is. Okay, so yeah, that's where I would walk. Reason for me doing this is because I wanted to see whether or not he would move to where I was in order just to have a conversation with me, in order just to interact with me. I wanted to see if he would like shift to go all the way to the left. So from the far right to the far left. When I saw that he decided to complete this action in order to gain favor with me, I decided to myself, you know what? I'm gonna be a little bit more friendly. I'm gonna be a little bit more friendly than I typically would. And let's see what happens. Then came the turning point where I started to become more interested in him, and I actually started to, see him a little bit more seriously. It was the moment when he genuinely made me laugh for the first time. One day, I'm coming into work, we do our little 1-2-1-2, greeting each other, walking and talking, and then he hits me with an unexpected question. He says, "Afro, are you a model?" I stopped in my tracks like, "No, what gave you that impression?" And he says, quote, I don't know, it's just something in the way you walk, like the way you move. And he was being dead ass serious, guys. When he said this to me, I literally burst out laughing, because that was one of the most corniest, funniest, yet weirdly flattering things I'd ever heard in my life. I thought it was so funny. Literally, I called one of my friends like 10 minutes after it happened. I was like, "Girl, you would not believe what this man just said to me. You would not believe what this man just said to me." And if you've been paying any attention to this story, you would be probably asking yourself, "Girl, is this really what it took for you to become interested in him? Like, this is what really got you going? For real? For real? Are you not embarrassed?" To answer that question, yes, I am. I am a little embarrassed. But I'm also moved past my embarrassment to the point where it's like the shame, the embarrassment, they no longer have any hold over me, okay? It's giving very much no shame over here. No shame in my game, okay? No one has the power to make you feel inferior without your consent. And that's on Eleanor Roosevelt. Period. Fuck it. And I gotta tell the story anyway, so shit. Why not? Anyways, so yeah, he said that, I laughed, and he laughed along with me, and then I started walking away from him because remember, I work in a completely different department and I had to get to work. But as I'm walking away from him, I made it a point to strut my stuff just because of what he said. And as I do that, I look over my shoulder to see if he was still looking at me. He was still looking at me, and he was smiling, all proud of himself. But there was also something else in the way that he was looking at me, okay? There was just something else aside from the joy, something else I was noticing. I was picking up what he was putting down. This very moment was the moment that I knew without a shadow of a doubt that Treemonster is an ass man. Yep. And he was enjoying the view. And I don't know how else to describe it. I don't know how to describe it to somebody who's never experienced it, but you just know when somebody's staring at it, okay? You just know when they're following it. So when I discovered this information, I decided that from that moment on, I was going to remember my training and put it into practice. MJ Harris said, you gotta find out what kind of man your guy is. Is he an ass man? Is he a leg man? A cleavage man? And then work it. And that's exactly what I did. I started to work it. Now I wasn't doing anything too crazy. With my physique, things naturally pop out the way they pop out, but I just accentuated it a little bit by wearing stuff that would accentuate my hips, because if it's accentuate my hips, then by proxy it would accentuate the cake, which is so crazy to say out loud. Oh my gosh. Fast forward to about a month later, I think it's late October, early November, and I decided I'm gonna leave Macy's. I only worked there 2 months, honey, and that was enough for me. The girl didn't have a car, so which means I had to rely on public transportation, which means that I had to take 2 buses and a train to get to and from work every single day. Now add all of that on top of being a closer, okay? Closing every single evening, which means I'm taking public transportation in the evening. And let's just say taking public transportation in the evening is a nightmare. And that's its own separate story time, which I could go into at another time if you guys want. Anyway, so yeah, I decided I'm leaving Macy's. I put in my 2 weeks notice, and then comes to my last day, which I think was early November. I don't remember the specific day, but it was like early November. I don't know why, but I did not tell Treemonster that it was my last day when it was my last day. All I remember is that it was a Sunday. We did talk a little bit, but not about the fact that it was my last day. We were actually talking about the fact that they were having like this big sale at Macy's, and I was taking advantage of that sale so I could buy myself a whole bunch of new PJs. And he was also getting some PJs for his mom and his sister, which I thought was so cute. You know how they say a good indicator to know if a man is like a good man or not is like how he treats his mom and his sister? Yeah, that's actually a false statement, because it really don't matter. It does not matter. He could love his mother and his sister to smithereens and still treat you like garbage. Anyway, so yeah, back to the story. All of this happened like in the beginning of the day, like in the morning, and then I didn't see him for the rest of the day. Fast forward to about a week later, I'm filling out separation documentation for Macy's because like I had to get like my information for my last check. I don't know. I forgot, like there was like paperwork that I had to fill out since I was leaving, and I was on the phone with Jennifer, my manager. She was helping me out with that process, and towards the end of the call she asked me if I needed anything else from her. So then I decided to take that opportunity to ask her about Treemonster. I was like, hey, I know that you manage handbags and lingerie and jewelry, but do you also happen to manage the fragrance department? And she's like, no, why? And I was like, oh, there's someone who I was talking to who works in fragrance that I was hoping to continue to get to know. Without skipping a beat, like immediately she knew who I was talking about. She's like, oh, do you mean Treemonster? And I'm like, yeah, how did you know? This lady just says, oh, I've been paying attention. Oh my gosh, the embarrassment I felt in that moment? The embarrassment I felt in that moment was unreal. You mean to tell me my whole flirting game was that obvious? I was that obvious? Here I was, thinking I was being sexy and mysterious. Whole time, Jennifer saw that shit from a distance. She then proceeds to ask me, oh, you want me to give you his number? And I hesitated because I didn't like the idea of me reaching out to him first. And I guess she sensed that hesitation because then she asked me if I wanted her to give him my number, which felt more comfortable for me. So I'm like, yeah, thank you. And I'm all happy and excited and like hopeful that, you know, something will come of this. I'm getting butterflies just imagining all the beautiful possibilities. But all my daydreaming came to a screeching halt when she says these three dreadful words. Girl, be careful. All my daydreaming came to a screeching halt when she says these three dreadful words. Girl, be careful. The Treemonster Files, Episode 4, Introducing Flirtation. Part 2. So naturally, I'm like, what do you mean by that? And all she says in reply is, you'll see. Good luck. That was that, and we hung up. Afronauts, that should have been my first red flag. That should have been my first red flag, because why are people who barely know you warning me about you? So after that call, based off of what she said, I'm trying to put the puzzle pieces together in my mind. I'm trying to make it make sense, you know what I mean? The only thing I could get from what she said was that maybe Treemonster was some notorious player or something like that. Ultimately, I ended up brushing off what Jennifer said to the side because in my mind, Treemonster's not the type to do some shit like that. Spoiler alert, I was right about that. To my knowledge, he was not a cheater. Like, to my knowledge, like that, like he was a lot of things, but cheater, not one of them. Anyways, now I'm checking my phone for like 3 days to see if any unknown number has texted or called me. But there was nothing. It was giving crickets. So naturally, I forget about it. Then a whole other week passes, and then one day, I get a message saying, hey, is this Afro? I'm like, yes, ... Who's this? He's like, oh, this is Treemonster. And I'm like, Treemonster who? Now, at this point, I'm just playing games because he was the only Treemonster that I had tried to get my number to. But I just had to verify it. Okay, I just had to verify it. He's like, it's Treemonster from Macy's. Jennifer gave me your number. Then I respond like, oh my god, hi. I didn't think you'd actually reach out. He's like, why not? You're a cool person. And I think I said something like, let's just say I've learned to expect disappointment from people. That was me alluding to a crush that I had just gotten over at the time. But that's a whole nother story that I think I've already told you guys. Anyways, he responds by saying something like, yeah, I get what you mean, but don't worry, I would never do something to disappoint you. His first lie, by the way, because he went on to disappoint me for basically our entire relationship. Just one disappointment to the next. One disappointment to the next. Like clockwork. Anyways, so we started talking a lot from that point, from that initial text. Strictly texting at first, to be honest. This time felt like bliss. I still remember the first time he called me. We had been talking about the World Cup because I think the World Cup was going on at the time, and Ghana was playing against a European team, and we both happened to be watching at the same time. I told him I was rooting for Ghana because they're West African team and I'm West African, and he told me he was rooting for Ghana because he's Ghanaian. And I guess that excited him or something, because then he's like, oh, I gotta call you. Oh my gosh. When he said that, I didn't take him seriously. Because I thought he was just talking. But he actually did call me, and I was shocked. Because it was just so out of the blue. And I was just sitting at the dining table with my family all around me, either in the kitchen or the living room. And this nigga actually called me. I'm not gonna lie, our very first phone conversation was just weird and awkward. And weird and awkward. At least it was for me, because I couldn't stop laughing. Like I was just so like in shock. And also my nosy ass family kept asking me who I was talking to, who are you talking to, who are you talking to, Afro, who are you talking to, Afro. Luckily he took the hint and told me he would talk to me later. Then after that call, my family starts to bombard me with questions. I vividly remember my dad low-key interrogating me about this boy. What's his name? Treemonster. Where's he from? Ghana. Where's he live? Somewhere in Maryland? How old is he? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know how old the boy is? How old is he? I don't know, but he can't be older than 25. Well, you better find out. Okay. Oh, and what's his blood type? Huh? Tell me you have an African father without telling me you have an African father. Good times, good times. This was actually a really sweet memory. Now let's fast forward to the first red flag. Let's fast forward to the first red flag. At this point, another week has gone by, and we're talking basically every day, mainly text because I wasn't yet ready for phone calls. We did that because I was more comfortable with text at the time, just because I felt like phone calls were a little bit more intimate. That's not to say he didn't try to squeeze in a few phone calls here and there. Like sometimes he would call me on his lunch break and I would pick up and we would talk for a little bit. Anyways, I remember one time we were talking. I think we were actually texting, and he had asked me about my day, and I told him what I was doing. I told him that I was planning out my birthday. I was getting my wish list together because my parents had asked me what I wanted to do, so I just got it together. And naturally he's like, oh my gosh, when's your birthday? I told him, oh, my birthday is November 19th. It was that Saturday. He says, and I quote, happy early birthday. I'm going to put that in my calendar so I can remember to let you know on your birthday. And I'm like, oh my gosh, thank you. That's so sweet of you. I would love that. Fast forward to my birthday on Saturday, November 19th, 2022. I woke up and immediately checked my phone. I already had several birthday texts coming in from different family members. But did I get any text messages from Treemonster, you ask? No, not a peep. It did strike me as odd because we had developed a little bit of a routine, you know. Every morning I was waking up to some form of a good morning text, and on my birthday, I don't get a good morning text. I don't get a happy birthday. Okay, fine. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe something came up. It's the morning. Who knows? He's probably working. Cool. I push that to the side because I have a full day ahead of me. Surely he'll say something because he promised and he marked it on his calendar, right? Regardless of his behavior, I still had a pretty awesome 19th birthday, okay? I got my nose pierced with my mom and my sister in the morning. Then we had Nando's for lunch. And then for dessert, we had Lily McGilly's cupcakes. And if you know, Lily McGilly's cupcakes is like chef's kiss. And it was even more special because we probably got like one of the last batches of cupcakes before that particular shop went out of business in my area. So I'm glad I got to really enjoy it one last time. Then after that, I had my family act as like my personal crew because we basically did like a whole music video for my birthday, which I posted on TikTok back in 2022. It was so fun. And then after that, we played some board games. So it was a full day, okay? So I really didn't have much time to be pressed about Treemonster not saying a word to me. But I cannot lie and tell you that I did not notice, because I did. I probably checked my phone 3 times. Once in the morning, once when I went to the bathroom at lunch, and then lastly in the evening when we were playing board games. And still nothing. Nope, zilch, not a peep. And he didn't end up texting me that day until late at night. Like, I want to say maybe like 10:45-ish, like late at night. And I can't even remember what the text message said. It was just so lackluster, so dull, so unseasoned. Like, he didn't come correct. So I decided to punish him. And you might be thinking, Afro girl, what you mean punish him? It's not that deep. It's not that serious. To me, it was serious. To me, it was a little deep. Because, well, not even little. It was deep. Because he said all that stuff to me, talking about oh yeah, I'm gonna say happy birthday to you, I'm gonna put it in my calendar. He said all of that stuff to me unprovoked. I didn't ask you for none of that shit. I didn't ask you for none of that. And then you didn't follow through. And then you didn't follow through. That came out of your own mouth. It was your idea. And then you didn't follow through. Nah, nigga. You got me all the way fucked up. To his defense, he also did call me one time, but it's like at that point I was already asleep. I was already gone. Like I was asleep. How did I punish him? I just ignored him. I just did not say anything to him. I woke up that morning, I saw the message, I saw the missed call, and I didn't reply to him until later on that evening of the next day. Because if you can go a full day without talking to me when we've been talking every single day and you knew it was my birthday, I can go a full day without talking to you. I can do just the same. So yeah, a couple of his messages got ignored. A lot of his messages. He sent me a couple messages on that day. He called me maybe 2-3 times on that day. I did not answer any of them. You know what still fries me? He had the audacity to text me, Afro, are you mad at me? Nigga, what do you think? What do you think? Huh? What do you think? Don't ask dumb questions. Anyways, I ignored all of it because I'm a petty princess. Sorry, not sorry. I wasn't then and I'm not now. I didn't reply to him until like late evening, and that was because I was trying my best to find a calm yet firm way to express my displeasure with his behavior. So I'm not sure if he called me or I called him. I think I called him because it had to be on my own terms. So I think I called him, and then when he picked up, he's like immediately apologetic and, you know, giving me all these explanations, which honestly I really did not care about. Like I did not care what he had to say because I kept waiting for him to acknowledge the fact that it was my birthday, and yeah, he didn't say anything about my birthday. And one thing about me, I don't play about my birthday. So I patiently waited for this man to finish. Then I told him that I wasn't going to tell him that everything was okay, because it wasn't. I said something basically like this. Almost an entire day without talking to me. And on top of it, it was my birthday, which you were made perfectly aware of. You didn't even acknowledge that as you were giving me all of your explanations. To say that it was beyond upsetting is an understatement. And if we're going to keep doing whatever this is, I hope that this behavior is not something that continues. Okay, so I said I don't remember bar for bar, but low-key, I think I do remember bar for bar to a certain extent. Because I really did eat him up. But apparently, I didn't eat him enough. I didn't eat him up enough. I may have been naive in many ways regarding this relationship, but I still had some sense. The way he apologized to me after I said everything made me melt, I can't lie. It felt so sincere because he validated and acknowledged everything he did wrong, including not wishing me happy birthday and vowing to never let that happen again, yada 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 yada. Looking back now, I feel like he could probably just tell and just sense that I was prepared to leave if he didn't move accordingly. Another thing I'll say is that this was probably one of the few times where he genuinely apologized and I felt like he meant it, because after what he heard what I had to say, he stopped trying to excuse the behavior and he listened and made adjustments. At least that's what I thought. In the beginning, when he would act in a way I didn't like or do anything I didn't like and I would call him out, like his apologies felt sincere. They felt like he gave a fuck. And I felt like I could see the effort in trying to, you know, be better and, you know, adjust. And I think that's one of the things that actually made him more attracted to me. Like, I was under the impression that I was dealing with somebody who was incredibly emotionally intelligent. Boy, was I wrong. So after that little tiff and the way he went about handling the situation, in my eyes at the time, I felt more comfortable with him. I liked him a lot more. So I was open to, you know, talking to him more on the phone than texting. So we started, you know, having more phone conversations and I became even more attached. At this point, he had become like the highlight of my day for real. There was one day we were talking back and forth over text, and I'm not really sure exactly what it is that we were talking about, but I just remember that out of the blue, he interrupted the flow of the conversation by saying something like, Afro. And I'm like, yes, Tree? And he's like, can I ask you something? And I'm like, yeah, go ahead. He's like, do you like me? Like me? Ah! Now what in the bitch ass, immature ass, no experience having ass, loser ass, high school boy looking ass, bullshit ass question is that? Mind you, this nigga was 2 years older than me. He's like, can I ask you something? And I'm like, yeah, go ahead. He's like, Do you like me? Like me? Now what in the bitch ass, immature ass, no experience having ass, loser ass, high school boy looking ass, bullshit ass question is that? Mind you, this nigga was 2 years older than me. That's how I feel about his question now in my 22-year-old mindset. But 19-year-old Afro, at the time, she was eating it up. She was eating it up. I was hitting Mariah Carey notes like, ha! That message alone had me squealing and blushing through the phone.
You be mumu.
I lost my shit. I cannot lie. It took me like 5 minutes to respond because it was an emotional roller coaster for me. I didn't know how to respond. Should I play hard to get? Should I act dumb? Should I be honest about the way I feel? Spoiler alert, I ended up choosing the last option. After what felt like forever, I finally responded with a simple yes. And then he immediately texted me back and says, oh good, I feel the same way about you. And my corny self is giggling at the phone and kicking my legs. He's like, I figured I should just break the ice. So, should we take things slow or should I ask you, would you be my ... Verbatim, that's what he said. I thought it was a little weird, like why wouldn't you just fill in the blank and say girlfriend or girl or I don't know, anything would have been better than ... But I was too much on cloud nine, and I was like, you know what, I need to take a chill pill, so I took option A. I told him we should take things slow. We can take our time, what's the rush? But can I be honest with you guys for a sec? I low-key regret how I responded to his would you be my ... question. Like, in addition to my response of saying that we should take things slow, I wish I would have said something along the lines of, I genuinely hope that when the time comes for you to ask me to be your girlfriend, it will be something that's a lot more special and intentional, not just some text or a demand. Ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, I know this doesn't matter because no amount of seduction or manipulation could have turned this lazy ass nigga into the man of my dreams. It's just no way. But a part of me can't help but wonder what our relationship might have been like if I had made my expectations of how I really wanted to be courted known. Off rip. Food for thought. Anyways, so now we've officially both declared interest in one another and we keep talking every day. And a few days later, he asked me out on our first date. This is the end of episode 5, part 2. I'm so sorry that this video is so short. Truth be told, I could have fit it in part 1, but I genuinely thought it was gonna make the video too long. For those of you who've been watching every single episode, I want to thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Stay tuned for episode 6 coming out tomorrow. Bye. Anyways, we're talking every day, bonding over K-dramas and anime, surprisingly. Even though I don't really watch anime like that, we start really talking about our favorite shows and shows that we both have watched. Fast forward to when he asked me out. When he asked me out! On the topic of shows and things that we've already watched that we loved, we started talking about things that we really wanted to see. So we started talking about movies that we really wanted to see. He had asked me if I had seen Black Panther before. I said yes, and I told him about how much I loved it, and he told me how much he loved it too, and how sad it was that Chadwick Boseman had died. Then he was like, you know, they just dropped the new Black Panther movie. We should go to see it together sometime. Let me tell you something. I screamed out of pure joy when I saw that message. And I'm not even exaggerating, bruh. My younger brother can attest to this. I was practically doing somersaults and cartwheels. You guys, it was the first time in my life a guy had straight up asked me out, and I was genuinely over the moon. Looking back now, the way he asked me out was not even impressive, to be honest. It was a little too casual and unromantic. But at the time, I was just happy to be asked. Anyways, I replied saying something like, oh my gosh, I would love to. Then he asked me when I would like to go. I said I didn't know. I would have to check my schedule and get back to him. And that was that. A couple days go by, we're still talking back and forth, and I realize I still haven't heard any concrete plans from him. So I ask him about it. I say, hey, remember you asked me to go to the movies with you? Were you serious about this? Because we haven't talked about it since you brought it up the other day. This was a phone call, by the way. He's like, well, you still haven't told me what days you're available. Okay, sassy. I'm like, okay, you know what? That's fair. I'm available Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. He's like, okay, cool. I'm gonna check my schedule to see when I'm working. I'll tell you what works best for me. And I'm like, okay, cool. And that was that. A couple more days roll by, and we're talking every day about everything and anything but our supposed first date. I started to get a little anxious because I thought by now we would already have a time and date locked in. He wasn't showing any initiative at all. And whenever we did talk about it, I was the one who brought it up. Then to top it off, he put the responsibility of finding the movie theater on me. At the time, I thought that this was normal. I thought that this is how it goes when you're trying to make a date work with someone. Cause there's nothing like a little collaborative effort, right? But he could have easily done all that research on his own because it was his idea. And he could have just gave me the option of showtimes to choose from. But no. What's crazier is that even after all the work I did trying to find a theater that was equidistant where we both lived, he blew it all up by randomly suggesting that we go to a completely different movie theater in the middle of the week, in the middle of the day. Specifically the one that's at the mall so he could just go there right after his shift at Macy's. His other reason being that apparently they were having some kind of discount at that location. But to be honest, I didn't want to hear none of that. Ultimately, his reasonings for going to the mall location were to make things more convenient for him, and as a direct result, making things more inconvenient for me. There were signs of inconsideration and selfishness from the very beginning that went right over my head. I was upset by this because you literally tasked me with finding a good theater in a location that was convenient for both of us to get to. I already ran it by you, and you already agreed. Nigga, what the fuck? So I told him exactly how I felt, and of course in a more diplomatic manner. Then he relented and went with the original plan. Okay, now we got the date and the location locked down. But there were still some other logistics that we needed to figure out. How are we gonna get there? Would he be picking me up or would we meet there? Also, when are we getting the tickets? What showtime should we go for? Questions, I need answers. Questions, I need answers. He told me he didn't drive and that he was gonna see if one of his buddies could give him a ride and together they can swing by and pick me up. Immediately no. I had to kill that idea so quick because with my family, there's no way that was gonna fly. Also, I don't know your friend. I don't know what kind of person he is. I don't know if he keeps weapons or illegal substances in his car. And I don't know what type of driver he is. It's just way too many unknown variables. And I've watched too many episodes of Dateline and Forensic Files to know that that's not a recipe for success. And I knew for sure my parents would not approve of no shit like that. Especially my dad. Hashtag still living at home. So as you can probably guess, I said no, we'll just meet there. Now I'm asking him when we're getting the tickets because to my knowledge, movie theaters tend to fill up real quick, especially on Friday nights. I kept trying to tell him that we should go ahead and buy our tickets ahead of time to avoid any hiccups, but he kind of had this lackadaisical attitude and he was like, no, we'll just get them the day of. Yet another thing he did that made me extremely anxious, and I did my best to brush it to the side. I kept telling myself, I'm too uptight and I needed to relax. I'm too uptight, I need to relax. If I'm not mistaken, our first date was Friday, December 2nd, 2022. I was extremely excited. I actually made a 3-part get ready with me on TikTok at the time. You would have to scroll pretty far to find it though. I had my natural hair styled and curled with flexi rods. I was wearing a fuchsia pink crop sweater with some blue bell-bottom jeans and some African print, almost heart-shaped large statement earrings, and my tan Ugg boots. For the makeup, I was giving like a kind of creative soft glam, so I was wearing some dark blue winged eyeliner with some sparkly yellow highlights on the inner corners, some fuchsia pink blush on my cheeks, and a brown lip liner combo with some fuchsia pink lip gloss in the center to match. Needless to say, I looked super cute. My dad dropped me off and he met Treemonster briefly. He asked him his name, his age, where he's from, and then he said, "Be careful, this is my first baby." And then he drove off. When we finally got inside, I apologized to Treemonster. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know he was gonna do that. He laughs and he's like, "It's no problem. I get it. You're his first child and he's just doing his job." Fast forward to when it's time to get the tickets. He says, You pay for the tickets and I'll pay for the snacks. I look at him like, this nigga must have lost his damn mind. I correct him and say, okay, I'll pay for my own ticket. And I say it with an innocent smile on my face, but on the inside, I'm hella confused. Shouldn't he be paying because he asked me out? But I ended up brushing it off to the side because I had brought money just in case anyways. But after not, I want you guys to guess how much these tickets cost. Comment down below. How much you think these tickets cost? I promise you it was inexpensive as hell. Anyways, it's time to get the snacks and he asked me if I wanted anything special like candies and all that extra stuff. But I declined because I don't usually get all that extra shit, especially if it's not one of those fancy dine-in theaters. I just get popcorn. He ends up buying a big bucket of popcorn for us to share and a Sprite for himself as well as a Sprite for me as well. He ends up buying a big bucket of popcorn for us to share and a Sprite for himself as well as a Sprite for me as well. So we get to the viewing room and I quickly realize that it's just us. It is just me and Treemonster in this room. I guess he was right not to trip about the tickets because literally nobody else was there. In hindsight, that might have just been the effects of decreasing popularity because that movie theater is no longer in business today. Anyways, he's complimenting me profusely. I mean, laying it on thick. Telling me how nice I smell, how pretty I look, how much he likes my outfit. And of course I'm enjoying all the attention. Eventually the movie starts and I'm ready to be fully engrossed in the movie, but my nerves won't let me. I'm hyper conscious of everything I do. I was trying so hard not to eat too much in front of him because I have this thing where I don't want people to see how much I can really eat until I'm already comfortable with them. So I'm taking little nibbles of popcorn here and there. I'm also kind of watching him through my peripheral, just in case he decides to make a move on me, so I'm prepared. But in a good way, not a bad way, you know? Because even though I told him I wanted to take things slow, a teeny tiny, eensy weeny, itty bitty part of me wondered if he would try to kiss me that night. As we were watching the movie, he kept leaning closer and closer to me, and every time he did, my mind would go into panic mode. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, is he gonna kiss me? Is he gonna kiss me? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Spoiler alert, he did not kiss me on that date. Apparently he was leaning in so much because he really liked the smell of my perfume. Once my nerves start to settle and my mind starts to calm down, I start to get really into the movie. I think this was about 20 minutes in. Now tell me why at that exact moment is when Treemonster starts talking to me and asking me quite a lot of questions in first date format, you know? How many siblings I have, where my parents are from, what's my favorite color. I found this to be strange for two reasons. Number one, we have been talking for at least a good 2-3 weeks, so he should have already known the answers to some of the questions he was asking. Number two, why are we talking so much during the movie? I did my best to answer him politely, but I was getting a little irritated. I cannot lie. My thing is, if you wanted to talk for our first date, why didn't you ask me out to dinner or something else where it makes more sense to be talking, you know? If you ask me out to the movies, I'm fully expecting that we're gonna be watching the movie, not having full-on conversation through it. Or is that just me? Comment down below what you think. Anyways, about halfway into the movie, he gets a call from his brother, I think. He tells me, "It's my brother. I gotta step out and take this real quick." Keywords, real quick. I say, okay, thinking it would be a 10-minute call, max. Right? Wrong. This nigga left me alone for at least a good 40 minutes of the movie. The fuck? I remember thinking to myself, if this nigga does not come back before the end of the movie, I'm gonna leave him. I'm gonna leave his ass. Just like my mom left my dad once upon a time. Story time for another day. As luck would have it, he ended up coming back like 15 minutes before the movie ended. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I do not remember what the reason for the call was because he was very vague. He was very vague, but at the same time very apologetic, you know? So I kind of let it slide. Oh, I almost forgot. He actually did make a move on me. He just smoothly interlaced his fingers with mine and then held my hand. And just like that, he had me blushing again. And just like that, he had me cheesing again. That simple action made all of my frustration melt away. Melt away, melt away, melt away. Eventually, the movie ends, but we're leaving the viewing room holding hands. He takes a couple of videos of us on his private Snapchat or whatever. Oh no, I ain't never used Snapchat in my life. I also found this action to be a little odd because I felt like it was a little too early to be making cutesy, coupley videos. But you know, I just went with the flow. I realized that I left my phone behind in the viewing room. He ends up going back with me to help me find my phone. And by the time we find my phone and go back outside, my dad's already there. So we hugged goodbye and that was the end of our first date. So let's do a summary of this whole first date story. He was dragging his feet when it came to planning out all the details for the date. Then he tried to switch up on me last minute. He didn't actually pay for the date. He was talking excessively during the movie. And let's not forget how he left me alone for a huge chunk of the movie with little to no explanation. All of these points I made individually seemed like small, inconsequential things. But when you start to put the pieces together, it really paints a picture of someone who is lazy, inconsiderate, selfish, and cheap. It's unfortunate that I couldn't see this picture earlier on. I cannot believe I thought that this was a good date because he called me pretty and bought me some popcorn and held my hand. I should have broke up with his ass after the first date. Maybe then I would have been left unscathed by him. But I didn't. I went on to date him for another consecutive 4 months and a grand total of 2 years on and off. And that's all, folks. That's it for episode 7 of the Treemonster Files. Please stay tuned for episode 8 where I tell you all about the roadway to the first I love you. Thank you so much for watching. Mwah. Bye. The Treemonster Files, episode 8, The Road to the First I Love You. I realize now that from the start, I was a victim of love bombing. Love bombing. What is love bombing? Love bombing is a psychological manipulation tactic where someone overwhelms another person with excessive affection, grand gestures, and intense attention early in a relationship to gain power and control. While it mimics the excitement of a whirlwind romance, it is a form of emotional abuse designed to create a sense of intense dependency and obligation. I'd like to think that, for the most part, Treemonster was not intentionally love bombing me, but on the other hand, some of his behavior makes me feel the exact opposite. I can't help but wonder if he knew exactly what he was doing all along. We had our second date about a week or so after our first. He insisted on it, yet he left the planning to me. Now, don't get me wrong, I was happy to do it because I like having a say in planning things. I naturally tend to be a little bit more dominant in regards to group projects. And what better group project than planning out a date, right? In the back of my mind, I always knew that it was me putting in all the brain power, but I deluded myself into thinking that we could come up with these plans together. We came up with this stuff together. I mean, there were times where we would literally dedicate parts of our usual calls to like potential next date brainstorming sessions. And I genuinely thought this was cute, you know, it was giving #couple goals. But I'm about to give you a sample of how these, quote, brainstorming sessions, end quote, would typically go. Me. Hey, Treemonster, we haven't yet figured out when and where our next date will be. Him. Oh yeah, baby, we didn't do that. We should do that. Me. I know you're off next Monday, and I don't have to go to work until later, so we could probably make it work on Monday. Him. Okay, baby, that sounds good. What time? Me. I don't know. What do you think? Him. I'm not sure. What do you think? Me. I was thinking maybe we could do like 2 p.m. What you think? Also, where should we go? Him. Yeah, that works. I don't know. Where do you think we should go? Me. We could go to the park. Him. Yeah, baby. I think that works. Me. Or we could go to the mall. Him. Oh, yeah. That works. Me. Or we could go bowling. Oh, for real? Actually, yeah, that works. We could totally do that. Are you guys noticing the pattern here? Anytime I ask that question, that same question will be reflected back to me. And anytime I brought up a potential activity for us to do on a date, he would just excessively agree. I could have said the fucking moon, and that nigga would have been like, oh yeah, that works. Piss me off. He never offered any insight or suggestions of his own to the conversation ever. Pretty much all the creativity and all the magic of our relationship stemmed from me, okay? It originated from me. But I was too blind to see it. I can't see, I'm blind. Anyways, I wanted a different vibe than our first date. So for our second date, I wanted something that would allow for better conversation, that would still be lighthearted and like, just like a no pressure kind of environment. So you guys, I suggested a coffee date. Fast forward to the actual date. Starbucks is where we ended up going. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, it was lackluster and extremely unremarkable. The only reason why I'm telling you guys about this is because I feel like it's crucial up to the, the I love you portion. This was the date where we had our first kiss. I remember this in excruciating detail. My mom had dropped me off. I was wearing an orange turtleneck with a blue skirt and a 9 West purse that had like blue birds and butterflies and orange flowers. And of course my tan Uggs. And I had just gotten my hair done recently, so it was in like these cute little braids. I looked cute as per usual. When I get there, he's already there waiting for me. He greets me. He's like, "Hi, beautiful," and he's touching me a lot. Like I noticed he's touching me a lot, hugging me, playing with my hair, keeping his hand on my waist at all times. It was just a lot of physical touch, especially considering in our last date we were just holding hands. But I didn't stop him because it felt nice. It felt nice. Okay. When we order separately. Another date he did not pay for. Again, I wasn't like, this was something that went over my head. Okay. My mom was like, "Girl, what? He's asking you out on these dates and he's not paying." And I was just like, I don't really care about that, but maybe I should have cared about that. He ended up getting the same drink as me, which is a dragon fruit lemonade, period. But he also got like some kind of cake, and I ended up getting a cheese Danish to go with it. When we're finally seated, I'm noticing like it's just weird. Like the vibes are just weird. Like he's being very quiet, and I'm leading the conversation, which is weird because he had so much to say when we were in the movie theater, and now that we're in a coffee shop, you got nothing to say? What? And he was on his phone a lot, like just on his phone a lot. I don't know if it was for a nervous tick or something. At one point he said he was taking notes, like so that he can like have like a note page dedicated to me. But when I asked to see it, he refused to show me. So I thought that was weird. And another weird thing is that he was actively drawing as I was talking to him. I thought that was weird and annoying. I guess like maybe he was trying to like show off his artistic skill or whatever, like show off his stuff. But I just think that there were better ways that he could have done it. Like he could have shown me stuff that he already had done and then just showed it to me on his phone, like completed works, instead of like actively drawing as I'm talking to you, you know? So I just put my hand on his phone and his hand, and I say gently, "Let's be present." And I think that kind of like gets his attention, as it should. But then at the same time, like I feel like I shouldn't have had to do that. Like, why? I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm gonna have to make another part, but stay tuned because I'll be talking about the first kiss and the first time he said "I love you." I want to thank you guys so much for your support. I really appreciate it, and thank you for your continued support. Mwah. Bye. So I just put my hand on his phone and his hand, and I say gently, "Let's be present." And I think that kind of like gets his attention, as it should. But then at the same time, like I feel like I shouldn't have had to do that. Like, why? Anyways, me saying "let's be present" did work because he did end up putting his phone down and devoting more of his attention to me. And to his credit, he did compliment my nails, and he actually did have an early Christmas gift for me. He actually got me this black and gold charm bracelet from Macy's, I'm suspecting. It was really sweet, but it's just not something I personally would have gotten myself. After he put the bracelet on me, then we had our first kiss. I knew it was coming because prior we had already discussed that this is what we were gonna do on this date. And I'm gonna be honest, I had been reading up on, you know, how to kiss and watching videos and all that jazz. Like, I had been doing some research just to get myself a little bit prepared. But nothing could have prepared me for what went down next. So he's like, "You ready?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Finally." Because when we were in line, he had tried to kiss me twice, but I dodged them both because I was too nervous. Let me paint the picture for you guys. We're in Starbucks, off to the corner by the window, okay? We're sitting down. There's a table in between us, but he reaches across the table and pulls me in by the waist. Okay, we're off to the good start. You know, I'm taking in all the sensations of things going well, but then our lips meet and he kisses me. Let me tell you something. It did not feel nice. It did not feel nice. It did not feel nice. Long story short, it was nasty. It was nasty. I'm sorry, but it was nasty, okay? It was nasty because it was so wet. Wet like soggy rice. Wet like soggy cereal. Wet like pancakes that aren't fully cooked, but you can still taste the batter. It was way too much tongue action for me. You guys, it was not it. Like, for a first kiss, immediately no. So of course, I did the only logical thing one could do. I told him, duh. I said, too much tongue. When I said that, I fully expected him to be offended, but he wasn't. I think he low-key liked the way I told him that because it just made him even more determined to get it right. It was as if he took it as a challenge. He kisses me again and he's like, how about this? And I'm like, it's still a little too wet. So he kisses me again and he's like, okay, what about this? And by the third time he got it. Third time's a charm, right? Oh my gosh. Low-key, it was kind of fun negotiating the terms of our kiss. Oh man, it low-key sounds like I'm reminiscing. And I guess in a way I am. But like, I'm also trying my best to really make sure that I'm pointing out a lot of the weird shit that was going on. And I feel like I have to tell you guys the story about the first kiss. Like, the first kiss was kind of weird. It was kind of weird. And make no mistake, some love bombing was most definitely going on within the first few months of our relationship. And I'm about to get into that right now. Within the first few months of our relationship, almost everything was just so intense. Like, it was just so intense. We would talk for hours every single day. He was calling me pet names, more pet names than I could actually count. This man called me his love, sweetie, sweetheart, baby, honey, honey pie, princess, bunny, boo, bunny boo, bunny baby. And those are just off the top of my head, okay? There's actually so many more. I wouldn't be surprised if he had over 50 nicknames for me, and I'm not even exaggerating. He was giving me gifts early on. I didn't know we were doing Christmas gifts, okay? Remember, this is like mid-December. Okay, so I didn't know we were doing Christmas gifts, but he went and he bought me that bracelet and some other stuff that I can't even really remember, to be honest with you. But I remember that he did get me stuff. All of these things he did weren't necessarily bad, okay? It's not like they were just bad. It was just everything was so fast and everything was so intense. It just felt like just one thing after the next. Boom, bang, bing, bang, boom, bang, bing, you know? Like, I remember thinking to myself, wow, this is a lot. Okay, I guess this is how dating goes. You guys have to remember, this was my first boyfriend, okay? So I was just following his lead, you know? Like, shit, I never dated before, so what do I know? All I know is this guy's treating me really, really nice. It's a little weird and a little intense, but overall, I like it over here. Anyways, so while I enjoyed all of the treatment, at the very same time, I did feel uncomfortable and overwhelmed by it all. Ooh, child, y'all gonna have to sit down for this one. Y'all gonna have to sit down for this one. Fast forward to mid-December 2022, I had started packing and preparing to go to Canada with my immediate family. We all spent Christmas together in Canada with my auntie and her family. And I will never forget, on the day of our departure, I was FaceTiming Treemonster as I was getting ready for the airport. I think I was changing my shirt and grumbling because my mom wanted me to change shirts so that we could all be matching, but I didn't want to be matching with everybody. And to calm me down, he said something like, "It's okay, baby. Take it easy. I love you and you look beautiful in whatever you wear." You see the way he just kind of snuck the "I love you" in there? This nigga tried to be slick with it. Of course, when he said it, I immediately heard it. I heard it the first time, okay? But I didn't acknowledge it. I just didn't feel the need to. Cause I thought he wasn't being serious, so I kind of just sidestepped it. And then I responded him, like, kind of like thanking him for, you know, talking me down and getting me out of my bad mood that I was in. Now, of course, I'm thinking that's the end of it. And of course, I thought wrong, because he doubles down. He doubles the fuck down. It's time for us to leave to get to the airport, which means it's time for us to hang up the phone. And he's like, "Sweetie, I hope you have a good flight. I love you." And the way he said it, there was no room for me to ignore him. And there was no room for me to question what he said, because now what he said is in the atmosphere and the ball has been thrown in my court. Oh, shit. Come on, man. I stopped everything, okay? I stopped moving. I stopped doing what I'm doing. I damn near stopped breathing. And I kind of just stare at him with this wide-eyed deer in headlights face. To say I was shocked and surprised is an understatement, a massive understatement. It was as if I almost forgot how to speak. I was flabbergasted. I was astonished. I was gobsmacked because I didn't know we were at the "I love you" stage yet. We had literally only been dating about a month, guys. We weren't officially boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Did I say I love you back to him? No, I wasn't yet sure of my feelings towards him. I was enjoying talking with him and dating him, but I wasn't sure about the love bit yet. All I could muster up was a "mwah, bye." Maybe that's where it comes from. I literally fixed my face from utter shock to some sort of happy smile. I kissed him to the phone, and then I hung up on his ass. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Did him saying that make me blush? Yes. Yes, it did. Did it make me a little flustered? Yes. Yes, it did. Did it make my heart flutter? Yes. Yes, it did. But at the same time, I was also very confused. Like, why is he saying all of this to me this early in our relationship? I was very apprehensive. Like, should I be worried that he's saying all of this so early in our relationship? Very anxious. Is he gonna expect me to reciprocate what he just said? Like right now? Like when I'm not ready? Just overall uncomfortable, okay? Just overall uncomfortable. Love bombing. See? Like, this has to be love bombing. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Please stay tuned for part 10 coming out soon, sooner than you think. And yeah. Mwah. Bye. The Treemonster Files. Episode 10, A Future Terrorist Demands. So eventually, me and my family pull up to the airport, and for whatever reason, our flights keep getting delayed and pushed back. I remember we had left the house pretty early in the morning, probably by 9 a.m. And I don't think we ended up getting on the plane until 7 p.m. that day. As all of this is happening, I'm making sure to keep Treemonster updated on the situation because he wanted to be in the know and because he was actively praying for my safe journey. This was another little thing that made me more attracted to him. Regardless of who I end up in the future, I know one thing for certain, he will be Christian. He doesn't have to be super strict or religious. Actually, I prefer if he wasn't that, but I know for a fact that I just want to be with somebody who prioritizes God in his life to a certain degree. Anyways, my mom gets a whiff of all this and she says to me, I don't want you to go over there and spend all of your time talking with him. He will survive. You can wait until you come back. And all I said in response was, okay, mommy. Now, do you honestly think I actually listened to this? Nope. And to be completely honest, this was probably the first of many times that I would end up defying her because of him. And looking back, that's part of what makes this whole thing so irritating. He would later on act like my mom was the reason why we couldn't work it out. But I was literally ignoring my mom to be with him. She wasn't stopping me. If anything, I kept giving him chances that he didn't deserve. And in the end, he just proved exactly why she didn't trust him from the start. But of course, I didn't know any of that yet. At that time, despite my mom's concerns, I basically spent that entire Canada trip talking to this man. Okay, that is a gross exaggeration. I spoke to him often enough that we could still nurture our relationship and at the same time avoid getting into trouble with my mom. It was a little bit difficult at first because I realized that I was no longer able to use my regular text messenger app or call features because I was in a different country. I don't know why, but I just thought that so long as I was in the same continent as the person I was trying to talk to, I wouldn't have any issues like I did back when I was in France. At first, we were sending messages back and forth through TikTok, which did feel a little bit weird because I have a public-facing account and I was trying so hard not to mix my personal business with my Aphrodite brand as much as possible. Also, there was another risk of my mom potentially seeing the messages because she's logged in as me on her phone, so we basically share a TikTok account. Treemonster suggested that we switch over to Signal. I was intrigued but also nervous because I knew I was going to have to ask my dad for permission to download Signal on my phone and then explain why I wanted it. Wait, Afro, couldn't you have just downloaded it on your own? No, because at the ripe age of 19, I still had parental controls on my phone. And that's a whole nother story. Anyways, I did end up finally working up the courage to ask my dad if he could let me download the app. And of course, he asked me why, and I explained myself. Also, my mom was there for this conversation. He didn't say yes. He didn't say no. He said, okay, I'll look into it. You may hear this and be like, oh, okay, so you have a chance. But I know my dad very well, okay? If he says he'll look into something, there's an 80% chance that he's just gonna look for reasons to eventually tell you no. So of course now my heart sinks to the bottom of my ass and I'm like, great, back to the drawing board. So I get to thinking, really thinking, and I have a light bulb moment when I realize that I already have an app that's universal that I can use to communicate with anybody in the entire world outside of social media. WhatsApp! The very same app that I used to communicate with my family while we were in France. I told Treemonster about this, and at first he was very reluctant, like he didn't really want to use the app, but after a little whining and persuasion from me, he ended up changing his mind. Now we realized that we found a way to communicate across the border, and I was so genuinely happy. And from there, WhatsApp became our main mode of communication throughout our entire relationship. During the Canada trip, I found a way for us to communicate for at least 2 hours every single day. I was waking up at 6:45 in the morning just so that I would be able to talk to him at 7 in the morning when he would be getting ready for work. So we would talk every morning from like 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. and then we'd do the same thing again in the evening from 10:45 p.m. to 11:45 p.m. when my phone would automatically shut off. And of course, in between, we did text a little bit back and forth, during the day. I know for a fact that he would text me during his breaks, and he would send me all types of Instagram reels and TikToks. And to keep him motivated, I would send him pictures. Hey, not those kind of pictures. Ugh, get your mind out of the gutter. I mean, cute little selfies here and there, or pictures of what I'm eating, or a cute dog that I saw, stuff like that. And I think I got that nigga hooked doing cute little shit like that. So much so to the point where if I went a day without sending him any pictures, I was gonna hear about it that evening. He would genuinely be upset when I didn't send him any pictures. Every morning this nigga would place his demands you better make sure you send me cute pictures today or we're gonna have a problem this evening. I thought this was cute at the time. And if you take it at face value, it does sound kind of cute, right? But why did he frame it as if it was a threat? That's the part that I can't answer. Why did he frame it as if it was a threat? Or am I tripping? Would you consider somebody demanding pictures from you in that way as a threat? Comment down below. Let me know what you think. Oh my gosh, guys, I can't even lie. I thought this was the cutest thing. I really did, because it was a compliment to me, he's interested in what I have going on, my makeup, my outfits, my hair, what I'm doing. He's just overall interested. It was a nice feeling to have. So of course I happily met all of his demands. Who am I to refuse? But on the topic of demands though, it was also on this very Canada trip where he demanded, not asked, that I be his girlfriend. Hey Alphanauts, it's your girl Aphrodite here, back with another episode of the Treemonster Files. First off, I want to apologize for taking so long. I cannot believe it's been 9 days. 9 days since I last updated. There's just been a lot going on in my life that has caused serious creative burnout. But I'm back now, so without further ado, let's get into today's episode. A lot of shit happened in regard to our relationship during the Canada trip. Treemonster demanded I be his girlfriend. I fell in love. We had our first fight. It was just a lot of things going on. But let's talk about the way he asked me. Sorry, not asked, demanded me be his girlfriend. One day, my auntie says that we're going to be going out for dinner, so everybody should go ahead and freshen up and dress up nicely. And you know me, I love an opportunity to dress up, okay? So that's exactly what I did, okay? I ended up picking out 2 different outfits, but I was having a really hard time deciding between which outfit I should go with, okay? There was one option that was a little bit cute, more on the safe side, and there was also another option that was also pretty cute but a little bit more risque. I think at this time I was texting Treemonster back and forth, and he was like, why don't you call me so I can help you figure it out? So I did. I video called him, and on that video call I ended up modeling for him. I basically put on a whole mini fashion show for him, okay? Ultimately, it came down to which top looks better. The safe option was kind of like a sweater top, and the other option, the more risque one that I mentioned before, was a little bit of a light material. It was a wrap top made of a light material. Treemonster was like, baby, I think you should go for the sweater top because it's cold out there. I don't want you to get sick. He did have a point, because this was Christmas time, December in Canada, okay? And there was snow outside. So I couldn't argue with that. And that's what I ended up wearing. As we're getting off the phone, he's like, Bunny, you look beautiful and I hope you have a fun time at dinner. But if any man tries to talk to you or get your number or anything like that, you tell them that you have a boyfriend. Of course, my ears perk up when I hear him say that. I'm like, do I have a boyfriend? And he's like, yeah, me. I'm your boyfriend and you're my girlfriend. There was no questioning it. He was very assertive about it. This is what I mean when I say he demanded our relationship status. There was nothing romantic about what he said or how he said it. He didn't pose it as a question or proposition. He just kind of informed me, like a boss informing an employee about a new schedule shift. And my happy-go-lucky ass just took it because I was so excited. I was blushing so hard, smiling from ear to ear, because this was the first time anybody had ever called themselves my boyfriend. It's important to highlight this moment because it kind of demonstrated a trend of him half-assing stuff in our relationship. I didn't get the beautiful girlfriend proposal I always wanted. To his credit, at that time, I didn't tell him that's what I wanted because I just kind of assumed that I was going to happen. Even after I eventually did tell him that's what I wanted, I still didn't get it. And I never got the beautiful birthday surprises because over the 2 years that we did it on and off, we were never together on my birthday. Kind of convenient, don't you think? I mean, I did get phone calls, but I would have much rather us being together instead, you know? And don't get me started on Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day was shitty. took me a long time to admit it, but Valentine's Day was shitty. And almost everything was about his preferences. It was not fun at all. He would suffocate me with all his love and attention and then retract it in a really mean way. Being with him was like whiplash to all my senses. Okay? Being with him was like a roller coaster that never ended until I decided to jump off completely. In hindsight, I can say that there were signs, okay? There were signs all around. The thing is though, I didn't recognize signs as signs. For example, there was this thing he'd do when we were on call. He would talk to everybody, like everybody in the building, but me. But you're the one who called me. And this was something that he kept on doing, okay? At first I said nothing, then I started to speak up about it, albeit passive aggressively. And he'd laugh it off and give me some kind of half-assed apology. But it happened so much to the point where I didn't find it amusing anymore. I mean, I never really found it amusing, but I really didn't find it amusing, okay? I got really mad at him and it turned into our first fight. Okay, so I don't remember the exact situation. Like, I really don't. But I do remember that he did do that shit again, and I was furious. So I snapped at him. I said something like, I don't understand why it's so hard for you to focus your attention on me. Of course, this was not our first conversation on this topic, so to me, my fury was most definitely justified, okay? But he just didn't get it. I ended up hanging up the phone on him and just going on about my day. I want to say that this fight maybe lasted like 4 hours, probably less, which sounds crazy, but given the fact that we weren't even in the same country at the time, I feel like it's not that bad. He was texting me, trying to butter me up again, and I was ignoring his text messages. I was ignoring him because I was mad at him, but also I technically had a perfectly valid reason to be ignoring him because my cousin was doing my makeup. So it's not like I could have just texted him back easily. Like I can read the message, but I can't respond. Yeah, no, he did not like that. He did not like the fact that I was ignoring his messages. Okay, he was getting mad. Like it was like his texts were getting angrier and angrier because obviously we're using WhatsApp, so you can see when the person reads your message, and he was saying that I was reading them but not responding to him. So he got really mad at me. So then I ended up calling him to set the record straight, and I said the reason why I'm not texting you back is because I can't. My cousin's doing my makeup. Once again, partially true. Then I flipped it around and I was like, but you have no right to be mad at me because you're the one that's in the wrong, okay? You're literally the reason why we're fighting. I told you that you keep doing this thing I don't like. You say, okay, sorry, but then you do it again. I'm not asking for much. I'm just asking for you to be present with me when you're with me. Stop calling me on the phone and have me sitting here listening to you talk to your brother or whoever else is in the room. It makes me feel like you're wasting my time. He got quiet for a second, like he had really digested what I just said. And then he apologized, and he apologized to me so sincerely, I truly believed him. Another bullshit apology because this behavior continued, okay? But anyways, back to the story. He apologized so sincerely, or so it seemed to me at the time, that I believed him, okay? And he told me like how he didn't realize that how his behavior was making me feel, how he's sorry, and that he'll make sure he'll devote his attention to me from now on. When he's with me, he'll focus on me. And then he told me he loved me, and I softened up again. I found his sincerity to be charming. I thought he had such a beautiful way with words. I truly believed he had this insurmountable amount of emotional intelligence, all of which were lies because he was not who I thought he was. But of course, I didn't know that at the time. I was falling in love. I was falling in love with him for sure. But what made me really fall in love with him, like when I knew for a fact that I was in love, was when he fully expressed his love to me. It was one of our early morning conversations. I remember I was sitting on the cold bathroom floor and I was extremely nervous because I wanted to ask him about how he felt about me. Like I knew he said he loved me, but I really wanted to like fully understand what he meant by that. I don't know. It's just a very vulnerable conversation to have, and I didn't know how he was going to react. Hence the nervousness. Anyways, so I'd say something like, "Hey, Tree." I noticed lately that you've been telling me you love me, calling me your love, ending every phone call with "I love you." Do you really mean that? Also, are you sure that you're actually in love with me and that you don't just have love for me? Because those are two completely different things. Looking back, I think he was offended by my questions because his initial response was kind of defensive, but I just overlooked it because at the end of the day, I just wanted to hear the truth. He was like, "Of course I love you. What do you mean? Haven't I been treating you well? I have not given you any reason to believe otherwise. Also, you're saying having love for versus being in love. What is the difference? Aren't they the same thing?" Oh my gosh. His delivery and his tone we're giving very much red flag, because the fuck? Who the fuck are you talking to? And since when is basic kindness an indicator of true love? If I feed a stray dog on the side of the street, does that mean I'm in love with it? If I help a blind woman cross the street, does that mean I'm in love with her? If I give a homeless man money, does that mean I love the guy? Anyways, this is my response. Yes, you've been treating me well, and you technically haven't given me any reason to think that you don't love me, but one could argue that that's just basic human decency. I mean, I don't think it would work out between us if you weren't treating me well. And no, to answer your question, to love someone versus to be in love with someone is not the same thing. I could love a puppy. I could love a chicken. Okay? I could love my best friend, but that wouldn't be the same thing as being in love. That's a deeper romantic connection, but people often mistake the two. And after I explained it to him, he was like, okay, I understand where you're coming from. And yeah, of course I'm in love with you. Really? You do? How do you know? Yes, babe, what's not to love? I love who you are as a person. I love your creativity. I love your perspective. And it helps that you're beautiful. Aww. Now I'm blushing at this point. I feel all warm and fuzzy, but most of all, I feel reassured. And I just basked in that feeling for a little while. But a few minutes later, a new wave of nervousness washed over me, and I guess he sensed it through the phone. And he was like, "What's wrong now?" It's just that I'm sure you've noticed I haven't said I love you back. And it's not that I don't feel the same way, because I think I do. Sometimes I think I do, and it's on the tip of my tongue, but I just find it really hard to say the words I love you in general. And I want to be sure that what I'm feeling for you is truly love and not just infatuation before I can, be fully confident in saying it to you. And I'm scared you might resent me for not reciprocating. He's quiet for maybe 2 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. Then he says to me, "You have no reason to be afraid, because I'm not really worried that you haven't told me you love me, because deep down I know you do. I know you love me. I can feel it through your actions. And to be completely honest with you, it does bother me a little bit that you haven't said it back, because it would be nice to hear, but I also understand why you're so hesitant to say it. You want to make sure that you really mean it before you say it. I told you I loved you because I was ready. So don't feel bad, and just say it when you're ready. Take all the time you need. And when you're ready, I'll be here. Just don't leave me hanging forever." For 10 seconds, I was speechless. I didn't know what I was expecting, but I know for a fact I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that for a response. I remember feeling all warm all over, like he had just hugged me for the phone. I remember my eyes turning into swimming pools. My heart was racing excitedly. It felt like every cell in my body was vibrating to the song Happy by Pharrell Williams. I was practically oozing with serotonin. It was at this moment that I knew for a fact that I loved him. The way he listened to my concerns, the way he spoke to me gently, the beautiful way he described all his reasonings for loving me, the way he reassured me and my overactive mind. At the time, that's all I saw. That's why I fell in love with him. That's the person I fell in love with. So when he slowly started to change into a tree monster before my eyes, it didn't compute. It didn't compute that I was getting him on his best behavior in the beginning. It didn't compute. It was like he waited until after I had completely fallen in love with him to start with the bullshit, okay? I don't want to say it was intentional, but goddamn, it sure feels like it. It was just a lot, and it started off with these small, inconsequential things that later added up and just painted this really, really, really ugly picture. Fast forward to after the Canada trip, we are in January 2023, ending of January 2023. Him and I are going strong. Okay, we have gone on a couple dates after the Canada trip. I think at this point I finally, told him that I loved him, actually said the words "I love you," and that was a huge milestone in our relationship. I made him wait almost 2 months after he told me that he loved me for me to then finally tell him that I loved him. Oh my gosh, it was insane. And the way I said it too, it wasn't planned. It just kind of slipped out. I kind of accidentally blurted it out on the phone. Alright, that's enough nostalgia. I think I've given you guys more than enough background information. I told you how we met, how I ended up falling in love. Now let's dive into the real problems, okay? The real messy shit. Thanks so much for watching. Please stay tuned for episode 13. Bye. The Treemonster Files, episode 13, Valentine's from Hell. We've covered the background information. Now let's get into the motherfucking problems. The first time I broke up with Treemonster was in April 23, because remember, we were on and off for 2 years, but the first time I broke up with him was April 2023. There were several issues that led me to that point and that decision that started as early as February 2023. Now, some of those issues were small and some of them were big. I think what did tend to happen, though, was that a lot of the small issues ended up becoming bigger issues later on. I'm going to do a quick little run through of some of the small issues that were going on in our relationship before I get into what this episode is really all about. So, some of the small issues included him talking to everyone else on the phone but me. I touched on this in a previous episode, that thing that he kept doing where him and I would be on the phone together, and then instead of him just be talking to me, he would be stopping conversation with me to go talk to whoever else was with him in the room. And it's one thing for that to occur organically and naturally, right? Because somebody comes in the room, you quickly say something to them, and then you carry on with the conversation. But it was happening so much, it felt like a deliberate action, and he would go out of his way to initiate conversations with other people when I was still very much on the phone with him. You know what I'm saying? I held my tongue on this particular issue a lot more than others because it felt like such a niche thing to be upset about. So at times I would even wonder if I was justified in feeling that way. But my thing was, I already brought it to your attention that I don't like this behavior on several occasions. We fought about it, then you apologized and promised to stop doing it. Yet you're still making the deliberate choice to keep doing it. And I'm wrong for getting upset about that? Okay. Some of the other smaller issues I didn't like included him leaving me on the phone for 30 minutes or more. It was like he was leaving me on hold. Him catching an attitude with me for absolutely no reason. And I mean that shit, literally no reason. Him telling me unnecessary white lies. I would catch him in the most ridiculous lies. It's like, you didn't even have to lie about that. Well, why would I care about this? And then another thing that he did that did bother me was he would be so demanding when it came to spending quality time, right? And going on dates. Yet he never took any initiative in planning the dates. It was rare for that to happen. So rare, I could probably count on one hand how many times he actually planned a date versus me putting it together, which is a whole nother thing. One of the dates that he did technically plan was Valentine's Day, but that was horrendous. Valentine's Day 2023 was our first and last ever Valentine's Day. To be frank with you, it was a shit show. It was a shit show. And that really sucked because I had been looking forward to it. It was going to be my first Valentine's Day with a boyfriend, and I had high hopes. But let's get into all the reasons as to why that Valentine's Day was fucked. Reason number one, he picked the restaurant, but he didn't make the reservation. Guess who made the reservation? You guessed it. It was me. I will never forget. I had just gotten off the bus and I was walking up a steep hill to get to work. Then this nigga gonna call me. He called me while he was on his lunch break to ask me if I could make the dinner reservation. And I was very irritated. I cannot lie. I was very irritated because the same way you just called me to ask me if I could book the reservation, you could have easily called the restaurant and made the reservation. It don't take much. It don't take much. And to top it off, he had promised me prior, unprovoked, that he was gonna be the one to make the reservation. I didn't even ask for that shit. He said, you know what, baby, don't worry, I'm gonna book the reservation, yada, yada, yada. And you're somehow abdicating the responsibility of booking the reservation onto me. Interesting. I can't even remember what his excuse was because it was so lame. It was lame. Reason number two. He went to get his taxes filed on Valentine's Day. He did tell me ahead of time that this was going to be happening and that was the day that his dad and him had agreed to go see a professional and they had already booked the appointment, yada, yada, yada. But let's be fucking for real. Who gets their taxes filed on Valentine's Day. Taxes aren't even due until April 15th, so why the hell are you filling them out almost 2 months early? This was something I found a little bit weird but brushed to the side. When I told my mom about it, she was like, girl, that's not right. He's not placing you as a priority, da 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 da. Of course I didn't listen. I just wanted so badly for my first Valentine's Day to be beautiful at all costs. So I rationalized this by saying, if he says it's not a big deal, then it's not a big fucking deal. Was this rationale correct? No. It was fucking wrong. And that brings me to reason number three. He was about 2 hours late to our Valentine's Day. 2 hours? Girl, what? I had told my parents that he was only 30 minutes late, which they were still not happy to hear. But that was a goddamn lie. I lied because it was humiliating to admit that I had waited for this nigga for 2 whole hours. It was humiliating to be sitting there in the restaurant at our reserved table by myself for 2 whole hours just twiddling my thumbs. It was humiliating every time the server came by my table with a mask of pity on her face as she asked me if I was ready to order yet. But sweet, naive, little old me rationalized this by thinking it would be hypocritical of me for me to be mad at him for being late when I was also late, right? Background info. Despite my best efforts, Valentine's Day 2023 was a very stressful day for me because I had a lot of errands to do. I had to get my sister ready for school, then take her to school, then come back home and cook lunch for my siblings, then get myself ready and make TikToks, and then swing by Target and pick up Valentine's Day gifts that I had pre-ordered online for Treemonster, and then finally head to the restaurant. But of course, things didn't go according to plan. Cooking took a little longer than expected, so everything else got pushed back, and by the time I finished getting myself together and getting my content done, it was already 3:30 p.m. I Ubered to my local Target to pick up my order, and of course that's when my phone decided to update itself, which for whatever reason decided to take 15 minutes on that day. Then when my phone finally finished restarting and updating or whatever the fuck it was doing, I realized that I wasn't able to pick up the order at that Target. Why? Because I had scheduled it at a different location, which means I had to cancel that order and I had to search the store to find each individual item I had ordered online initially. And after all of that, my Uber left me, so I had to end up finding another Uber, which was like 15 to 20 minutes away, but that was the only option, so I had to choose it. And the Uber didn't end up arriving until 4:15 p.m. And the cherry on top of all of this was the fact that it was the first day of my period. So emotions were really, really high that day. I was practically sobbing in the back of that Uber, sobbing. So of course I do the most logical thing at that time and call up my ex-boyfriend, have to vent about how badly everything has been going and have to apologize for making him wait because I'm thinking he's already there. So he's consoling me like, baby, it's okay, relax, it's okay, calm down, everything's gonna work out, everything's fine, yada yada yada, blue blue blue, just singing all the beautiful things. But as he's consoling me, I find out that he's not even there. He's not even at the restaurant. Okay, I think he said that to make me feel better, to like basically say like, oh, you're not the only one who's late, da 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 da, so am I. But that's not what it gave. Okay, it didn't help me one bit. In fact, it just made me all the more anxious. Cause fuck you mean you're not already there? Nigga, what's your ETA? What's your ETA? What's your ETA? Cause fuck you mean you're not already there? Nigga, what's your ETA? What's your ETA? What's your ETA? Anyways, he somehow manages to get me to calm down, and then I fix my makeup in the car, and eventually I pull up to the restaurant. I arrived at the restaurant at 4:30 p.m., but the reservation was actually for 4 p.m. Luckily though, because I called ahead of time to let them know that I was going to be late, they did end up keeping our reservation, and they did end up keeping our table for us, okay? But tell me why the hostess was somebody that I went to high school with. Oh my gosh, it just added to the whole humiliation ritual. So I got there at 4:30 p.m. and Treemonster didn't end up getting there until basically 7 p.m. So for about 2 hours, I just sat there sipping on water and playing Candy Crush on my phone. And I justified his whole lateness by saying to myself that I was also late. So I can't be mad that he was late. And I also justified it by saying, you know, at least he's communicating with me. At least he's texting me about, you know, what's going on, instead of just saying nothing and just showing up extremely late. Because it doesn't matter how long it takes. All that matters is that we have a special Valentine's together, right? And here's my reason number 4. When this nigga finally shows up, he's not even dressed the part. He's not even dressed the part. When he arrived, he looked like he had just rolled out of bed. Like, I'm being so for real. His outfit literally looked like legit pajamas. Just thinking about this fills me with so much rage that I can't even fathom, because it's like, this happened 3 years ago. And it just, thinking about it makes me so upset. He was wearing this weird, faded, kind of bluish, grayish, greenish. Sorry. It had blue, gray, and green in there. But it was like flannel. It was like a flannel matching set. But then when you touch it, it was like some kind of sweatpant material. I hated this outfit so much. I hated it so much because I'm thinking to myself, I took the time to do my makeup, curl my hair, put on a short but still classy, cute pink dress for you, and you decide to show up in some fucking pajamas? For real? And it's not like he didn't know the vibes. Okay, this restaurant, yes, they're a chain restaurant, but it's still like somewhat nice. Like, it's like a nice restaurant where they have dim lighting. Okay, number 1. Number 2, I told him to dress nice. I told him that I was going to be wearing a fancy little dress and that he should wear something nice too. But no, he pulled up in some pajamas. Ugh. So then finally the waitress comes around with the menus, and she's like, okay, so what would you like to eat? Are you guys ready to order? And then he tells me, that he's not hungry. He's already eaten. What do you mean you've already eaten? You knew that you were going to come out to eat with me. Why don't you have an appetite? What do you mean you've already eaten? So, according to him, he had just come from his auntie's house where she had served him fufu, and he couldn't resist because fufu is his favorite food. I thought you said you were getting your taxes done. And he's like, oh yeah, but before we went over there, we stopped by my auntie's house and, yeah, she gave me some fufu. And out of all the updates he was giving me about his day, telling me, okay, this is happening, that's happening, giving me updates, because he couldn't have told me at some point that he was at his auntie's house. Like, I just feel like it's a detail that he intentionally left out. I was under the impression that he was doing his taxes all day. He was doing hard, grueling work, Like, I didn't even know we had time to stop at an auntie's house. Okay, no problem. Then I kind of emotionally manipulated him, and I was like, babe, you're really gonna have me eating here by myself? I waited for you and you can't even eat with me? And then, yeah, he went and he ordered some food, and then we did end up eating together. Reason number 6 was the gifts. It was the gifts. I know this is gonna sound ungrateful, but I just didn't like the way that he presented all the gifts. Like, he gave me a big ass bag, but the things inside it were so small. It's like, why'd you give me this big ass bag? You know what I'm saying? Like, it didn't equate. Like, it looked like he just threw random shit in a bag. Okay, so let me tell you what was in the bag. He had my favorite hand sanitizer, which was Black Cherry Merlot from Bath and Body Works. He got one of those small things. He got a jewelry set from Macy's, like a necklace and matching earrings. It kind of went with the bracelet that he had already given me. And then he also put a heart chocolate thing in there, like one of those heart-shaped boxes with assorted chocolates in there. And there was also this hair accessory. It was like a bobby pin with like a flower attached to it. When you hear all of that, you might be thinking, Afro, you're tripping. That sounds like a really nice Valentine's Day gift. But he had promised me unprovoked that he was gonna get me flowers, that he was literally in the store getting me flowers, but there were no flowers to be seen. It's not that I actually give a fuck about flowers, because I don't. I'm not really a flower type of girl, but he got me hyped up about something that he didn't even end up delivering. He got some random box of chocolates without bothering to find out my favorite brand. He got me some random jewelry set without thinking to personalize it to my taste. Granted, that jewelry set I did end up liking it later, but it had to grow on me. Whereas on the other hand, everything I got him was very much personalized to him and what I knew about him. And he was always trying to find new ways to enhance his smell. So I went and I got sugar scrubs from Tree Hut to help him with that. I got him a variety pack of Linden chocolate because he had said that he wanted to try it. And I also had gotten this fancy box of markers/pens because I knew he was really passionate about drawing and getting more into, drawing on paper versus drawing digitally. Do you see the difference? When you're gift shopping, nuance is important. You have to tailor those gifts to that person's personality and or their interests. Reason number 7, we ended up splitting the bill. The least that nigga could have done after showing up 2 hours late and looking like a bum was pay. But no. That's it for this episode. Thanks for watching. Mwah. Bye. The Treemonster Files, episode 15. The crack started showing. People always ask me when I should have known that my first relationship wasn't going to work. Looking back, I wish I could point to one giant red flag and say, that's when I knew. But the truth is, I don't think there was one moment. There wasn't one huge event that made me suddenly realize that our relationship was just doomed. At least not in the beginning. It was more like a bunch of little things that kept piling up until eventually they became impossible to ignore. Now, technically, the very first red flag happened before we were even a couple. Back in November 2022, this man knew it was my birthday and didn't wish me happy birthday. In fact, he didn't even talk to me at all that day. Looking back, that probably should have told me something. Then there were a few weird moments on our first date. Nothing relationship ending per se, just little things that rubbed me the wrong way. Like, for example, him leaving me alone for 40 minutes. Because this was my first relationship ever, I kept brushing things off. Every time something bothered me, I told myself I was overthinking it or being too critical. Then Valentine's Day happened. If you watched the last episode, you already know that my first and only Valentine's Day was not exactly the romantic experience I'd imagined. He showed up 2 hours late, didn't put much effort into his appearance, ate before our dinner date even though he knew that we were going out to eat. Then he didn't even pay for the date. Looking back now, it sounds so awful. But here's the thing. I didn't break up with him after Valentine's Day. In fact, I convinced myself that I was overreacting because after dinner, we ended up going to Starbucks. We sat together, we played games on his phone, spent some time just hanging out and being affectionate. At that time, I think what happened was I focused on that part of the night. I remember thinking that maybe the date hadn't been perfect, but at least we ended it on a good note. I let that positive ending overshadow how disappointed I'd actually been during the date itself. And if I'm being honest, I wasn't quite as excited about the relationship afterward. I pushed all negative thoughts to the side, decided to forgive the Treemonster's antics, and then I told myself that our next Valentine's Day would be better. Unfortunately, there was never another Valentine's Day. Things kind of started to feel off. Not in a dramatic way, at least at first. It was just a series of little behaviors, little comments, little situations that kept rubbing me the wrong way. Like there was this one time I had actually caught him in a lie. We were on the phone and he had just entered the car and his dad was in the car. I told him to tell his dad that I said hello. So he does this as I'm still on the phone with him. He's like, "Daddy, my girlfriend wants me to say hello on her behalf." And his dad's reaction was shocking. He was like, "Oh wow, how nice of her. I didn't even know you had a girlfriend. Where's she from? Oh, she's American? Where are her parents from?" I heard him say all of these things, but I remember explicitly asking Treemonster in a previous conversation if his parents knew about me, and he told me, "Oh yeah, of course they know." Clearly not. Weird stuff like this would happen. I'd notice them and then I convinced myself not to make a big deal out of it. Sometimes I bring him up and we talk about it. And if you're wondering if we talked about that little lie that he told, yeah, we did talk about it. But a lot of times I just let shit go. The weird thing about ignoring problems is that they don't actually disappear. By this point, we had already had our first argument in January. Then there was another disagreement not long after that. I can't remember if it was February or March 2023, but basically what happened was I had just gotten off of work and I was sending him a little text to let him know that I wasn't going to be able to do our little night routine because of the fact that I don't have a ride back home and I'm taking the bus. For context, I used to either get picked up by one of my parents or I would Uber home. Then I'd decompress a little bit, spend time with my family, especially my little sister, and then I'd be on the phone with him by like 8:15 p.m. until we both fell asleep. But that day was different because I was taking the bus, so it would take me longer to get home, hence pushing everything back. So I probably wouldn't be able to talk to him until an hour after we typically talk. At first, he was all sweet and understanding, but then out of nowhere, I don't know what spirit possessed him, but he got so sassy. He was like, "Of course I understand, but tell me, does that make sense? Does it make sense for me to have to wait? I can't just talk to you. I have to wait. Does that make sense?" Like he seriously caught an attitude with me. Yeah, nigga. I literally just explained it to you. I got upset and I called him immediately. And I'm gonna be honest, I kind of scolded him like a child. This is what I said. I was like, excuse me? Is it me that you were just talking to like that? Why are you talking to me like that? I explained the situation to you already, so what's the confusion? Then he quickly apologizes, but I didn't like the way he was apologizing. To me, it felt like he was trying to pacify me rather than him actually being sorry. So I told him, whatever, we'll talk when I get home. Eventually, I get home, I decompress, eat dinner, spend time with the fam, and then I called him later, like I told him I was going to. I called him at I think 9:15. Oh, and I made sure to video call him so that he could see the irritation all over my face. And I was basically like, hell no, don't talk to me like that again, especially over something so small. Then he apologizes, and we kept it pushing. At that time, I didn't think much of it because every couple argues, right? But looking back, that's a lot of conflict for a relationship that's only a few months old. The biggest issue wasn't even the arguments themselves. I feel like it was the fact that some of them never truly felt resolved. Like, for example, that behavior with him talking to everybody on the phone but me kept happening. I mean, it wasn't like an everyday thing, but it still kept happening regardless. And we'd stop talking about the problem because it just got exhausting. But, doing that wasn't fixing it. So while I thought everything was okay on the surface, we're getting along, we're laughing, we're giggling, we're being affectionate, these little frustrations were still piling up in the background. And by April 2023, every single one of those little issues I've been brushing over to the side came at me at full force, and it led to one really huge argument that brought everything to the surface. And within 48 hours, we were broken up. But that's a story for the next episode. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really, really appreciate it. Please don't forget to like, comment, and share. And I would really also appreciate it if you could follow my other social media. I have Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. And all of those things are in my bio. Mwah! Bye! What's up, Afronauts? It's your girl Aphrodite here, back with another video. I'm so sorry that I haven't posted a Treemonster file video in so long, but I had to get my Philadelphia content out of the way. Now that I'm done with that, I'm just gonna keep on dropping episodes until I finally finish this series. For reference, this is the makeup look that I'm gonna be trying to recreate today. Now let's get into it.
The Treemonster Files, Episode 16, System Failure.
We're in April 2023, and by this point, Treemonster and I have had our fair share of arguments. Most of them followed the same pattern. We'd argue, then we'd talk things out, and eventually we'd move on. But on this particular day, the argument felt different. I couldn't have told you exactly why at the time, but something about it just felt heavier. Usually when we disagreed, it felt like we were trying to understand each other better. Even if the conversation was uncomfortable, it still felt like we were working towards the same goal, This time, it felt more like a game of tug of war. Because instead of trying to meet in the middle, it felt like we were both pulling in opposite directions. The usual reassurances and resolutions weren't there. And for the first time, I found myself wondering if this was something we may never come back from. Because while I didn't know where the conversation was headed, I had a feeling that it wasn't going to go anywhere good. And within 48 hours, the relationship was over. So let's talk about it. I remember we were on a video call, and I was trying to tell Treemonster about something I was really excited and passionate about. What was I talking about? I have no idea, but I know it was me talking. So I'm talking, but I can't seem to get through 2 minutes of me talking without being interrupted by Treemonster for one reason or another. And before you ask, no, it was not on no cute shit. It was none of that, okay? It wasn't no typical interruption where, you have two people who are genuinely interested in a conversation and they naturally interrupt each other in like a playful way. No, it was nothing like that. It was the opposite of that. In fact, I would even argue that the way he was interrupting me was flat out rude and jarring. He would literally cut me off mid-sentence to go start up a conversation with whoever else was in the room. And like a loyal little puppy, I would sit and wait patiently for him to come back. And when he finally came back, instead of him apologizing, like, oh, baby, I'm sorry for cutting you off. What were you saying? No. He wouldn't do that. He would come back and then start talking to me about something else. Like, he would, take hold of the conversation. It was like he would commandeer the conversation in his favor. And on this particular day, he was doing that a lot. So naturally, I started getting really irritated with him. It got to a point where I couldn't take it anymore. And I snapped on him. I was like, why bother getting on the phone with me if you're not even going to talk on the phone with me? And immediately he was on the defensive. He was like, don't do this thing again. Don't start this again. Excuse me? Don't start what again? Don't start what again? You mean don't start bringing up the elephant in the room? Because I wouldn't have to start anything if you stopped behaving like that. But no. Behaving like what? What? We're on a phone call, yet you aren't giving me your full attention when I'm speaking to you. And you're going out of your way to strike up conversation with anybody and everybody who just so happens to be in the same vicinity as you. And it's not like this is the first time I'm bringing this issue up to you. You want to know his response?
Oh well, not everybody has a room like you. I have to share with my brother.
Okay, that's fine. But tell me, why can't you tell your brother, hey, I'm on the phone with my girlfriend, I can't talk right now? Why? Why can't you do that when I've literally overheard your brother saying those exact same words to you?
Oh, so I'm not allowed to talk to my brother anymore because I'm on the phone with you. So I'm not allowed to greet my sister when she comes back from work just because I'm on the phone with you. You'll never hear me get upset when your mom calls you or your dad or whoever calls you and you leave me alone waiting for you on the phone. You'll never hear me complain when you do that. First of all, I never said that you were not allowed to talk to anybody else when you're on the phone with me. And I never said that you weren't allowed to say hi to anybody else while you're on the phone with me. That's not what I'm saying at all. Second, what I do versus what you do are completely different because you're bringing up stuff that are out of my control. I can't control if my mom's gonna call me while we're on the phone together. That's just something that's beyond my power. But to make up for it, I do try to handle the situation with consideration to you, okay? If I think the thing that she's asking me for is gonna take like maybe 5 minutes, I'll be like, hey babe, this is only gonna take me 5 minutes, okay? So just wait for me, I'll be right back, okay? And if I think it's gonna take longer, like 10 minutes and above, I'm like, hey, if this takes me longer than 10 minutes, it's okay, just go ahead and hang up and I'll call you back. Don't I do that? Don't I do that for you? But the funny thing is, that rarely ever happens on my end. On the other hand, it's like you're going out of your way to initiate all these side conversations with everybody who just so happens to be in the same location as you. That's very much in your control, and you do it so often that it's becoming excessive. Don't you think that if you reduce the amount of times you did that while you're on the phone with me, there will be a more positive outcome? It's like you never listen to me. Oh my gosh, you never listen to me. You're always doing this shit. Oh, so you're saying I never listen to you? That I'm always giving you problems? That I'm never paying you any attention? The way I had to restrain myself from saying yes, pretty much, like the way I had to restrain myself needs to be studied. You know what I did instead of what I wanted to do? I apologized. Gosh, I should not have apologized for this, but I apologized. I was like, okay, I'm sorry. That was an incorrect choice of words. It's not that you never listen to me. It's that you often don't listen to me. And it's not that you're always focusing your attention elsewhere. It's that you're often focusing your attention elsewhere. And then I took a deep breath to calm myself down because I was seeing that he was starting to get really agitated. Like, remember, this was a video call and I could see all of this happening in real time. In the sweetest voice I could muster, I say, baby, I don't want to fight. I love you. Okay? I love you. I just need you to understand how your actions affect me. I'm really tired of... He cut me off, said whatever, and hung up. This motherfucker had the audacity to hang up on me mid-sentence. And that was crazy work, considering that it was him who came up with the rule that we were not allowed to hang up on the phone with each other without saying I love you. Like, we always had to end a phone call saying I love you. He made that rule. Ooh, when I tell you I was immediately filled with so much rage, I'm not kidding. I wanted to crash the fuck out. And technically I did, you know. I was like throwing cheap stuff in my room. Obviously I can't throw expensive stuff because they'd be expensive, they cost money. So I was throwing like cheap things. I was screaming into my pillows. But I did show some restraint, you know. I didn't show Treemonster any of that anger. It took a lot of restraint on my part because a big part of me wanted to call him back and curse him out. I didn't call him back. I decided I wasn't going to speak to him for the rest of that evening, and I went to bed angry. The next morning, I woke up to his phone call, and I was still mad at him, so I was fully expecting an apology for the way that he spoke to me last night and the rude way he hung up the phone on me. Did that apology end up coming? No, it never did. In fact, he was acting as if last night never happened. That's it for episode 16 of the Treemonster Files. This is the final makeup look. Do we like it? Do we like it? Did I do the inspo justice? Let me know what you think in the comments. If you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to like, comment, and share. And follow me if you're not already doing so. Please follow me. I need all the followers I can get. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next episode. Mwah. Bye. The next morning, I woke up to his phone call, and I was still mad at him, so I was fully expecting an apology for the way that he spoke to me last night and the rude way he hung up the phone on me. Did that apology end up coming? No, it never did. In fact, he was acting as if last night never happened.
The Treemonster Files, episode 17, Empty Promises.
The first thing he says to me is, "Good morning, sweetheart." I responded, "Good morning, Treemonster." No nicknames, no cute shit, just his name, plain and simple. "You okay?" he asks. Nigga, what do you think? You honestly think that after last night, I would be okay right now? You must be out of your rabbit ass mind, is what I wish I would have said. But what I actually said was, yeah, I'm fine. He sighs as if out of relief and says, okay, I'm about to go to church. Then after church, I'm gonna come back home and get ready to go on our date. Are we still on for this afternoon? Yep, we're still on for this afternoon. Okay, I'll call you when I come back from church. I love you. Reluctantly, I reciprocated the I love you, and then we hung up. Now you may be thinking, why not just confront him over the phone? Why reciprocate the I love you? Why give in so easily? The truth is, while I was still very much upset, number one, I didn't want to fight. Number two, I loved him and I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. And number three, I figured since I was going to be seeing him later on that day, we would have plenty of time to hash things out and make up with each other. I think I was just looking forward to finally getting to see and touch him after so long. My family had just gotten back from a spring break trip to Ocean City a few weeks prior. And then after that, because of our work schedules, we hadn't been able to find time for each other, at least not in the physical sense. So when you put it all in perspective, I think it had probably been well over a month since the last time we saw each other in the flesh. We had decided in advance that our next date was going to be a library date. Specifically, we were going to be going to Germantown Library. Some hours flew by after that morning call, and I think he had texted me while he was at church that service probably wouldn't be over until like 1 p.m. He did mention that while they were on their way to church, his dad had talked about possibly going to DC. But he told me that he had already told his dad that he had somewhere to be and that I shouldn't worry. He'll see me soon. Naturally, I trusted him. I believed him. I should have never did that. I think I got that text around 11 a.m. or so. Then a couple more hours passed by and I go on about my day. And around 1:30 p.m. is when I started to get ready for the date. I showered, I slathered my body in lotion and perfume, and I think I had already finished doing my hair. My outfit was laid out on the bed. I was getting ready. I was in the middle of my makeup, but I was mid powdering my face when a thought came to me and I said, maybe I should text Treemonster to see his status, like, is he ready? Is he almost ready? Let me just find out. Let me just find out what the situation is. Now it's like 2:15 p.m. at this point. Mind you, he had told me that church should be done by 1 p.m. So I was kind of expecting him to pretty much already be done getting ready because he doesn't have to do nearly as much when it comes to getting ready that I do, right? I mean, he doesn't have to put on makeup or curl his hair or do any of that. So I text him. I'm like, are you done getting ready? Tell me why. Tell me why. This man gonna text me, actually, I'm in DC right now. I beg your pardon? Huh? Now I'm confused because if you know you're supposed to be meeting up with me in less than an hour in Germantown, what the fuck are you doing in DC? That's a 45-minute drive with no traffic. I call him immediately. I get that text because what's going on?
Hello?
Did I read that right? Did you just really tell me that you're in DC?
Yeah, we're in DC.
What are you doing there? I thought you said that your dad was just talking about it, not actually planning on going there.
I don't know, babe. He just decided to go here. After church, I thought we were gonna go home. I had no idea what was going on until we got here.
How did you not know? How did you not know? Even if you don't know landmarks, you should have at least been able to recognize the difference in the drive. Because I'm pretty damn sure that from your church, DC is a lot further away than your house.
I don't know, babe.
Also, didn't you tell me that you already told your dad that you had somewhere to be at 3 p.m.? What happened to that?
I mean, I said it, but then he said that it could be rescheduled. But don't worry, we'll still be able to go out on our date in time.
How? Treemonster, it's already almost 2:30 p.m. and we're supposed to meet up at 3. There's no way you're gonna be back from DC in that time.
I'm sorry.
Look, babe, I gotta go. We'll talk later. The only reason I let him off the hook in that moment and allowed him to hang up is because I heard his parents calling him in the background, okay? He was on a family outing with his parents and his siblings. What was I supposed to do? Hold him hostage? So I said, okay, fine, no problem. We hang up the phone. But immediately after that phone call, I sent him a mean text. I said, just so you know, you're not off the hook. Not even close. I am beyond livid because you allowed me to take the time and effort to get ready for a date that wasn't even gonna happen. I don't understand this at all. I don't understand you at all. I expect you to call me back ASAP.
The Treemonster Files, episode 18. I love you. Goodbye.
He texts me back.
Okay.
I will. And that's the end of our conversation. I put my phone in my pocket, finished my makeup, and fixed my curls. My mom calls me from downstairs to ask me if I'm ready for her to drop me off at the library. I come down the stairs and tell her, no, it's over. It's canceled. Not going. Because apparently Treemonster is in DC. I tell her everything. I vent to her. She shakes her head. I go back upstairs. My dad comes up the stairs not too long after. And I relate to him everything that I just said to her. He tells me I might want to reevaluate this relationship. I sigh. A deep dramatic sigh because I don't want to have to reevaluate anything. It should have all been so simple, but yet it was so complicated. My phone is still in my pocket and it hasn't rung. An hour passes. I go out with my mom to go get ice cream. We're sitting in the drive-thru at the last window waiting for our ice cream. My phone rings. I pull it out quickly, expecting that it's him. But it isn't him. It's my cousin. The instant disappointment I feel is palpable. After that brief phone call, I put my phone back into my pocket. We get home, put the ice cream in the freezer, heat up dinner, and indulge. Another hour passes, and another hour passes. My phone is still in my pocket, silent as ever. My rage has now turned to irritation. I sit on the couch and start binge watching Korean dramas with my mom. My phone is still in my pocket, but it hasn't rung. I pull it out to check to see if maybe some text messages will come across the screen, but the screen remains clear. Not a text message in sight. Another hour passes, and what was once irritation has now transformed into impatience. I contemplated texting him first. I really did think about it. Should I text him first? Should I call him first? Like, what's going on? Why hasn't he reached out to me? But my pride wouldn't allow me to do so. Another hour passes, and now I'm antsy. At this point, I'm checking my phone every 5 minutes, and as much as I hate to admit it, that's all I can think about. I'm not even focused on the K-dramas that are playing before my eyes. The show is playing, but in my mind, I'm thinking, is my phone gonna ring now? Is my phone gonna ring now? Am I gonna get a text message now? Is it gonna call me now? My mom asks me, why do you keep checking your phone? He's not gonna reach out. But why not? What do you mean, why not? He's out with his family, and you're just not a priority to him. Huh? How is this even a matter of priorities? I don't think it takes much just to make a quick call and reassure your girlfriend. If it was me, I would have done that. I would have just excused myself to the bathroom and gave him a quick call. Then she says, but that's you. Because he's a priority to you. But what are you expecting from him? Every word she says, it feels like another weight being added to my chest. Because deep down, I knew there was truth to it. All of her words were confirming what I was already feeling, but trying so desperately to ignore. And the next thing I knew, it was like a balloon that kept swelling and swelling and swelling until it erupted. Until I erupted. I expect him to do what he said he was gonna do. My rage, my irritation, my impatience, and antsiness, all of those negative emotions transformed into one thing: utter defeat. And that defeat was soul-crushing. That defeat was gut-wrenching. That defeat was impossibly unpleasant. It was such an overwhelmingly heavy sadness because I knew I couldn't do this anymore. I couldn't keep accepting being treated like this. His indifference to my grievances was indefensible. Looking back now, I think that was the first time I felt utterly humiliated by him and his behavior. I cried that night because of him for the first time. I decided to go to bed earlier. By 9 p.m. I was done. I left my phone downstairs, partially because I didn't want to keep obsessing over his bullshit, and partially because deep down I knew he was going to try some buzzer beater shit. Like, my intuition was telling me that he was probably going to do some last minute stuff and, call me at the, 11:59 or something like that, and act like he fulfilled his promise. I left my phone downstairs and went to sleep upstairs. My pillows were soaked, but I knew what I had to do. And that next morning I woke up extremely early, prepared for business. Real shit, I think I woke up at 6 a.m. I worked out and then spent the rest of my morning weighing the pros and cons about Treemonster. The cons were outstanding in comparison to the pros, and even some of the pros started turning into cons. I'd once thought that conflict resolution was one of his strengths, but he recently displayed to me that that wasn't the case, because rather than address the issue, the fight that we had 2 nights ago, he didn't even acknowledge it. And rather than immediately owning up to the situation, he avoided it until the very last second. I had stopped feeling special and appreciated in his eyes, but what really convinced me that I needed to break up with him was when I finally checked my phone and saw that he didn't call me until 10:17 the night before. Then after that phone call, he sent me this half-hearted text basically saying that after he got back from DC, he was so exhausted that he had to take a nap. And that's why it took him so long to call me back. And then he did try a couple more times to call me after that text. Obviously, I didn't reply to all of this because I was sleeping. But when I saw it, I wasn't moved by any of it. It didn't feel genuine. It felt like he was just doing it for the optics, How the fuck you gonna call someone back at 10:17 p.m. when you agreed to call them back ASAP at 2:30 p.m.? Where in the definition of ASAP, as soon as possible, should 8 hours ever be allowed to elapse? And if that wasn't enough, you have the audacity to take a nap? All that communicated to me is that you can sleep peacefully knowing that your girlfriend is mad at you. Like, you go to sleep well at night. You sleep like a baby knowing that your girlfriend is in distress. 3 hours after I woke up, I get a phone call from Treemonster. Because I was in the middle of a TikTok, I didn't answer his call. I just sent him a message saying that I'd call him back. And that TikTok was important because even though I didn't explicitly state it in the caption, it was evidence of our breakup. Like a warrior preparing for battle, I did my hair and my makeup to prepare to break up with this boy. It was a perfect way for me to calm my nerves and practice in my head what I was gonna say. And then when I was finished and satisfied at 10:15 a.m., I called him back on video call. He answers on the first ring, he says good morning, and I say it back. And then for what feels like forever, nobody says a word. It's just silence. We aren't even in the same room, but there's so much tension hanging in the air between us. My face is calm, but on the inside, I'm a ball of nerves. And once I get my heart to finally behave, I spoke. I think we should break up. I paused to see his reaction, but it looked like what I said didn't register, so I repeated myself more confidently this time. I think we should break up. I pause again, and I see the realization hit his face. I will never forget the wounded expression he had. As if confused, he asked, "Because of yesterday? Because of yesterday?" Yes, but it's more than that now. It's about the fact that you didn't tell me what was going on yesterday. I had to be the one to text you to find out that you were in DC. You weren't forthcoming at all. It's the fact that I texted you around 2:30 p.m. to tell you that I was very upset about the situation and that I needed you to call me back ASAP. And you agreed, but you didn't end up calling me back until 8 hours later. You didn't end up calling me back until 10:17 p.m. Last time I checked, 8 hours doesn't fit the definition of ASAP. My phone died. Okay, and there was nowhere for you to charge your phone? There was, but my sister was using the only charger we had. All of your explanations just sound like excuses to me because there's no way she was using the charger the whole time. But let's put that to the side. What about the fact that we fought 2 nights ago and you rudely hung up the phone on me, but yesterday morning when you called me, you didn't even apologize. In fact, you didn't even address it at all. I had been willing to let all of that slide because I figured we'd talk about it on our date. But since that never happened, I can't overlook it now. Then I started to cry and I said, "You don't respect me."
I do respect you.
Are you sure? Are you sure you respect me? Because if you respected me, you would respect my feelings, even if you don't understand them. You would make a point to understand, or at least listen, rather than dismiss them. If you respect me, you would respect my boundaries, and you would have never waited until freaking 10:17 p.m. to call me. Especially when you know I don't pick up the phone after 9:45 p.m. Because at the time, my mom had a rule about accepting late phone calls. It was one thing if we were on the call past 9:45, but the initial phone call had to be made prior to 9:45. No exceptions unless he had a good reason and he told me ahead of time. Anyways, you'll be on the phone with me and you keep on doing this thing where you expect me to sit there and wait while you talk to everybody else but me. It makes me feel like I'm constantly fighting for your attention when, if we're on a phone call, I shouldn't have to fight for your attention. And if you truly respected me, you would respect my time. Yesterday was the perfect example of how I've been feeling in this relationship lately. I can't do this anymore. You're hurting me. What I was trying to tell him is that it wasn't about the date. That date fiasco was just the final straw. It confirmed everything that I had been feeling for weeks. Every time I felt unimportant. Every time I felt like my feelings came second. Every time I found myself making excuses for him and hoping that the next time it would be different. That incident just proved I wasn't imagining it.
So that's it? It's goodbye forever?
His voice cracked when he said this, and I saw some tears fall from his eyes. He was crying, and it broke my heart a bit more to see that. I don't know. Maybe we just need a break from each other for a little while. But I think this breakup is necessary. Okay. I think I've said everything I needed to say. Do you have any last words before I hang up?
No. Just that I respect your decision and I love you.
I love you too. Goodbye. I love you too. Goodbye. I wish I could tell you that that was the last time I ever spoke to him. That after we had exchanged our final I love you, we hung up, went our separate ways, and that was the end of our story. But I'd be lying. Because if there's one thing you'll learn about me throughout this series, it's that I wasn't very good at letting go. And unfortunately, neither was he. 1 whole week went by and I quickly realized that I wasn't just grieving the relationship. I was grieving the routine we'd built together. For months, he was the first voice I heard every morning, and the last voice I heard every evening. All of that had become my normal. So when those calls stopped, the silence felt deafening. I'd catch myself reaching for my phone out of habit, only to remember that there wasn't going to be a good morning text waiting for me. There wasn't going to be a nightly phone call. There wasn't going to be him. But as quiet as my days suddenly became, my mind was anything but. Every quiet moment belonged to him. I wondered what he was doing, how he was feeling, if he was hurting the way I was. I kept replaying our breakup phone call over and over in my mind. His pained expression, the tears falling silently, the way his voice cracked. It's forever etched in my memory at this point. I used to fantasize about him trying to win me back with some grandiose gesture, just like in the movies. I even wore the charm bracelet he bought me every single day. My every thought was consumed by him. It was very intense. The only time my mind stopped replaying the breakup was when my family deliberately kept me busy. Looking back, I think they knew exactly what they were doing, especially my mom. Anyways, after that week passed, I got a text message from Treemonster. No, I didn't block him. I didn't have the strength to. Don't judge me, we've all been there. It was a very long text message. I wish I still had it. I wish I remembered it word for word. But basically, he started off the message saying that he understood the reason why I felt the need to call off the relationship, and that he's sorry, and that he misses me. But then somewhere in the middle, that message got lost, and it was almost like he was trying to argue with me. He began to justify his actions and all of his reasonings and excuses, saying that he really was going to text me to let me know that he was in DC, and that his phone really did die, and blah, 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 blah. Then at the end of his message, his tone softened again, and he asked me how long the break between us would be, because he couldn't wait forever. After reading that text message, I felt very conflicted, because one part of me sympathized with him. It seemed like he was really going through it without me. Then the other part of me was upset because of how he was still trying to justify his behavior with bullshit excuses. Because every excuse he gave me, I could think of an easy solution that would not have resulted in all of the unfortunate events that transpired as a result of him. Another thing about his message that upset me was the part where he said he wouldn't wait forever. Brace yourselves, because this may sound corny or delusional or like a direct result of brainwashing from the media. But at the time, this was my outlook. I wanted him to say that he would wait however long I needed. I wanted him to be willing to wait for me forever, if forever is what it took. Is that philosophy corny as hell? Definitely. Is it slightly egotistical? Probably. Is this a product of overconsumption of the Hallmark Channel? Most likely. But that's how I felt. Another big part of me was afraid that he would leave me completely if I took too long. Yes, I was the one who initiated the breakup, but I did that to grab his attention. I did that to shock his senses. But deep down, I still really wanted to be with him. To me, this wasn't how our story was supposed to end. In my delusional mind, we were supposed to break up after the 1 year mark, when we finally realized that we both want two completely different things out of life, and then split up amicably, then keep in touch, here and there over the years. Oh my goodness, my imagination was rampant. But that's what I really thought. That's what I craved. Anyway, so yeah, after reading that text message from Treemonster, there was only one logical thing left for me to do. Tell my mommy. Yup, I told my mommy. And I showed her the whole text message so I could get her insight on his psyche and what I should do. And I vented to her a little bit about my feelings after reading his text message. I said, he said he loved me, so why isn't he fighting to get me back? I'm not done with him yet. I want him to come back to his senses so we can get back together. You know her response? She said, you need to get off your high horse. It's ego, Afro. His ego is probably hurt because you broke up with him, and he's saying all of this to get you to chase him. And I personally don't think that you should get back with him, because I feel like the moment he gets a chance, he's gonna try and get revenge on you somehow. Man, ain't nobody trying to hear all that. I remember thinking to myself, what is this lady talking about? She didn't see him cry the way I saw him cry. There's no way he would try to hurt me. Like, the thought of him actually trying to hurt me worse didn't even enter my consciousness. Mommy, come on. You gotta help me come up with something better than that. I don't want to let him go. I'm not done with him yet. Okay, fine. If you insist on going down this route, you need to make sure he feels it. He needs to feel the pain of the breakup. So tell him that you need at least 1 month before you can think of getting back together. Now, this was a plan I could get behind, so that's exactly what I did.
So when I finally responded to Treemonster, I basically said that he was the reason why we broke up. I mean, if he handled the whole DC situation better, we wouldn't be here now. If he had behaved better, if he had, gone about things in a better way, we wouldn't be here now. And he needed to take ownership of that. Then I told him that we needed at least 1 month apart from each other in order to reflect on the relationship before we could even consider getting back together. Before I could even consider getting back together. Especially after everything that had happened up until this point. Reluctantly, he ended up agreeing to this plan. So from April to June, we did not speak to each other at all. I think to be more specific, it was actually April 22nd, 2023. So from April 23rd, 2023 till June 1st, there was nothing going on. It was radio silence between us. So in total, about 1 month and 1 week. No phone calls, texts, voice notes, and definitely no in-person meetups either. I'm not gonna lie, it was really, really hard for me in that official first week of no contact. I was in tears practically every single day, just because of how much I really wanted to be with him. And there were several times where I almost broke the no contact rule. Young, dumb, and in love. Anyways, I somehow managed to get through that first week, and when the second week wrapped around, something clicked for me. I think I realized that there was no need for me to be so overwhelmingly sad when I knew the end of this awkward period in our relationship was gonna be over soon. The finish line was in my line of sight, and I also realized that we were going to the beat of my drum. I was setting the terms and end conditions. And just like that, I was in a much better mental and emotional state. I still thought about Treemonster often, but instead of intense sadness, I was more feeling intense excitement. I think I was actually so excited to the point where I was counting down the days until June 1st. And if I thought I was excited, tell me why Treemonster was 10 times more excited than I was. The first thing in the morning on June 1st, 2023, this man gonna text me, "Happy June 1st, baby, we made it." I remember laughing to myself and hearting his message, and a second later, this man was calling me. Now, to be honest with you, I don't remember the content of that phone call. It was just a very brief phone call. But we did have another phone call later on that evening, and that's where shit gets interesting. So in our phone call later on that evening, I basically stated the new terms of our relationship. I told him that we were not together at this point and that we were just friends. I put him in the friend zone. I told him if he wanted to be boyfriend and girlfriend, he was going to have to propose. What do you mean he had to propose? Like, what are you talking about? Boyfriend, girlfriend proposal, not a marriage proposal, okay? Calm down. It was something that guys were doing as a way to formalize the question of asking a lady that they had been seeing or courting or dating, whatever you want to call it, to officially be their girlfriend. I don't know if girlfriend proposals are as popular now as they were back then, because I remember my feed was like swarming with all of these videos of these men putting beautiful proposals together and just going through such wonderful efforts for their girlfriends. Some men would put together elaborate scavenger hunts, others would decorate hotel rooms. Like it was just fun to see. So I convinced myself that that was what was going to get us on the right track, that I needed a girlfriend proposal in order for our relationship to now become legitimate. That once Treemonster did this for me, you know, it would be the perfect way to silence everybody. Silence all the naysayers. All of the naysayers. Silence everybody telling me I should give up on him. To me, the perfect girlfriend proposal was what I needed to prove that this relationship was worth investing in, and ultimately that Treemonster was worthy of my love. Being worthy of your love. What are you talking about? Okay, hold on. I know it sounds weird to say, but it's more of like my way of proving why I loved him so much, you know, to people who were on the outside looking in. I considered it as tangible proof as to why I found him so special. Real shit, I just wanted bragging rights. So I told him this is what it would take to win me back, but I'm not gonna micromanage the process. I'm not gonna, you know, tell you every step of the way of what to do, how to do it, yada yada yada. All of that is up to your discretion. All of that is up to you and your creativity. The who, what, where, when, why, how is completely up to you. But just know that until you do this, things between you and me are not going to. They're not gonna get back to the way they used to be. If you catch my drift, like we're not gonna be a couple until then. So right now you're in the friend zone, and I don't call my friends every day, so there will be everyday conversations. And I would also expect that you don't call my phone every day as well. I told him all of this, okay? And you may be thinking, Afro, you're psycho. Why would you say all of that? The funny thing is, he agreed to it. He agreed. He said he would gladly take up the challenge and that he's willing to do what it took to get me back. Now, do you think we were ever truly just friends? Do you think Treemonster ever really abided by my rules? The answer is hell to the motherfucking no. Afronauts. I created these imaginary boundaries between us, you know, the whole friend zone nonsense, thinking that it would be easy to uphold. But it was so difficult. It was so difficult because I cared too much and my feelings were already involved. Because tell me why, 2 minutes after the boundaries have already been established, after I've already put him in the friend zone, he's testing me. He's looking at me all sweetly. He's calling me all these cute nicknames, baby, sweetie, honey, like everything. Even after I would explicitly tell him just to call me by my name. You guys, one moment that sticks out to me is this is the same phone call where I've established the boundaries, put in the friend zone, yada yada yada. He looks at me and he like stares at me for a second and he's like, and I'm like, what? And he's like, did you get a new bra? Huh? He's like, you heard me. Did you get a new bra? Because it looks good on you. My honest reaction, yeah. Oh my gosh, so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing because he had me in the palm of his hand, and at the time I was flustered, obviously. But what I'm realizing now is like, I should have been offended. Well, maybe not offended, but I should have been a certain degree of upset because I just set boundaries. You said you understood them, and here you are disrespecting them blatantly, because you know how I feel about you. And I think that's like another common theme. Like I should have broke up with his ass then, but obviously the wheels weren't turning like that. And you guys, it's not like I didn't try to, you know, enforce these boundaries. I did try a little bit. I tried. Okay, there would be times where he would call me. Call me. And I think for every 3 times or maybe every 4 times he called me, I would only pick up 1. If that makes any sense. So he'd call me 1, I don't respond. Call me 2, I don't respond. Call me 3, I don't respond. 4, I respond. And it's not like it was back to back. It was like, you know, hours in between, because I was trying to enforce that boundary. Like no, we can't be talking as much as we did when we were a couple, because we're not a couple right now. But it was very difficult for me, and he was very persistent. Even my mom was asking like, yo, why is he calling me? I'm like, I don't know. He's just him. He's just Treemonster. What? I don't know. A week flies by, still in the friendship zone. Why? He hasn't done a girlfriend proposal. Another week flies by, still in the friendship zone. Why? He hasn't done a girlfriend proposal. I'm thinking to myself, what's the holdup? Because if it was me, if I was put in that hot seat, I would have been proposed. I would have been proposed by that in the same week when the boundaries were established. I would have done it. But this nigga was dragging his feet. Very lazy. And to be quite frank with you,
I was incredibly anxious about this. I couldn't wrap my mind around what was the holdup. Why was he dragging his feet during this process? It should be so simple. I'm not even asking for a lot. In fact, I left the description up to him. He could have made it as elaborate or as simple, but it just had to be something that was beautiful and special. That's it. That was my only requirements. Because I didn't want to seem like a nag, I didn't ask him much about it. I think I maybe only asked for like one update, and his answer was wishy-washy. So I guess in a way of like self-soothing or whatever you want to call it, I can't speak. I decided to focus my attention elsewhere. Instead of focusing on what he's not doing, I'll focus on just assuming that he will do it. And after he does it, then what? What am I gonna do? Because I also felt like I wanted to do something special. I don't know, I really wanted a reason for us to bond and celebrate and just, have a good time together. I really wanted the ultimate epic date. I wanted a date that would top all the other dates that we've ever had. So I got to plotting and scheming. I started looking up stuff like fun things for couples to do or adventurous things that couples can do. Mind you, I'm doing all of this before he's even proposed. For whatever reason, I really wanted to create this picturesque moment. And I think that's the issue with overconsumption of romance and media, because it kind of skews how you think and makes you want to emulate that in your real life, all those grandiose stuff in your real life. After all of my extensive research, I realized that I've never been to a concert. Treemonster has never been to a concert. What better way to commemorate our relationship by experiencing a new first together? Our music taste didn't really overlap. Like, there was very few opportunities where our music taste overlapped. And one genre where it did overlap a little bit was Afrobeats. And we both happened to really, really love Rema. So I thought to myself, oh my gosh, is Rema gonna be in the DMV? And in 2023, he was on tour. He was on the Raven Roses tour. So I started looking at the tour dates. There's nothing for DC. There's nothing for Maryland. Or if there was, it already passed and I was disappointed. But then I did see Philadelphia. I was like, okay, wait, Philadelphia is just a 3-hour trip. They say go big or go home, so I figured, why not go big? Why not go bigger? Next thing I know, I'm planning a trip to Philadelphia. I'm trying to see how we can get there. I'm trying to see like buses, like mega bus, how much is it gonna cost? How can we make this work? How can we do this for under like $500 or less? We go to Philadelphia on this day and then see the concert on this day and then do some sightseeing on this day, then come back home on that same day. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Thinking about experiences we could do, different activities we can do. I'm thinking about excursions. I'm thinking about hotel. On the topic of hotels, I figured that this would be the perfect time for us to consummate our relationship, because we had never done the deed. We had never done the thing. We had never gone all the way. And not only would it be our first time as a couple, it would be my first time, period. I was ready to lose my virginity. I had already figured out the bus tickets, the concert tickets, and the only thing I hadn't thought about yet was the hotel. The way that I was making all of these plans on the assumption that he would honor his side of the bargain, which was to do the girlfriend proposal, is wild. Like, what the heck? See, I got way too ahead of myself. Like, I don't know why I went so far to do all of that research. It was supposed to be something that was like a hypothetical, and then it kind of spiraled into something else.
The Treemonster Files, Episode 21, A Dream Deferred.
Yes, I was illogical. Yes, I was a little delusional. And yes, I was getting way too ahead of myself. Now that we've stated the obvious facts, let's get back into the story. The very first person I told about the Philadelphia trip was Treemonster. His initial reaction was kind of mixed. There was some excitement on his face, but there was also confusion, apprehension, and hesitation. Of course, naturally, I asked him what's wrong. Is he not excited about the idea? Does he not like the idea? And then he told me that he was worried that he wasn't going to be able to do this because of money issues and the fact that he had rent coming up and that he wasn't going to be paid until the following week. And he was telling me that while all my plans sounded amazing, they also sounded incredibly expensive. Then I took it upon myself to ease his worries by telling him that, if we plan accordingly, we can do everything at a reasonable price, and he doesn't have to worry about, doing things alone. We can split the costs of pretty much everything, and it will ultimately be more affordable for us this way. Then after hearing all of that, he became more relaxed and ultimately more happy and excited about the trip, and we proceeded to have several different conversations about this trip. Conversations about which buses that we were going to choose, where we were going to sit, how much it's going to cost, and we started booking things. I think I had already ordered the concert tickets prior to my conversation with Treemonster, so that was already knocked out of the park, and I considered that a gift because that was something I really wanted to do, so I didn't expect him to split the cost on that with. And then ultimately I was the one who booked the bus tickets because we were going to be riding the megabus from Maryland to Philadelphia, so I was the one who built it, and then he ended up paying me later. And I know you're probably thinking, Afro, that sounds really, really stupid. Why the heck would you go ahead and buy the tickets not knowing if he was going to pay you his share? This is one instance where I did feel like I was kind of smart about it because I had talked to my auntie about it
she's like, I had basically been telling my auntie about like this whole process, leaving basically no details out. And she was the one who advised me to, make sure that when we discussed him, paying me back, it was written down. So we had that conversation over text. So I had like record of that conversation. And then basically she had advised me that if he doesn't, honor his deal of the bargain, then I could just go ahead and have a backup plan of going with a friend instead of him. At this point, I had not yet included my parents in this process, so it was literally just me, Treemonster, and my aunt. Not that Treemonster was involved with my conversations with my aunt. I would have several conversations with Treemonster and then several conversations with my aunt. I made sure to take some advice from my aunt because she has been to a lot of different concerts in her lifetime, and I just wanted her expertise on the situation. Eventually, I did kind of ease my parents into the process. By easing my parents, I mean literally just soft launching the idea to my mom, casually bringing it up to see what she would think. And she was not really for the idea. She didn't like the idea of me being alone with this guy because she felt like she didn't know him well enough to trust me or to trust him with me, all of that stuff. And I kind of understood that. So I later on had a conversation with my aunt about it, and then she suggested that maybe instead of just making this a quote-unquote couples trip, I could make it more of a group trip. I invite some of my friends, he invites some of his friends, so that the likelihood of my parents disapproving would be substantially less. And I liked that idea. So I did call up one of my friends. We're gonna call her Opal. Her name is not actually Opal, but it's fitting because her name is also a gemstone, just not Opal. Anyways, so I invited my friend Opal, and then I told Treemonster to invite one of his friends, and we could do a situation where we have 2 separate rooms, boys in one room, girls in one room, and that'll be that. Ultimately, I had convinced Opal to go on the trip, and Treemonster had convinced one of his friends, but then later on down the line, more conversations were had, and this friend was no longer able to go, so it would have been me, Treemonster, and Opal on this trip. And I thought that would still be better than it just being me and him, at least optics-wise. I had several conversations with my aunt about this whole Philadelphia trip thing, and she would ask me, when are you going to tell your parents? When are you going to tell your parents? And my idea to her was okay, auntie, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put together a PowerPoint presentation with all the logistics and everything in there that they could possibly need. Because another thing that I remember about when I had soft launched the idea to my mom, she had asked me all these questions I didn't have the answers to, what hotel you're going to be in? How long is the trip going to be? What is the cost of X, Y, and Z? She was asking me a lot of questions that I didn't have the answers to, and that made me feel less confident in the situation. So I was you know what? Let me fill out a presentation with all of those details to decrease worries when I want to present this idea officially to both my parents. Eventually, presentation day comes around. My aunt was aware of it. Treemonster was aware of it. My aunt was giving me confidence. Treemonster gave me a healthy ounce of nervousness because in his mind, he didn't really think it was going to go well. My aunt was you'll be fine. It'll be good. It'll be great. And yeah, so I was confident and also slightly nervous. Anyways, so I had the presentation on my computer, and then there were some technical difficulties at the start of me trying to connect the presentation to the TV screen. Then ultimately I was able to do it. And then I started presenting the whole idea, the whole shebang, the trip to Philadelphia, the hotel, how long the trip would be, how we'll be getting there, how we'll be getting back, what we'll be doing while we're there, and ultimately who I would be going with. But the reaction I got was not what I expected. Immediately I finished, my dad was you better not come back to this house pregnant, and then went on to basically lecture me about everything. You're only 19 years old. You've never been so far away from home. You've never been so far away from your support system. You don't know what the crime rates are like in Philadelphia. You don't know how the Philadelphia Police Department operates. Philadelphia is 3 whole hours away. If anything happens to you, we won't be able to get there in a decent amount of time. It looks like you're using this whole Philadelphia trip as an excuse to have sex, when if you really wanted to have sex, you could have done it in any hotel in Maryland. You don't have to go all the way to Philadelphia to do that. Which, by the way, why do you even want to have sex in the first place? Don't you know that has real life serious implications? And why not just wait till marriage? Blah, 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 blah. Is it that you don't care about your virginity? Is it that something that you just want to get out of the way and get it over with? Are you sure that he's not pressuring you? Even though you say that it was your idea, he could very well be pressuring you and manipulating you without you realizing it. Why are you even doing all of this for somebody you're not technically even with anymore? I was stunned, to say the least, and not in a pleasant way. I don't know what I was expecting from my parents, but I was not expecting that, It was not a conversation that was being had. It was a lot of sarcasm, mockery, lecturing, berating. It was a lot. One thing I remember vividly is my dad telling me that if it moves like a dog, walks like a dog, talks like a dog, it's a dog. And so my genuine response was, okay, so then in this situation, what would be the dog? And the way he looked at me was as if I had offended his his entire family bloodline. And then he turns to my mom and is like, you see this naivete? To this day, I still don't understand what the dog is. Excuse me for not understanding when you just threw a million different points at me and then ended the conversation with an analogy, and now I'm trying to figure out which of those points I'm supposed to apply to the analogy. My bad for not understanding. Couldn't help but feel bothered and confused and just overall upset with the situation, because my parents raised me in this bubble, shielding me from the evils of the world essentially, and then turned around and were upset at me for not being hyper aware of said evils that I was shielded from in the first place. I don't think that situation was my parents' finest moment, emphasis on my dad, and I think that's what ended up being one of the catalysts in which I started to grow resentment towards him, which is a whole nother story. But all of that to the side, at the time I was still able to recognize that they did bring up some points that I hadn't necessarily thought about, and I started to doubt myself, doubt this trip, doubt everything that I had thought. After that unpleasant encounter with my parents, I kept repeating it over and over in my mind, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt ready to just let the whole idea die. The more I thought about it, the more I felt ready to just let the whole idea die. So yeah, obviously that night I was going through a lot of mixed emotions. I was feeling confused, sad, disappointed, humiliated, frustrated. I could not for the life of me stop replaying my parents' words in my head, to the point where it was giving very much paranoia. What if my stuff gets stolen? What if there's a medical emergency? What if I become the victim of a violent crime? Or my worst fear, what if Treemonster is not the stand-up guy that I thought he was, and he decides to force himself on me because I changed my mind? With all of these negative thoughts running through my head, I seriously considered just canceling everything and letting the whole Philadelphia trip die. I was overthinking to the point where I literally could not sleep. So to kind of combat that, I had called my brother to come and sleep in bed with me, kind of like as a grounding technique to help quiet my mind. And it did help for a little bit. But not too long after that, my dad actually came to my room to check on me and see where my mind was at. And I don't remember my exact response, but I remember telling him something along the lines of how I was doubting everything and how I was feeling kind of dumb because you and mommy did bring up some good points that I hadn't necessarily thought of beforehand. And then my dad was basically like, there's no need for you to beat yourself up about this. Nothing is set in stone. You can still go back and get your money back for some of the things that you've already purchased. He did say more because my dad can talk, but that was the gist of what he was saying. And my only response was, okay. I think the following day, I told Treemonster about how the conversation went down, and when I told him about my parents' reaction, he was not shocked at all. He was basically like, yeah, I kind of figured that would happen. It was low-key giving he knew my family better than I did. But in my head, I was still trying to work out scenarios to make it work because I really didn't want to cancel this trip, you know? I had spent all this time putting it together, preparing, thinking about it. I really didn't want to let it go. I even considered including my brother on the trip just so that I could get the parents' approval once and for all, because my dad did mention that he would have felt better if I had been going on this trip with my brother instead of him, my ex. But yeah, when I talked to my brother about it, he declined. He was not into the idea at all. Like an answer to my prayers, my aunt actually called me a few days later to basically ask for an update because she knew about presentation day, but I never updated her aunts to what the reaction was and what happened afterward. And then I confided in her and I told her about my newfound worries if I was to actually continue to go through with the trip. Surprisingly, my aunt actually spoke life into me and actually kind of persuaded me into still continuing to go on the trip regardless. She actually said one thing that stuck out to me that I still remember to this day. She said, you cannot live your life based off of what ifs, because then you're not really living. If that isn't a word, I don't know what is. Then she actually told me about a similar situation when she was 18 and she wanted to go on a trip to Georgia for a concert with her friends, just like me. But of course, my dad was not happy with it. He did not approve of it. She still went anyways, and then she turned out fine. So she basically used herself as an example to show that my dad's just overprotective and I'll be fine. And to be honest, you guys, that was all I really needed to hear to put me back in that positive space. Thank goodness I had not canceled anything. All that was left to do was book the hotels and have my friend Zell me her share later. A couple more days go by and this is where shit really hits the fan. And it all started with eyelashes. I think it occurred on the Saturday of that same week where I had the presentation day. I remember this so vividly. One day I was in my room, I think I was doing filming TikToks or something, sitting at my desk, and my mom notices a new fresh pack of eyelashes, and it was like a big pack that she had never seen. And then she asked me, she was like, where did you get these eyelashes from? I was like, oh, I ordered it off of Temu.
Then she proceeded to ask me more probing questions about it, like how much the lashes cost. I think I told her it was like $6. And she's like, oh, okay, so then what else did you buy? Because doesn't Temu have a $10 minimum? And then I pulled out the other thing I bought. Now, it wasn't anything crazy. I just pulled it out of my closet. It was a robe. It was just black robe, like a cheap black satin robe. Instantly, her face changes, and immediately I know where the conversation goes. And she's like, wait. Are you still planning on going on that trip to Philadelphia? And I was like, yeah. She said, huh? Come again? You're still planning on going? And I was like, yeah. She's like, I thought your daddy said that you're not going to be going on that trip anymore. I said, I don't know why he said that, because I never said that I was canceling anything. Which is true. I never said that. Like, I get where he may have got the idea, but it never came out of my mouth that I was not going on the trip. I didn't say that part to her, but I'm telling you guys, it never came out of my mouth that I was not going on that trip. I never said that. I never said those words. Because at the end of the day, I still wanted to go, but I was just doubting everything. The difference between doubting and actually, deciding not to go through with it, Needless to say, she was upset about it, and she did not talk to me. She just went downstairs to go and report me to my dad. I didn't really care at that time. I really didn't care. I went about my day, minded my business, drank my water, had breakfast. Then I went to watch TV. I was watching this show, like this fashion show that was new at the time. I forget what the show is called, but I do remember that the main character was a gay man who was trying to find his footing in the fashion world and also navigating his very complicated and tumultuous love life. Now, I would say this show was not wild, in the sense that they weren't doing anything too crazy. It was mostly PG-13 because there wasn't language issues, there wasn't, nudity, but it did have some suggestive scenes, nothing graphic, but a little suggestive. And of course, I'm watching the show in broad daylight, in the middle of the day, in the living room, in the common space. So I'm also cautious, like I'm skipping through certain things so I don't have to get in trouble. And then the moment I think I'm in the clear, that's when my mom decides to pop up and come upstairs. I promise you, it was nothing insane. Okay, the scene that was on the screen at the time was the main character in the bed with his lover next to him, but they were clothed and they were just engaging in pillow talk, innocent pillow talk. But yeah, of course, in true African mom fashion, she comes up the stairs at that moment, sees what's going on the TV, and she's like, change it right now. No questions asked. I changed it to something else. Then she walks up to me and she's like, I want his phone number. I'm like, She's like, yeah, I want Treemonster's phone number. And I'm like, why? And she's like, what do you mean, why? If you're going to be going on this trip, if you insist on going on this trip, I'm going to need his phone number, his parents' phone number for emergency purposes. And I'm like, oh, okay, for emergency purposes. She's like, yeah, emergency purposes. So my trusting self says, okay. And I start giving her the phone number. I say, 800-247-8910. I just made that number. I'm thinking she's saving the number. No. She's dialing the number. And then she presses call. And I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, I'm just remembering there's one crucial detail I forgot to add to the story. So that same morning when my mom was questioning me about the items I was buying and asking me if I was still going to be going on the trip, she also told me that she wanted Treemonster's phone number, his parents' phone number, given to her by the end of the day, that day. And I said, okay. I had no issues with it because I figured I would be able to wait until after Treemonster had gotten off of work to then ask him in a way that I know that he would be willing to give it to me and then pass it on to my mom.
The Treemonster Files, episode 23. I should have known, part 2.
Of course, that's not what ended up happening. My mom just had to go off script and decide to demand that I give her the phone number, give her Treemonster's phone number, not even all the phone numbers that she asked for, but Treemonster's phone number specifically, in the middle of the day. Not even the end of the day, middle of the day. Just on a whim. And I think that's part of the reason why I hesitated when she initially asked me, because I'm like confused, like, huh? I thought we already discussed that I was going to be getting this for you later anyway, so what's the rush? Anyways, fast forward. Yeah, she calls him, and I'm praying that he's still at work, that he won't pick up the phone. I'm praying that he won't pick up the phone, because I know the type of person that Treemonster is. He's the kind of person who will pick up any phone call. It doesn't matter. He picks up the phone. I was really hoping he wouldn't pick up the phone so I could be spared this embarrassment. And of course, just my luck, he had just gotten off of work. So he answered the phone. He's like, hello? And then my mom's like, is this Treemonster? And he's like, oh, yeah? And then she's like, this is Aphrodite's mom. Treemonster's like, oh, hello, madam, good afternoon. Before Treemonster can even finish his sentence, my mom's cutting him off and she's like, so you say you wanted to have sex with my daughter, huh? I can't even let lie to you guys, after that, I didn't hear nothing else. I know they kept talking for a little bit, but I wanted to sink into the earth. I just left. I left the room and I went upstairs to my room. Like, I was so embarrassed, but even more so angry. Just anger, just pumping through my body. The way I loathed my mother in that moment needs to be studied. I was ready to cut ties with her. I couldn't stand her. I couldn't stand the sight of her. Oh my gosh. Because why would you ask a question like that? Why would you go out of your way to embarrass me like that? Mind you, this was her first ever conversation with Treemonster. The first time you speak to him, you're interrogating him. And the first question you ask him, aside from, oh, is this Treemonster? Is, so you said you wanted to have sex with my daughter. What the fuck, man? Ooh, I need to cool down because I'm getting hot reliving all of this. Maybe 5 minutes go by. I'm still in full rage. 5 minutes go by. My mom's up the stairs. She's in my room now. And I'm like, Mommy, respectfully, please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. But did she listen to me? No. She's like, no, we're going to talk about this now. We're going to talk about this now. And I'm like, okay, fine. Let's talk about the fact that you said you wanted those phone numbers by the end of the day. So why did you later on switch up and decide in the middle of the day to start asking for phone numbers? She's like, yes, I did. Yes, I did. I changed my mind. I changed my mind because you pissed me off this morning. And then you pissed me off again when I came up the stairs and I saw you watching that show. You pissed me off. She's talking and I'm looking at her like this. I'm like, okay. And she's like, frankly, I don't even understand why you're even upset. I don't even understand why you're even upset. And I'm like, I'm upset because you embarrassed me. You embarrassed me. And she's like, don't you dare raise your voice at me. I did what I had to do to protect you. Then I started laughing, hysterically, maniacally. Like, I was laughing so hard to the point where tears were coming out of my eyes. Like protecting me. You were protecting me. You were protecting me. Yo, I was psychotic. I never seen myself like that. Then my mom was like, I did what I had to do to protect you from yourself. It's my job as your mom. She was talking, but I'm gonna be honest, nothing that she was saying was entering my ears because all that I could hear in my mind was, you've ruined my life. You ruined my life. You ruined my life. That was the only thought that was replaying in my head. So everything she said, to this day, I couldn't tell you what the rest of what she said was. I was so angry. Finally, she's done, and then she leaves to go downstairs to do something. And I'm starting to type up a long, apology message to Treemonster telling him, yo, I'm so sorry. I didn't know my mom was gonna call you. I didn't know, I'm really, really sorry. Before I can finish editing the message, before I can hit send, I'm being called. I'm being called by my dad now. I'm like, oh, great. Now I'm gonna get lectured times 2. And it was a really uncomfortable conversation. I was crying, I was upset, I was angry. Then, things kind of calmed down in between, and my mom told me that, she was coming from an emotional place. She was just really upset, and that's the best way that she thought to handle the situation. And I remember just feeling like, why is all of this happening? Why is everybody doing all of these things? Yes, I know you guys were not happy about the trip, but then to act like this in response to finding out that the trip is still happening, I never even said that I was calling it off. And I figured you guys would be happy if I included a friend. I included somebody else. So it's not just me and Treemonster alone. I was really sad. I was really distraught. I was really frustrated. I remember saying that if this is the reaction I'm going to get because I simply stated that I was interested in having sex, maybe I should just take that off the table. Maybe I don't want to have sex anymore. This is the result. Side note, guys, I wasn't the one who brought up sex. It was my dad. I was asked a direct question. And I decided to tell the truth rather than lie. And I got crucified for it. Anyway, so yeah, I was like, if this is what I'm getting because I stated that I wanted to have sex, then maybe I don't want to do it anymore. Maybe I'm no longer interested because I don't like all of this. Then all of a sudden my dad changes his tune and he's like, Afro, if you're gonna have sex, you're gonna have sex. I can't stop you. It's like, okay. So then what was all the hoopla for? That's me in the present tense talking. In the past tense, I was just like, I was just boo-hooing, crying. You guys, that whole lecture took an additional 3 hours. So that's an additional 3 hours between the time that my mom called Treemonster and I fought with my mom and all of that. 3 hours later was I finally then released and I went to my room to be alone. I get to my room and then I decide to start throwing myself in assignments because I did have some assignments that I was falling behind in, so I started to work on that. But then, about an hour in, I realized, oh, I haven't checked my phone. Let me go back and see if I actually sent that text message. I go back into WhatsApp and then I see 2 missed calls. I see this long text message from Treemonster, and as you can probably guess, it was not a nice message. I don't remember the exact words, but To summarize, he was basically like, what the fuck just happened? Why the fuck wouldn't you tell me that your mom was gonna call me? How could you allow me to be ambushed like that? Da, 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 da. You know what, matter of fact, cancel everything. I don't want to go on the Philadelphia trip anymore. I don't want to do anything. Send me my refunds. I don't want to do this. I can't do this. Blah, 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 blah. Like, you could tell the text message, like when he wrote the text message, he was very angry. And as I'm reading this, I feel the shiver down my spine. I get this pit in my stomach. My throat gets all choked up. Like, I am emotional. Like, I'm upset. I'm so sad. Like, at this point, I'm filled with utter despair. I quickly text him like, no, wait, don't cancel anything. Hold on, let's talk about this. I didn't know that my mom was gonna do that. Please listen to me. I called him, he didn't respond. I called him again, he didn't respond. I called him again, I didn't respond. Sending text message after text message after text message. Like, I'm not in my right frame of mind. I am very, 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 very emotional. Very, 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 like, just, I hate to say this word, but desperate to grab his attention and, you know, make sure that he has this conversation with me, because I need him to understand that I didn't do this. This wasn't my intention. I had no idea that things were going to go down the way that they were going to go down. But he did not care. He ignored every single call. In fact, at some point, he started actually declining the call. I'm in tears, but I'm trying to keep it contained. I'm thinking to myself, okay, maybe I'll just go sleep it off. But of course, my mom strolls into my room at the most inopportune time, and she sees me still crying, and she's like, what's wrong? I don't know if it's just me, but sometimes when I hear what's wrong while I'm in the midst of going through something, it amplifies the feelings even more. So like, she's saying, what's wrong? And I can't even get the words out. And I'm getting more and more emotional. And now I'm crying, and I'm crying harder, and I'm crying harder. And now I'm shaking. And then it becomes a full-on meltdown. And to be honest, the least person I want to talk to right now is my mom, because I'm feeling like, you caused this. You're the reason why this is happening right now. Get away from me, respectfully. Now, of course, while I feel this way, I don't vocalize it, because I'm going through a full-on meltdown at this point. Treemonster Files, episode 24, Emotional Whirlwind. When I say meltdown, I'm not kidding. I'm being so deadass, like literally a meltdown. In fact, Alexa, give me your third definition of a meltdown.
From Tumblr.com. A meltdown is a period of explosive anger /sadness /rage /fear which may manifest itself through screaming, crying, yelling, and can occasionally include violent outbursts.
You heard all of that? That was me. Minus the violence though. One thing I can say, I was not giving violent. I wasn't beating anybody up. No. But I was like face palming myself. Well, like not like, you know, aggressively hitting myself, but I was like this the whole time. And I was like, ah! And I'm just like, no, don't say I told you so. Don't say I told you so. That's like basically the only thing I was saying. Repeat. I know that sounds funny, but it really wasn't funny. It was actually not funny at all. I didn't know what it was at the time. My brother had thought it was a panic attack. I had considered it a panic attack. I didn't know what it was, but it's the first time I had ever felt such emotions in such an intense way. My dad was yelling at me like, you need to calm down. What's going on? Are you hurt somewhere? Do we need to call the cops? Do we need to call 911? And my mom was telling my dad that he needs to stop because he's not helping. And then she comes to me and then she starts hugging me and like holding me. Like it was like a firm hug, but you know, not suffocating hug. And she was like, are you beautiful? Aren't you beautiful? And I'm like, what? I know that. I really know that. She's like, answer the question. And I'm like, yes. She's like, okay, he's not the only boy on this earth. He's not the only one. You can find another one. And I was still like, I couldn't breathe. I think it was low-key a combination of a couple things. Like, yes, it was a meltdown, but maybe I was having a bit of an asthma attack at the same time, which would be a first for me because I don't think my asthma has ever been triggered by my emotions. So it was very strange. I could not breathe properly. I could not breathe properly. And then my mom was just like, basically like holding me and she's like, okay, stop talking, just breathe, and that's what we were doing for a good 30 minutes. Breathing exercises. Eventually, I did calm down. And the worst part is the mortification after it was finished. I was incredibly embarrassed. I didn't know what to say, how to move forward. I was just like, because everybody saw it. My mom saw it. My dad saw it. My sister, my brother, everybody was there. There was no hiding all of this. Like part of me low-key wishes I had like a more quieter reaction, but then maybe that wouldn't have been the truth, you know. Maybe I would have been like a form of suppression. I really don't know, but I just know that it was just not fun coming out.
And then after all of the emotions died down, I guess as a way to get back to some sort of normal, my mom suggested that we all go downstairs and watch TV. And truthfully, I did not want to go and watch TV. I just wanted to stay in my room and, sulk under my blanket and scroll my phone. But considering everything that happened, that was not in the cards. That was not even an option anymore. So yeah, we went downstairs, we were watching show, and we were watching Equalizer. You know that show with Queen Latifah and all them other people? At some point during the viewing of the show, I snuck away to use the bathroom, but what I really did is sneak away to go to my room so I could look for my phone, so I could check to see if Treemonster had decided to respond after the multitude of messages and phone calls that I left behind. I wanted to see if he cared. But when I get to my room, my phone isn't there. My phone is missing. I'm looking high, low. Where's my phone? I know I left it here on this corner of my bed, but it's not there. Then I snuck back downstairs and we watched a couple more episodes of The Equalizer. But in the middle of all of that, a phone rings. And I kid you not, I knew it was my phone based off the ringtone because I was the only one in the house that had that specific ringtone. But I'm hearing it ringing. It's coming from my dad's pocket. I'm like, ah, shit. My dad done took my phone. So he takes it, he picks up the phone, and he says hello, and he leaves. Like, he literally leaves the house. He goes out the front door. I look, and I'm just like, damn. What is he about to say? Is he about to air all my dirty laundry? Like, I don't need Treemonster knowing about all of this. That's not his business.
I didn't end up learning the contents of that conversation with my dad until much later.
Anyways, we finished watching the show and then we're all going to bed. Before I go to bed, my dad pulls me aside and he's like, basically I should not be looking for my phone because he has my phone. He's gonna keep it for that evening and that I'll get it back tomorrow, and that I shouldn't bother trying to reach out to Treemonster or send him any emails. I just need to, get in a better mind space and go to sleep. Basically, he's telling me, go rest. You need to rest. And I'm like, all right, enough said. And I go to bed. But do I go to bed though? No. It's not like I didn't try. I tried, but your girl couldn't sleep. Your girl couldn't sleep. I don't know if other people are like this, but when my emotions are out of whack, I cannot sleep. I literally cannot sleep. So what did I do with that allotted time instead of sleep? I spent that entire night working on assignments, late assignments, somewhat missing assignments that I knew I could still get a grade for. Mind you, I was in college, okay? I was in college, so I was doing what I had to do. And I don't know, I just became so productive that night. I think I completed 10 to 15 assignments in that one sitting, just because I was really trying to busy my mind. And it ended up working out in my favor because I ended up passing that class with flying colors. But that's another story. Anyways, I was working till the crack of dawn, and my mom comes into my room at 7 a.m. and she's like, oh, you woke up early? And I was like, oh no, I didn't sleep. And then she looks at me closer and she's like, your eyes are red. You need to sleep. You need to sleep. We need you to be okay. And I was just like, okay, but let me finish this. She's like, no, you've been working on this all night. You've been working on assignments all night. So no, you need to go to sleep right now. And I was just like, okay. But mama knows best. And sleep is exactly what I needed. So when I got to that bed, I was gone. Okay, not immediately. It took a little bit of time. I want to say maybe 10 minutes. And then I was out. I was out until the afternoon. When I finally did wake up, I was well rested, but completely engulfed in this devastating despair. It was horrible. Oh my gosh. It was not good. I didn't want to come downstairs. I didn't want anybody to see me. But after some coaxing from my mom, I did end up going downstairs because she was like, you need to eat. You need to come downstairs and eat. I come downstairs. There's fried chicken and all these nice things on the table. I didn't really have much appetite, so I just settled for some potato wedges and, I don't know, maybe a biscuit or two. Then after my mom sees my plate, she's like, oh, you're not going to eat chicken? I'm like, nah, I don't feel like eating chicken right now. And then she's like, you sure you don't want to eat chicken? I'm like, no, I don't want to. The way everybody was looking at me was crazy. Because I'm somebody who loves chicken. loves chicken with a passion that I've written songs about it. So for me to not want to eat chicken on that day, I must have been really going through it. And I was. I doubled down and I hold firm because I didn't want to eat the chicken. I was just like, I just don't want to eat chicken. And I say this as there are tears filling up in my eyes and I'm trying desperately not to cry. But it's just I don't even want to be around people right now. I don't want to be engaging. I don't want to be asked questions. I just want to be left alone. Can we stop pressing me about the fact that I don't want to eat chicken? Please. That is what was going through my mind at that moment. But I guess my response activated something in my dad to make him feel compelled to preach to me and tell me that, oh, I need to stop doing all these things. I need to calm down. I can't spend my life moping around about a boy, blah, 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 blah. He went on and on and on for about 20 minutes. And I didn't really say anything in response. I was just like, okay. I wanted the whole thing to be done because nothing he was saying was penetrating.
was penetrating. It wasn't coming through. Why? Because I'm still in a very emotional place. This may be a hot take, but I personally do not think that you can meet raw emotion with logic. When somebody is clearly still in the thick of their emotions, there is no logic to be had. Because ain't nobody trying to hear all that preaching. Nobody's trying to hear all of that. It's like, can I breathe for a second? It's within the same 24 hours that this incident happened, and you're doing all this. Why? Let me live. Give me a second. Let me process. But it was giving like, if it wasn't on his timeline, if it wasn't on my parents' timeline, it was a problem. So because of that, more resentment towards my dad started to grow. And this is not me trying to blame my dad or blame my parents for the situation and how things ended up unfolding, or blame them for how I chose to react afterwards. This is not me saying that. I'm just saying cause and effect. So I think sometimes it's okay to let people process things the way they process things instead of trying to expedite the process. Anyways, let's get back into the story. After that sermon that my dad gave me, I waited a couple of hours to ask for my phone back, because I didn't want to deal with it. So I waited a couple of hours to ask for my phone back. And when I did ask for my phone back, I got another sermon. So it was inevitable. It really was. Anyways, I get my phone back, and as soon as I'm out of his sight and I'm in my room, in the privacy of my room, I'm like, okay, I need to see that he said something meaningful. I need to see that he cared. You know what this man said to me? After the stream of messages that I sent him, after all the pleas that I sent him, he gonna say, okay, I'm up now. And then he called me one time, and I think that one time is when my dad picked up the phone. Seeing that message really did hurt my feelings. Like, no tea, no shade, it did bug me a lot. Because is that 4-word response really all you have to say? Like, is that all I'm worth to you? You only call one time, you see all of my messages, and that's the amount of effort that you're willing to put in? Are you kidding me? Because not only was that response lazy as hell, he was also gaslighting me. Because why are we gonna sit and pretend like you were not actively declining my calls? You were actively declining my calls. So you're trying to frame it as if you were asleep when you were actively declining my call. Even if we were to say that he was telling the truth and he really was asleep the entire time I was going through that emotional ordeal, you mean to tell me, once again, that you are perfectly okay sleeping peacefully at night knowing that your girlfriend is going through an emotional ordeal? Miss me with that bullshit, because it doesn't take much to put together that obviously I did not send my mom on you to interrogate you like that. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? You don't think there was some kind of conflict on the other end? Like, let's actually use our common sense here. The Treemonster Files, episode 25, Emotional Whirlwind, part 2. Buckle up, because this is the episode where we're going to start including receipts. Time and setting check, we are still on the day after the meltdown. And to be specific, this was June 25th, 2023. I had gotten my phone back and I saw Treemonster's lazy ass message, okay, I'm up now, and his measly one little phone call. You guys, when I saw that message, I was so hurt and I was so upset. I was enraged, actually. Like, I went from like feeling really, really hurt, really, really sad. Yes, I felt all those things. Then it transformed into just rage. Like, I was just so mad at him. I told my mom and my brother, like, can you believe what this guy said to me? Can you believe what this guy said to me? They're like, yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm saying, how dare he? How dare he not even give it a second thought, not even put in the effort to say anything more than, okay, I'm up now. Like, I am going on a full-on rant. And as I'm actively ranting about him, it was like, I said his name 3 times like Voldemort and he appeared. Well, he didn't appear in the flesh, but all of a sudden my phone started ringing. And guess who the fuck it was? Treemonster. I see the call log. I show my mom. I show my brother. I'm like, the nerve of this. Do I pick up the phone? Hell no. And I start telling my mom, like, I'm so done. I'm so done with him. And my mom's like, careful, don't say anything you don't mean. In that moment, I did mean it, but she was right. I shouldn't have said those words because ultimately, I did end up going back to him after this. But anyways, at that moment, no. I was like, everything about him repulsed me. I wanted nothing to do with him. I couldn't stand him. I didn't want to have a conversation with him because just as he could ignore me, I could ignore him. It's funny how the moment I stopped chasing him, he couldn't stop chasing me. Like, this nigga was calling me every 15 minutes. And I would just let the phone ring, let the phone ring, let the phone ring. I didn't even bother declining it. I just let the phone ring. By the 3rd call, I had put my phone down on the coffee table. By the 6th call, I put my phone on silent. By the 9th call, shit wasn't funny anymore. It was not funny anymore. It was actually really irritating because I was watching a show and he was interrupting. My mom and my brother were like, at this point, you should just block him. Yeah, just block him. You said you're done with him, so block him. I hesitated when I heard them say block him. Something about it just didn't feel right. Instead of blocking him, I went ahead and I actually shut my phone off. I was like, I'll do it this later. Then I went to go watch TV in my mom's room. 45 minutes later, my mom is right there in the room with me. She shows me something on her phone. She's like, have you seen this? You need to see this.
she shows me this long message that Treemonster wrote to me in my DMs. Now, one thing about me and my mom, we actually share my TikTok account. So like she's logged in on her phone and I'm logged in on my phone. So she can see like basically everything that I can see. Needless to say, my flappers were gasted. Like, so because I'm ignoring your phone calls, now you're DMing me on TikTok? And the ironic thing about his message is he opens up with saying, I didn't want to do this on your public platform. Yet you're doing this on my public platform. You're choosing to DM me through my TikTok. Okay. I don't know why, but that just irritated me. That irritated me so bad. Yes, I read his message, but it didn't move me. I blocked him so fast. I saw that, I was like, that's nice. Blocked. Blocking him on WhatsApp was easy because I didn't have to do it. My dad already did it for me. But, you know, because I was petty, I went and I put unblock and then I blocked him again. Now, the thing that was difficult for me was like blocking his number altogether. Like this one felt permanent. It really did. So I kind of drug my feet on that for a little bit. Around like, I want to say maybe 6 p.m. Maybe a little bit earlier than that. I don't remember the exact time. I just know it was in the evening. And my mom brings my phone to me and she's like, you have to do this. Turn the phone on. And I was like, do I have to? She's like, you have to. So I'm like, okay. I turn the phone on. It restarts. Does everything it's supposed to do. And tell me why immediately my phone's back on. I'm getting bombarded with calls all over again. I'm like, okay, yeah, I can't do this. I can't get with this. And I blocked his phone number. Looking back, I was not ready to block Treemonster. I was not ready in the slightest. But I tried to force myself to be ready. Although my mom was right in front of me. So that definitely added another layer of pressure to the situation. I really wish that I had been more honest with myself and recognized that I was not ready for this to be completely over. Because I feel like that is what contributed to this whole on again, off again dynamic of our relationship. Us breaking up for a few months, getting back together, breaking up for a few months, getting back together. It was all because I was trying to force myself to let go because deep down I knew this person wasn't for me, but I don't know. I wasn't ready to accept that fully, if that makes any sense. Like, I couldn't fully accept that this is it. I knew deep down that this was not my husband, but I just thought, you know, he would be, this is gonna sound so messed up, but I thought he would be a great starter. You know? Like somebody I could tell the grandkids about. Obviously, that was not the case. Anyway, so yeah, back to the story. I had blocked him on TikTok, blocked him on WhatsApp, and blocked his phone number. I'm thinking I'm good, right? I'm thinking I'm good. Everything's good and dandy. Wrong. It's a little later now. I want to say maybe 9 or 10 p.m. I have been checking through my emails to verify that I did receive proof that I submitted my assignment. Because the way it works is you complete an assignment, then you submit it, and then it gets sent to your email that blah 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 assignment was submitted, and that's like basically your proof that you did submit an assignment just in case anything goes wrong. Instead of the verification of submission that I was looking for, tell me why at the very top of my inbox I see an email from Treemonster, and the title of that email is "I'm deeply sorry for yesterday" in all caps. I remember thinking to myself, damn, this nigga is persistent. Jeez. But his persistence was something that I grew to despise later on. Obviously, I opened up the email and read the contents because I couldn't quiet my curiosity. This is what it looked like. You're free to pause and read it on your own, but because it's not that long, I'm going to also read it out loud. Obviously, personal information and actual names will be redacted. He said, "Hey Aphrodite, I know from the title it sounds like what do I have to say? And I just want to say I'm deeply sorry for not texting or responding back. I was so mad yesterday, and when I woke up, I did call, but someone else picked up. I thought maybe your parents wanted you to call me. I spoke to your dad. Shortly after that, I joined a prayer meeting from church and decided to call at 9. But I assume I've been blocked, and none of my car." I'm just reading bar for bar what is written there. I think he was trying to say that he tried to call after he called my dad, but he's assuming he's been blocked because none of his calls are coming through. So can we talk things out so I can hear your side of the story? Which I should have done yesterday, but my anger got the best of me. Wow. Reading that 3 years later is crazy. Because I thought that this was peak romance. Well, I didn't think that exactly, but the way I see it now is completely different from how I saw it then. Because number one, so many grammatical errors. Like, I can't unsee them. Like, there's just too many. It's so many grammatical errors. Number two, he didn't sign it at the end. Like, he didn't sign, you know, from Treemonster or Love Treemonster. None of that. Which is just basic penmanship, which I don't understand why he didn't do that. Number three, apparently he got help writing this from his sister. And I just highly doubt that if she saw how everything was written, that she would have allowed him to send it like this, because it's one too many grammatical errors. And if I didn't have If I didn't have the skill of context clues, I wouldn't have understood a good portion of what he was trying to say. I was initially unsure if I wanted to respond. I wrestled with it back and forth for a couple hours. Then I gave in because there were some things I wanted to get off my chest that I felt like he needed to know. Like I had so much to say. This was my response. Feel free to pause and read. This was my response. Treemonster. Honestly, after the events of yesterday, you don't even deserve a response from me. The only reason I'm doing this is because a big part of me is still in love with you. I'm sure you feel a little bad about what happened yesterday, but I promise you, no matter how shitty you feel right now, it couldn't possibly amount to how I felt yesterday, how I feel right now as I'm typing this, and how I will probably feel for the foreseeable future. My mom calling you was surprising, shocking, and embarrassing for me, but that did not give you license to respond the way you chose to respond. I did nothing wrong, but instead of having a conversation with me, you decided to jump to conclusions, blame me, and then ignore me. You ignored me when I did nothing wrong. And let me save you the mental gymnastics of trying to compare what happened yesterday to what happened when we broke up. While there were elements outside of your control, there were so many things that you could have done better. You could have had an honest conversation with me about everything. You could have called me within a reasonable time frame instead of blowing up my phone late at night when you know my parents' rules. And overall, you could have tried harder. Also, I don't know if you remember, but we had fought the day before the incident and you didn't even address it when you spoke to me that morning. Now when it's my turn, I do everything in my power to try to talk to you and tell you the situation within a reasonable time frame. You decide to completely disregard me as if what I have to say means nothing. To put things into perspective and help you understand the consequences of your actions, or rather inactions yesterday, I'm going to share something incredibly personal. After the plethora of calls and text messages I left you, I had a panic attack yesterday. I had a panic attack so violent, I scared the shit out of my family and my father almost called an ambulance. Since we started talking again and embarking on this journey to get back together, I've had to endure the judgmental stares from my dad, the okays we all know it's really not okay from my mom, the roasts from my brother. The only person who has been my cheerleader lately is my 4-year-old sister, and let's be honest, what does she even know about love? Do you have any idea how isolating it's been? But I've been enduring it all because I was so sure that I could prove them wrong, that you could prove them wrong, and together we could prove them wrong. But to my heart-shattering disappointment, yesterday, all you did was prove them right. I really needed you by my side, but you were nowhere to be found, and you made it so intentionally. I realized that I probably love you more than you love me because I literally have been choosing you over my family, whereas you couldn't even be bothered to tell your parents about the trip we've been planning. I bet they don't even know about our breakup, or us talking again, or this whole situation that went down. Last time, I chose you over my family, but I won't be doing that again. This time I'm choosing my family. This time I'm choosing me. I have to block you for my own sanity. I have to delete your number so that I won't keep rereading old messages and romanticizing what we had. And even though I really want to hear the sound of your voice again, I won't be picking up your phone calls anymore because I promised myself I wasn't going to. This is goodbye for me. It really sucks that our second time around didn't get to reach its full potential. I had so many hopes and wishes. I was aching to call you Treemonster Sweetie again. Guys, if you couldn't tell, I'm using Treemonster as a filler for his actual name. The Treemonster Sweetie sounds so funny. Oh my god. I was excited for the day I could proudly and openly say I love you again. I was prepared to give you a gift that I've been keeping for you since my trip to Ocean City back in April. I was eager to see what your girlfriend proposal would look like, but I guess I won't ever get to see that. Well, never say never. Who knows if we'll meet again years from now and try to take another stab at it. But right now, this just isn't working. I love you, Treemonster Sweetie, but I guess love isn't enough. Aphrodite. Talk about dramatic. All I can say is I meant every single word I said at that time, right? But within a matter of weeks, be at max a month, I was back in this man's arms. Yes, I was. Yes, I was. And I'm ashamed to say it. I'm ashamed to admit it, but that's the truth. I said all of this, all of the dramatics, all the theatrics, and I still went back to him. And you know, the funny thing is, funny thing is, he didn't even read this message until I told him about it. He sent me an email and he didn't go back and check his email to see that I had sent him an email. Which I'm now thinking might have been a lie, but perhaps it wasn't. Maybe it got buried. I guess I'll never know. Treemonster Files, episode 26. Not sure what I'm going to call this episode, but I'll figure that out when I post it. We're going to fast forward a little bit in the story because I feel like there's a lot of unnecessary information that I'm leaving in between the parts. So we finished off with the meltdown day, finished off with the messages that were sent back and forth, the email messages. He sent me one, I sent him one. He didn't end up reading it until later, which I will get into shortly. And yeah, so we're going to fast forward to the Philadelphia trip. Fast forward to the Philadelphia trip, I did not end up going with Treemonster anymore. We were no longer on good terms. We were broken up. There was nothing to say. I just went by myself. Well, I wouldn't say by myself. I did have my friend come with me. My friend at the time, Opal. Remember Opal? Yeah, so I had already paid for the concert tickets and I considered that as a gift to her, so I didn't have her pay me back for that. But she did pay for half of everything else. As you guys know, the trip was still not approved. My dad was still not happy with it. My mom she was not happy with it, but she just kind of like accepted reality. Yeah. So me and my dad, we were not really talking at this time. We were not seeing eye to eye. So for the journey, me and my friend, we took the bus to go to Union Station. So from Maryland to Union Station, we took public transit to get there. And when we got to Union Station, we went to the section where they have the mega buses and everything. We waited for our bus. And then we hopped on a bus and we headed to Philly. It was a pretty straightforward trip. I can't lie, guys. I was kind of expecting to see Treemonster. Like, I thought maybe he'd do a Hail Mary, like, if he was really serious, right? I thought maybe he'd call off work for me, and then he would come down to Union Station, try to stop me, and be like, I'm sorry, baby. Then I had this whole fantasy. Did that end up happening? No. Homeboy just went about his life. And I was disappointed yet again. He went about his life, or so I thought. Because when I was on the trip, I did receive contact from Treemonster. And I remember thinking to myself, how the hell this nigga got me? How? Because at this point, I have blocked him on WhatsApp. I blocked him on TikTok. I blocked his phone number. How was he able to call? He was able to call me through Google Meet. And there was nothing I could really do to stop it because at the time I did not know how to block anybody through Google Meet. And if I'm being completely honest with you guys, let me be completely honest with you guys. I probably could have Googled how to block someone on Google Meet, but the sense wasn't sensing. And like, I don't know, like, I thought it was romantic. I thought like him jumping through all these hoops just to get back into contact with me was romantic. Now I see it as obsessive. It's funny how time will change your perspective on things. And while I was in Philadelphia, I was fighting for my life not to respond to this man. Like he would send me this little sticky notes. I don't know if you know, but on Google Meet you can send like notes, and they look like sticky notes, the digital form, and you write a note for the person you want to send it to. It's kind of like a text message, but like in a cute little sticky note format. And I would be like typing back a response and be like, no Afro, you said you were not gonna do it. So I would stop and I wouldn't respond. But I did respond. I ended up liking a couple of his messages here. And I remember one, on the day of the concert, he was like, I know you're probably in Philly right now and you're about to go to a concert, and I just want you to know that I hope you have a great time, even if I'm not there with you. You guys, I was trying so hard to make the best of this trip. I was trying so hard to be single and turnt, but if I'm gonna rate it on like my best trips ever, I give that trip a solid 6.25 out of 10. Like it was a good trip, but was it? It wasn't. I was putting on a brave face, even though deep down I was really, really sad. I was not getting along with my dad. And not too much on Opal, but let's just say after that trip, we were no longer friends. After the trip, I started pursuing therapy, and I did find a therapist. Thing is though, this therapist was far. At first I was a little bit scared because I never seen somebody basically run a whole doctor's office in their basement. But when I saw it, I started to get more relaxed. Like it actually looked like a real waiting room, and it looked real. And I'm gonna be so for real with you guys. Therapy did not last me a long time. Like I probably did it for a month tops. Like I probably had max 6 visits. Like it really wasn't that much. It helped in the sense that it gave me an outlet to really like speak on the things that I don't speak on. It gave me a space to say what's going on in my head. But nothing revolutionary happened. Not for real. It kind of forced me to be honest with myself, and it exposed that I was most likely not done with Treemonster. It exposed. I remember I was telling the therapist, like, I just need help, trying to get over this guy, And he was like, okay, well, are you willing to stop listening to his voice notes before you go to bed? No. In fact, after that conversation, I started listening to them more. The thing is, Treemonster had sent me certain voice messages, and I would listen to them before bed. And I would listen to the other ones when I woke up in the morning. It was like, I had become so used to waking up and going to sleep to his voice. I couldn't let it go. I couldn't let it go. And he was messaging me through, Google Meet. And eventually, I started to respond. I did have some atom of self-respect in the sense that I didn't allow myself to get all lovey-dovey so easily. Like, I basically made sure that we had a conversation about everything that happened because I felt like he needed to know how his actions affected me, so I told him everything in detail. We had this conversation and it was early in the morning. I remember like it was so serious and I was like, basically, this is what you did, this is how you made me feel, this is what you did, this is what you shouldn't have done, look at what you've done to us. Like it was very accusatory, but he just absorbed it, he just took it. And I don't know, I guess I kind of liked it. Like I liked the fact that I swear I wasn't like beating him up through my words. I was telling the truth and I was letting it out. And he allowed me to do that. Well, there were a couple times where he tried to cut me off and I was like, I'm not finished. And he was like, oh, continue. And yeah, it was a conversation. And then after that, we started dating secretly. We started having secret phone conversations. Like I would sneak away to have a phone call with him. Well, actually, I was very strategic. I never had phone calls with him in the house when I knew other people were there, like during the day. Like if I did that, it was only ever late at night when people were gone, asleep. I learned to decode footsteps coming up the stairs, and I'll be like, "Hey, I gotta go," and hang up so fast. I would always tell Treemonster he could only text me during work hours. Oh my gosh, I was moving like a husband having an affair. Like, that's how I was moving in these streets. You guys, it was scary. It was scary. The way my heart would beat out of my chest. Da-doom, 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 da-doom. It was really not funny. It's like, on one hand, I was living in pure bliss. And then on the other hand, I was living in terror. I was constantly anxious in that relationship because I was so scared that I was going to get found out. And spoiler alert, I did get found out. Now, secretly, because I had already told my mom, my brother, and the people that I was done with him. I already told them that. So I didn't want to have another conversation like, "Hey guys, I'm actually back with him." I didn't want to hear the lecturing. I didn't want to hear none of that. And yeah, I just wanted to do what I wanted to do. So I went back to him. And this is like ending of July. So imagine, it took like a month. I'm realizing now, it felt like it was so long at the time, but it really wasn't, because the incident that happened with the whole meltdown and everything, and my mom calling, it happened January 25th. I mean, not January 25th, June 25th, 2023. And I was back with this guy probably by July 25th, 2023. Like, he did not have to wait that long. I was that easy. That is my fault. That is my fault. I can admit that. You know how they say love can make you do stupid things? Yes, but I feel like inexperience can also make you do stupid things. Yeah, because you guys, it gets worse. But no, we didn't stop it there. We didn't stop at cute little messages and little phone calls between certain hours of the day. No. We took it a step further. We started meeting in person. Secretly, of course, though. I would meet him, like, on my work days. Guys, I had to pause to wash my hair, but let's get back into it. Okay, so in order to meet in person, he would have to meet me at my work. So let's say I worked from like 1 to 6 or something like that. Okay, he would be there within like the last hour of my work shift, so that when I got off, we could spend a little bit of time together before I go home, basically. And technically, this occurred 3 times, but only 2 times really matter. To give you some background information about the context of our relationship, we basically went back to the way things were prior to the whole Philadelphia meltdown situation, right? So we went back to the stage of quote-unquote friends, and I was still very much expecting that girlfriend proposal. I cannot lie to you. And he knew that. He understood that. Okay? But somehow, I think cognitively or whatever, behind the back of my mind, I knew that he wasn't going to do it. I knew he wasn't going to do it, so I felt the need to coax him into doing it. Okay? Which I never should have done. Never tried to force any man to do anything that he doesn't want to do. Never tried to manipulate them, whatever. I know. I was in the wrong. I was wrong. I was young. Okay? I know. You don't have to tell me. Anyways, so what I would do is I literally told him, I was like, okay, when you come to see me for the first time at my work, you better not come empty-handed. Like, literally, that's what I said to him verbatim. I was like, you better not come empty-handed. Okay, he's like, okay, no problem, I got you. Now, I had dropped hints on some things that I might have been interested in. I had dropped hints on flowers, which, by the way, I didn't really want flowers. I just wanted flowers to show off to people at my work. In fact, the people at my work, I really didn't care about the flowers. But I suggested flowers. I suggested something sweet. I had suggested little things. Did he pull up with any of that? No. He pulls up with a leather jacket that he had already bought me as a gift before, because he had wanted to see me in that, but I didn't like. But I was just like, okay, thanks. The jacket didn't even fit. But anyways, he pulled up with that, and he also pulled up with some earrings, which I still have to this day. Well, actually, I think I misplaced one of them, but it's this earring that he pulled up with the first time we met up. And I forgave him because I really like this earring, and I'm actually really upset that I misplaced the other one. Anyways, he did all of that, and he still didn't ask me to be his girlfriend, right? He didn't ask me to be his girlfriend. Anyways, he comes, he brings the jacket that I no longer have and those earrings. And then we start walking. We're walking towards the bus stop, because that's what we would do, walk towards the bus stop. And all of a sudden, he stops in the middle of walking, and he stops, and I'm like, what's wrong? Treemonster, you okay? He stops, pulls me by the waist, and just lands one on me. Now, I didn't know how to feel. To be completely honest with you, the majority of my feeling, like, I was feeling mixed emotions, but the majority feeling was, what the fuck? Like, I was kind of irritated because we're supposed to be friends. Obviously, I know, technically, we're not really friends. We're more than friends, obviously. That's my man, not my man. You know what I mean. But you can't cross the line until you at least ask, like, the audacity, the strength in which he knew I would fold. Yes, I was irritated in my mind. I was just like, okay, friends don't usually kiss each other. And he was like, yeah, but, you and I are never just friends. And I was just like, okay. And then I allowed him to kiss me some more. Just like that, boundaries trampled over. Strike number 1. Well, at this point, we're probably at strike number 1,000,000, but that was strike number 1 in the instance of our secret dating shenanigans. Now, strike number 2, which comes on the day that he was supposed to come and see me again. He said he was going to see me. He comes. Okay, he tells me, hey, Afro, I'm outside. And I'm like, oh, you're here early because I told you to come by 6. I told you to come a little bit before 6. I specifically said, come a little bit before 6. And he showed up at 4 p.m. And I was just like, oh, you're early. He's like, oh, my bad. And I'm like, okay, it's fine. I'm still working, so you're going to have to wait. He's like, okay, no problem. That's what I'll do. I'll wait for you. Tell me why. 25 minutes later, he's going to call me back and talk about some, actually, I'm really, really tired. I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten anything, so I'm just going to go home. And I'm like, whoa. You came all this way to see me, and then you're not going to see me because you didn't eat. First of all, who told you that you didn't have to eat? Who told you that you didn't have to eat? I didn't say that. You could have very well have figured that on your own. That is an error on your part. And now we're doing this. It's very weird. Also, another thing I forgot to mention, because when I had told him, I guess you're going to have to wait for me, and he said, okay, I'm going to have to wait. And at first, he was like, but what am I going to do? I'm just going to be sitting here and doing nothing, looking stupid outside. And I was like, then I guess that's what you're going to have to do. Which, first of all, why do you even care if you're sitting outside looking stupid? Like, what does that even matter? You're sitting outside. Like, it's public property. It's a public school. Because I worked at a summer camp at the time, and it was taking place in a public school. But it's a public school. Like, what? excuses that he was giving was very annoying. So that's strike number 2. Really, that should be like strike 215 at this point. But strike number 2. Okay, now this part is where the drama really comes. Okay, I'm being, you guys are not ready for this one. So of course, I was upset about the whole situation of him coming to my work to see me, only to leave without seeing me. Right? So he says, you know what, I'll make it up to you, I'll see you. And this was the last day of my summer camp. And I was like, look, this is the last time you're probably going to be able to see me, because I'm not going to have a legitimate reason to go out the house, because I'm not trying to act in a way that I don't typically act. I don't want to act abnormally because it's going to raise questions, raise suspicions. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to see me, this is your last chance. He's like, okay, no problem, I'm going to see you. I said, cool, no problem. I go to work. It's a regular day, but towards the end of work, it becomes a little bit stressful. Because all of a sudden there's this lady who comes in, and she is apparently all of our bosses, but I never seen this lady before. But she came in and she started calling the shots. And because it was the last day of summer camp, there was a lot of cleaning up and unpacking and like repackaging stuff. We had to basically move materials, consolidate everything. It was a lot of work that day. And the lady was on a power trip, and she was upset because certain people were on their phone. And I was like, okay, I'm not trying to get spoken to for being on my phone. So I wasn't on my phone. I had put my phone down on one of the tables, and I left it alone. Okay, right after Treemonster told me that he was coming and he was arriving, then I put my phone down. Oh my gosh. While my phone was down, I received call, texts not from Treemonster, but from my family. I didn't know that my family was going to pick me up. That was not the plan. The plan was for me to originally take the bus, which would have allowed me to do what I wanted to do with Treemonster in the first place, right? So, hang out with him a little bit before I go home. You can kind of see where this is going, right? So yeah, obviously I'm not on my phone. There was no way for me to know, that my parents and my siblings were coming. I had no idea. I was working. Then finally we're done. Okay. And it's time for me to get out. I come out, I got my phone, and then I see Treemonster. Treemonster comes, pulls me in for a hug and a kiss, and I'm like happy. We're walking to the bus stop together, hand in hand, and I see a familiar car pull in the driveway. And I'm like, there's no way this is happening. There's no way this is happening. I see my dad in the front seat. I'm like, damn, it's my dad. Okay, if it's just my dad, I can take it. And I see my mom right next to him. I'm like, oh shit, there's my mom. And as it gets closer, I look in the back seat. I see my brother. I see my sister. The whole fucking family is in the car.
Oh my gosh. I'm so annoyed right now. It's not even funny. This is the 3rd time I'm trying to record this video, so if it doesn't upload, I don't even know what I'm going to do. This is episode 27 of the Treemonster Files. If you don't know what that is or what the hell I'm talking about, go to my page and go check out my playlist titled The Treemonster Files, and you will understand everything that is happening right now. So, where we left off with my family being in the car and them seeing me holding hands and walking with Treemonster. This was daunting because I wasn't supposed to be with Treemonster. Treemonster wasn't supposed to be with me, and they were never supposed to find out. This was supposed to be a secret relationship that I ended before anybody even knew about it. Why did I do this? I was embarrassed. I wanted to do what I wanted to do, and I didn't want to hear all the critiques and all the lectures, and I just wanted to do what I wanted to do, okay? And I knew I wasn't still over this guy, so yeah. Anyways, I get in the car. My dad asked me, who is that? I tell him. He's like, oh, so that same Treemonster. That same Treemonster that you broke up with? And I'm like, yeah, it's him. That's him. And he's like, oh, okay. So that's why you couldn't answer your phone. And I was like, what? Answer my phone? You guys were calling me? I didn't even know you guys were calling me. Remember, I had put my phone down because I didn't want to get in trouble for not being on my phone, because there was this new lady who had been calling the shots, and she was like literally yelling at people for being on their phone. So I didn't want to be a part of that. So no, I didn't see the missed calls and the missed text messages. That's why I wasn't answering my phone. I didn't even know anything about my parents coming, because if I did, I would have warned Treemonster to leave. Anyways, yeah. My dad's like, clearly you have other plans, because they had wanted us all to go to the fair. They had come to pick me up, surprise me, so we could all go out to the fair. And now the mood was ruined. And yeah. And my dad was like, just get out the car. So that's exactly what I did. I got my ass out of the car. Now, we were a little bit of a distance from where I was picked up from, because my dad had started driving. It wasn't that far. It was like maybe like a couple minutes distance, but Treemonster was still in the vicinity, just not, obviously not right next to me. So I start walking to the bus stop, and they do a U-turn, they come back, and my dad's like, oh, take your pizza, because I had a box of pizza with me, remember? So he's like, oh, take your pizza. Then they drive off again. Then they do another U-turn, and I'm like, okay, what's going on now? And now my mom gets out the car, and she's like charges to me, and she's like, call him right now, call him. And I was like, huh? She's like, don't play dumb with me. Obviously, he knew that you were going to be at this location, at this day, at this time. He knew you were going to be at work today for him to be here. So which means you guys have been talking. So you have his phone number, so call him. So I called him, and she's like, yeah, tell him that he needs to come here because she wants to talk to him right now. And I'm like, okay. So I call Treemonster, and I'm like, yo, you gotta come over here. And he's like, huh? And I'm like, yeah, come here, please. So he comes, and he starts walking. We're seeing all of this because he's like I'm over, imagine me standing over here, me and my mom standing here, and Treemonster being like over there. Like, we can see each other. So he starts walking, eventually he gets to in front of us. My mom confronts him. She's like, listen, I don't want you dating my daughter. I don't want you talking to my daughter. I don't want you to do anything with my daughter. I don't approve of this. I don't approve of this relationship. I don't approve of you. Okay? And the whole time, Treemonster's nodding his head. He's like, okay. Like, okay is the only word that he can say. And then my mom turns to me and she's like, this
this is what you want? And she's gesturing to Treemonster. And I'm like, no. Then I felt like maybe I was offending Treemonster. I was like, yes. And then I was like, no. And I was like, I don't know. Because I didn't know the correct answer. Because obviously I wanted it to some certain extent. Otherwise I wouldn't have been with him. But then, like, I didn't want it this way. Like, I didn't want this whole interaction that we're having. So, yeah. It's yes and no. Yes and no. Yes and no. Flip-flopping. Yeah, my mom was not happy with me. Eventually, she storms off. She goes back into the car. They drive off. Now it's just me, left with Treemonster, and we're walking. We're now walking to the bus stop. He takes my hand and he squeezes it. He says that this was his way of showing support, and I did feel it to a certain extent, but also it was not enough because what I really wanted, in hindsight, looking back, was for him to defend me. Was for him to be like, "Yo, not yo," but for him to, speak up and defend me even to my own family. Like, yo, I'm sorry. Oh my God, I keep saying yo. Like, I'm sorry. This is not my intention. Please don't be mad at Aphrodite. I really love her. And, the whole situation with the Philadelphia meltdown, like, I didn't want, like, I want him to help ease the tension, right? But that's not what it was giving at all. It was nothing. Like, he was just so, ugh. Anyways, we get on the bus. When we go to the next bus stop, and I'm like trying to ask him if he can come with me, and he's like, basically, no. I don't remember the exact conversation. I don't remember the exact words, but the gist of it is I was trying to get him to come with me, and he was like, no. The bus comes. Our whole goodbye was like rushed because the bus was not patient with us. I was saying goodbye to him. He was saying goodbye to me. I give him a kiss. The bus starts to drive off, and I had to chase the bus down. Then I get inside, and that was that. And the kiss wasn't even romantic. It was like a peck. And the bus driver, the fucking hater, drove off, and I had to chase the bus down, and I got inside the bus. And when I ended up getting home, I ended up being the first person home, surprisingly, right? And I just spent my time hiding in my bedroom until those people came home. My family, till my parents and my siblings came home. And I was hiding in my bedroom till my dad called me, and he was like, yo, I'm not even gonna lie. I, of course, was upset at first. Now I'm just disappointed. Obviously, I can't talk you out of this. You have made your own decisions. You're still my daughter. You're not getting kicked out. But yeah, I am disappointed, and I wash my hands of the situation. I want nothing to do with this. Okay, but you're still my daughter, so come eat, basically. And yeah, but the energy was not good, so I didn't really feel comfortable fully sitting down to eat with everybody. Also, especially because my mom wasn't even speaking to me at this point. Rightfully so, because like I usually tell my mom everything, and she had asked me about this point blank, and I kind of like lied and sidestepped the question, and yeah, so she was not happy with me at all. Then later on that night, me and Treemonster had our, I guess, final conversation. We were supposed to have one more outing after this. Like, to give you guys some context, I knew I was not going to be able to maintain this for a long time. I was having nightmares back to back to back to back to back, leading up to that whole fiasco with everybody seeing me with Treemonster, right? Luckily, nobody saw us kiss, so it could have been a hell of a lot worse, but yeah. I had already had nightmares that was going to happen, and it ended up happening. So like our plan was to like break up at our next meeting, but obviously since being caught, there was no point of that. So we just had one more phone call, and I think that was it for us, or so I thought. So yeah, we broke up yet again. So this was probably our third breakup in the span of 4 months. So from April to August, on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off. We're friends, we're together, we're not together, we're not talking, we're talking, we're not talking. It was a lot. And I didn't speak to this man again until October, and I only spoke to him in October to say happy birthday to him. Then I blocked him again, and then I unblocked him for my birthday to see if he would reach out to me. He did, and we spoke on my birthday. Then I blocked him again, and we didn't speak for the longest, until I had this moment of weakness back in February. And how we ended up getting back in contact, you would not believe me if I told you. So please stick around for part 28. Treemonster Files, episode 28, 2024 fling. So in February 2024 is when me and Treemonster essentially got back together. And I'm going to tell you how it happened. It was actually so crazy. So around this time period, I was feeling very, very sad, very, very depressed because it was Valentine's Day season and I was not booed up. And I felt some type of way about it because I was missing Treemonster, and I had thought that we would make it to see 2024 together. I thought we would have another Valentine's Day to like redeem our last Valentine's Day, because I don't know, it was just bothering me, the fact that we were not together. So that was one thing that I was sad about. I was also sad because I felt like unaccomplished in life, I was just like, I'm 20 years old and I haven't reached XYZ goal yet. That's how I was feeling. So my girl was feeling sad, and I had thought about reaching out to Treemonster. I wanted to, but I held myself back. The only thing I did was unblock this man. I repeat, the only thing I did was unblock this man. So I unblock him. I unblock him. I cry myself to sleep, go to sleep, wake up the next morning, why do I have a text message from Treemonster asking me if I'm okay? Saying that he had a nightmare about me, crying and being sad, and he just wanted to check up on me. And what do you think I thought about this? I thought it was fate. I thought it was a sign. I was like, oh my gosh, wow, we haven't spoken in almost a year, and we're still connected like this. Okay, it's meant to be. This is fate. We need to do this again. And obviously, yes, we did get back together. Otherwise, there would be no 2024 fling. But I did take some time to like think about it and stew over it. Probably I responded like 8 hours later, and I was like, you know, it's funny that you say that because I actually was going through it, and you were right. I am very sad. And we kind of like talked about it, and next thing you know, we were back to the phone calls, back to the talking, back to the texting, back to the intimacy. It felt nice. I can't lie. Like some pros about Treemonster at this time is like, number one, I felt like he was a good listener. Number two, he validated my feelings. But I'll put an asterisk beside that because he validated my feelings when it was outside of him, right? Like if I was venting to him or complaining to him about other people, it was no problem. Validate me. But the moment it's about him, it's an issue. So yeah. Other pro is that, you know, he validated me through compliments, which was actually really, really nice. Now, I'm not the type of person who is insecure, like overly insecure. Like I have insecurities, but I don't consider myself to be overly insecure. So I don't like place my entire self-worth over what other people have to say. I work really hard to be this way, right? But it was just really, 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 really nice to have somebody constantly compliment you in that way and it be genuine and unprompted. You know what I'm saying? Like I have to be minding my business and then we'd be on the video call, he'd look at me, stare at me for a second, and I'm like, what is it? What is it? And he's like, nothing, you're just so beautiful. It got me blushing every time. I cannot lie. Another pro I would say that I did really, really enjoy more than I care to admit was our phone calls. Like this was something that was really, really important to me, and I didn't realize how much I missed. But I really, really did love the late night phone calls that we used to share. You know, going to sleep on the phone together, and then waking up in the morning still on the phone. Like I loved that shit. That was my shit. I loved it so much. Okay, that's enough of the pros. Let's move on to the cons, because I feel like the cons are what ultimately outweigh the pros in the relationship. Okay, like once I saw the cons, I couldn't unsee them. So number one con I would say is that he was selfish. He was very, very selfish. Everything was always in regards to his desires, if that makes any sense. Like his desires were always in the forefront. And I'll give you an example, but it's like a theme of our relationship. If I'm being completely honest with you, at least our relationship at this time, maybe even our relationship overall, but at this specific time, most definitely. So here's the example. Let's say him and I were on a phone call. I'd be excited. I'm like, babe, you won't believe what happened today. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm expecting him to listen because I listen to all of his shit, whether or not I'm interested, you know? And I make sure to show interest. He would cut me off mid-sentence and be like, oh, babe, hold on. Actually, I'm so sorry to do this, but can we talk later? Let's just go to sleep. I'm really, really tired. I'm really, really tired. I had a long day. And of course, me being the understanding girlfriend that I was, I'd be like, okay, baby, no problem. Let's go to sleep. We go to sleep. 5 minutes later. 5 minutes later, he gonna be like, oh, babe, actually, I just remembered something. I just remembered something that happened today. I gotta tell you. And it's like, okay, but I remember you distinctly telling me 5 minutes ago that you were too tired to speak and that we should just go to sleep. So you're too tired when it's me talking, but when it's you, I'm supposed to be wide awake, ears alert, ready to listen. I have to listen to you, but you don't have to listen to me. Okay, no problem. So number two, he was an energy leech. Oh my gosh, he was an energy leech. Now, what is an energy leech? It's somebody who's like literally sucks the life force out of you. And I didn't realize he was doing it until I realized he was doing it. Like it had to happen multiple times for me to like recognize the patterns. If that makes any sense. Give you an example. Sometimes we would have like little short calls in the middle of the day, okay, or even at the end of the day. Obviously at the end of the day, always at the end of the day. Sometimes in the middle of the day, he would be consistently venting to me. Like I'm telling you, it was like a good 80% of the times I was talking to him, and let's say he was the one leading the conversation. Best believe we're talking about somebody who pissed him off at work, some annoying thing that his brother did, something that happened at work. Like it's always something. It's always something. And I remember just feeling like, damn. Kind of negative, like always negative. Debbie Downer, like definition of Debbie Downer. If you were in the fucking dictionary and Debbie Downer came up, your face would be right there because why are you so negative so much? Like I get it sometimes, but like can we have some positivity? Like can we consciously look for positivity in our day? Like at least something. Why are you like this? Damn. And it would just leave me feeling so heavy and burdened with all that he had to say. And then by the time he was done, he would feel light. Of course, there was such an imbalance in this relationship because of that. Yeah, that is a pretty big con. A very, very, very big con. Another con, and I think this is probably con number 4, is that he was an asshole. He was an asshole. I'm sorry. He was an asshole. Actually, I'm not even saying sorry. I shouldn't be saying sorry. He was an asshole. Point blank, period. Now, Aphrodite, what do you mean? What do you mean he was an asshole? I mean the fact that he was mean to me for absolutely no reason. No reason. Let me give you an example that sometimes I think about it. Like it genuinely fries me to this day. So one day,
I was feeling romantic. I was feeling sweet. So I said to him, I was like, baby, I'm so happy that we're doing this again. Like, I really miss you. It doesn't even feel real that we're doing this. It feels like a dream. That's what I said. I said, it feels like a dream. Immediately he was upset. Immediately he was upset. He was mad at me. And he was like, fuck you mean it's a dream? Huh? Fuck you mean it's like a dream? What is that? What do you mean it's a dream? This is my honest reaction. Because what? What? Why are you upset? Why are you upset? And then, as if that wasn't enough, you're gonna say, you know what? I don't even want to do this right now. I need to go to sleep. I need to go to sleep. Let's hang up. We'll talk later. Oh. So now you are punishing me because you know how much I enjoy our late night bedtime, right? We go to bed on the phone. You know how much that routine means to me, and now you're taking it away. Oh, okay. I didn't fight him on that. I was like, okay, no problem. Hung up the phone. The next morning, I woke up with a mission. I was sending him this long access message. I was ready to break up with him then and there. I think this maybe happened in I think April or March. I don't remember what month, but it sure as hell was in May. So I said that sure as hell was in May. I'm thinking March. Yeah, March. Anyways, I'm typing up this message. I'm like, yeah, this is not the person that I fell in love with. I don't know why you've been acting like this lately, but this is too much for me. I think it's best we go our separate ways. I'm sexting all of this. I wish I still had the message that I typed up because it was so... I was literally proofreading it, checking my list, checking it twice before this nigga beat me to the punch and he sends me an apology text. Which, looking back, I shouldn't have even accepted the apology text because it was so half-assed. It was not even that great. I was so weak. He sent me this apology oh, baby, I'm sorry for the things that I said last night. I thought about it and you were right. There's nothing wrong with what you said. What you said was actually really sweet and romantic and I was tripping. And, I think it was just because I was just tired. And, yeah, next time when I'm tired, just don't talk so much. So you're going to blame your action on the fact that you were tired and you're going to put that on me? I just accepted it and I just tried my best to get over it. But I'm not going to lie, it did leave a pretty bad taste in my mouth. I wasn't fully, satisfied with the apology, but I still decided to continue on with the relationship anyway. My stupid ass, right? Con number 5, I think would have to be the fact that he was dumb as shit. He was dumb as shit. Oh my gosh. I'm not even exaggerating, guys. I really got to see how dumb this nigga really was. And yes, that is harsh, but it's true. Now, in this case, I'm referring to dumb in the sense of illiterate, right? And it's one thing if you're dumb and you don't know any better, right? But it's another thing to be dumb and arrogant. I feel like that's what Treemonster was. He had this false sense of arrogance. And it never made sense to me. Let me give you an example. So, we could be having a conversation. We were having a conversation. And I think I had said the word redundant in there. And he stopped pausing at me and he got offended. He's like, why are you using these big words? Why are you using these big words? And I'm just like, redundant is a big word. I remember looking at him all disgusted. And then he got upset that was my reaction. And it became a whole thing. And it was stuff like that would happen multiple times. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm not saying anything that's outlandish or ridiculous and just weird, this is basic vocabulary. I didn't know that redundant was a hard word. Are we for real? Are we being serious right now? There's no way. Another incident that proved to me how dumb Treemonster really was when we had this particular fight. Okay, I have to set the theme for you because this was probably one of our biggest fights we had in 2024, and I don't even know if he remembers it. But I will never forget. So I remember he had been telling me about this Ghanaian artist who is going through a divorce right now, and it's really, really hard. Well, at the time, not right now. I was going through a divorce, and it was a very tumultuous divorce. And he was talking about how he can't stand women that use men for their money and blah 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 blah. And he was going on about this rant and telling me, basically sympathizing with the guy. I don't know the story. I didn't know the story. He's telling me, and I'm just I'm listening to it, but it's not fully making sense. It's not fully making sense why this woman would leave her child with the man. Why this woman was so anti him. It doesn't sound like something a woman would do. It sounds like, reactive abuse. That's what it was giving. I don't know how to describe it to you, but that's what it sounded like to me. And my response was something that Treemonster didn't like. My response was, well, I don't really usually feel bad for men in these types of situations. Obviously I know there are good men out there that do get played by women, but it's I feel like the scales are usually tipped in the other direction. And I find it hard to believe that he didn't do something to make her act the way that she's acting. That was basically what I said. Mind you, we're talking about people we don't even know. Treemonster got so upset and so offended by this take. You would have thought that I insulted Treemonster's entire family bloodline, his entire lineage, future generations upon generations. You would have thought I insulted everybody. No, we're talking about some random celebrity who doesn't know you from a can of paint, my nigga. What the fuck are we doing? He got so mad at me. He decided to start cursing at me as he was mad at me. And he sending me these
angry, nasty voice notes. Angry, nasty voice notes. And then, honestly, I should have broken up with him after this, but even that wasn't enough. Yo, oh my god. Like, the things that are coming out of his mouth, he's saying, like, I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. You don't know fucking anything. Like, just a lot of F-bombs. Just a lot of F-bombs directed at me. Me. Aphrodite. The one who you say you're supposed to love. Me. There's no way you're talking to me. What the fuck? And somehow the conversation ended up spiraling. It ended up spiraling from the whole conversation about the artist to now we're talking about feminism. And then he's saying, you know, that women can do everything that men can do. I'm like, actually, I think women can do everything that men can do. And we could do it bleeding too. Like, women don't need men in the way that they think that we do nowadays. Like, we really don't. Really don't. Okay, that's what I was saying. And I think I also said, and I don't subscribe to regular gender roles. I think that's what I said. And then he got even more mad at me. Because then he said, gender roles. I'm so tired of people saying the stuff about gender and the LGBTQ. Okay, it's enough. Enough is enough. A woman is a woman and a man is a man. And I was like, aww. He's like, oh, this trans thing, trans that, trans this. And I'm like, he's saying all of this to me. And I'm just like, I'm confused because that's not even what we're talking about. What are you talking about? So I had to pause mid-argument to educate him and like, yo, when I'm referring to gender roles, I'm not talking about transgender. I'm not talking about the LGBTQ right now. I'm talking about traditional roles assigned by gender, like women being the homemakers and men being the money makers. And when I tell you, that stopped him in his tracks, and he was like, oh. Like, yeah, oh, because you were just loud and wrong. Imagine being loud and wrong. That's double whammy, bro. You see what I mean when I say he was dumb as shit? He was dumb as shit. And it was stuff like this. We would have ridiculous arguments like this, but this is one that really stands out to me. Which leads me to our next con. Con number 5, he was unnecessarily combative. Unnecessarily combative. What do you mean by that, Aphrodite? I mean, he would start fights for no reason. He would start fights for no reason. And I'm telling you, it was happening so frequently. At one point, it was like we were fighting at least once a week. Like clockwork. Over some dumb shit. And it got to a point where like I was no longer engaging in the bullshit. Like I wasn't feeding into it anymore. I think part of him enjoyed the whole process of fighting and making up and coming back together and then fighting and making up and coming back together. I think part of him enjoyed that. Me personally, I don't think it was fun. I didn't think it was entertaining. At some point I got tired, so I stopped doing it. All of a sudden a flip switched. I flipped the switch. I flipped the switch and I became more peaceful and less willing to fight with him on over dumb shit. Like, yeah, it's because I got tired. Another con, and this is something that I had seen from the beginning, but it didn't bother me at first until it did, is that he was useless. And I'm going to be very specific in the terms of his uselessness. This uselessness I'm referring to specifically is in regards to planning dates. He never planned shit. He always had demands, always said, babe, we gotta meet, I gotta see you. When it came to actually making the plans, putting together the logistics, coming up with the ideas, he was on mute. Everything was on my back. And you know, the funny thing is, this is something both of my parents had pointed out to me that I ignored in the past, that I thought wasn't that big of a deal. But I saw exactly how irritating it can be in 2024. Like, I got a glimpse into my future. If I was to like really date this man and be with him long term, this would be my life. Let me give you a specific example of this behavior that really irritated me, that I cannot forget. Like, it's like etched into my memory. So there was this one day we were supposed to go for a picnic date. Okay? That was the plan. Mind you, I put that shit together. I said, okay, this is what we're going to do. You bring this, I bring that. We're going to go here. That's what we're going to do. Okay? Unfortunately, Mother Nature called and it was rainy that day. So picnic was no longer feasible. I knew that. He knew that. I knew that because I was experiencing the rain firsthand because I had to drop off my sister. Tell me why. After I finished dropping off my sister, Treemonster gonna call me and be like, hey, babe, I don't think we're going to be able to do the picnic date because it's raining and it's going to be all gross and muddy and stuff outside. I said, yup, I know. Yeah, it's raining. And he goes, so what are we going to do? The way I was so turned off. So you mean to tell me you called me, you went out of your way to call me, to tell me that it's raining? Okay, Captain Obvious. And instead of you to come up with a plan, you were waiting on me to come up with a plan. Okay, no problem. Anyways, I start coming up with alternatives and he's shooting them all down like, no, this is not a good idea. Oh, no, I don't think that's a good idea. No. But he's not offering up anything else. And then one thing he says to me, he's like, you know, you're very persistent. And that was like, oh, okay, you know what? You're right. My bad. Why am I being so persistent? You're right. I don't want to feel like I'm begging you. That's why I said that. I was like, you know what? It feels like I'm begging you to come and spend time with me. When that shouldn't be the case. It was your idea. It was you who said that we should meet up. And then now, when it comes to actually putting the plans together, you don't have the energy to do that. It seems. So I'm just gonna leave you where you're at. And then he's like, oh no. He quickly apologizes and he's like, no, it's fine. We'll go do let's do the library one. Let's do the library one. And I'm just like, yeah, okay, whatever. You see the uselessness? You tell me you see the uselessness. You see the uselessness. Another con was unnecessary lies. I caught him in so many dumbass lies. Like, I can't remember all of them, but one thing that I thought was crazy that I never would have expected. Turns out his mom's a colorist. And I don't know. I just found that to be very strange to keep from me. You know? The funny thing is, said mom isn't even light skinned. She's dark skinned too. So I don't know what the colorism is about, but okay. So, and the only reason why I found this out because I realized, hey,
I have a valid reason for hiding you. You know, my family don't fuck with you. You know, the shit's happened, right? But your family has never met me, so they don't have a reason to not like me. So why are you hiding me? Why? I asked him, he's like, are you sure you want the answer? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, oh, it's because my mom doesn't want me to be with a girl who's dark skinned. Mind you, we're all niggas. We're all niggas. He's from Ghana. He's a nigga. Mom nigga. Dad nigga. Just a whole family of niggas. My whole family's a nigga. So just like, I'm thinking to myself, how that makes sense? He's like, yeah, my mom doesn't want me to be with someone who's dark skinned like you. She wants me to be with a white girl. I said, huh? And you didn't think that was valuable information? You didn't think that was valuable information? This is something that it irritated me to find out. Not because I genuinely cared, because at this point I was actually over the relationship with him. But it was the principle, because he would used to say things like, oh, my future fiance, oh, one day I want to be with, like, you make all these grandiose things in regards to marriage. And my thing is, how could you have even put such an idea out into the universe, knowing who your mother is? Knowing that you would potentially be putting me in a position, a very uncomfortable position, as a dark-skinned woman. And he also thought that it was somehow going to affect my self-esteem. I really don't care. I don't care. Why would that make me feel some type of way? It made me feel some type of way that you knew this and just didn't tell me, you know? Like, I don't know. It was weird. Like, it's not gonna make me feel bad about my skin tone. It just makes me it just made me side-eye him really, really hard. It was just weird to find that out. Another thing that I found incredibly irritating was the fact that he didn't do what I asked him to do. Okay? Yeah. Specific example, we had 2 times where we went to a hotel, you know, to get busy. Did we ever get busy? No, unfortunately, no. It was just, I don't even want to get into the details of that, but it just didn't get there. I had asked him to make it special for me and to decorate the hotel room, right? That's what I wanted. He said he would do it. He said no problem. He had 2 opportunities to do this. Did he do it either time? No. And he would, like, it's the thing that he promised he would do it. And then, let's say, as I'm on my way there, he'd be like, babe, I don't want you to be disappointed, but, you know, I didn't actually do this thing. And it's like, okay, I'm already on my way, so what is you telling me this now going to do for me? Yes, I was upset. Yes, I was disappointed. But there's nothing else for me to do but to carry on, right? Because I'm already here, basically. It's so many cons, you guys, it's not even funny. I saw so much in 2024 that made me no longer want anything to do with him. Like, it was a lot. I could spend all night listing every single thing that he did that rubbed me the wrong way, that pissed me off, that irritated me, that hurt my feelings. It was too much. I got to see the full picture of him and I didn't like it. It wasn't a good experience for me. It was then I realized that we were massively incompatible and that I couldn't put up with this. I couldn't put up with this for much longer. We were incompatible. And once I saw this, there was no unseeing it. Like, I was unsatisfied by him and our relationship as a whole. Okay, unsatisfied by his behavior, unsatisfied by our interactions, unsatisfied, just overall unsatisfied in more ways than one, if you catch my drift. So I couldn't do it anymore. I had held on for so long. I said, okay, we're gonna break up at this time, and then ended up going back on my word because I wasn't ready to let go. I did that a couple of times, and then I realized that what am I even holding on to? I don't need to hold on anymore. And I also realized, he helped me realize that I was the one holding this relationship in my hands, in the palm of my hands. Okay, I was the one in control. I felt out of control. I felt like I had to keep putting up with the bullshit, but I really didn't. And he helped me realize that because he literally said, he was like, because I remember I had asked him, I was like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like, what is this thing that we're doing? He's like, I don't know. I'm waiting on you to tell me when we're no longer doing this anymore. I'm just here for the ride. And I was like, huh. I mean, he didn't say those exact words, but he did say that he was waiting on me. And that's when I realized, oh my gosh, he is waiting on me. It is on me. And that's the problem. Everything is always on me. But then there's also peace in that, knowing that I hold the cards and I can call the shots. I call the shots as to when this is over. So I made a plan. And by not August, sorry. What's that month? By May, we were no longer together. May 23rd, 2024 is when we broke up officially. We met in person. At this point, because I knew the relationship was over, I became a little bit more reckless. We have cameras outside my house, and it was a Wednesday, I think. Everybody had left, gone to work, gone to school. I didn't have to leave until later. Was it a Wednesday or was it a Friday? I don't know. But all I know is I went out, and instead of, like taking the bus like I normally would, I took the Uber, and it showed up on the camera in front of our house that I took an Uber to leave and also took an Uber to come back. And of course, I got asked about it, and then I got exposed. But I honestly didn't care. I didn't care. I was like unmoved because that was literally our last interaction. Like, I had seen everything I needed to see. I was at peace at the fact that we were done, That was literally our last interaction. And I had told Treemonster that that was it. And he said, okay. And then all we had to do was have our final phone conversation, and then that was it. Yes, I did get caught by my mom. Yes, that was embarrassing again, but it wasn't as bad. It wasn't as bad because he wasn't there to witness it, and it wasn't like a big blowout or anything. It was just like, seriously, again, you went to go do it away again. Okay, so how long has this been going on? And then I told her the truth. I didn't really feel like speaking because it was still awkward. Because I was like, bro, how do I keep getting caught like this? Ugh, man, I had been doing so well. But it's just like, it was what it was. It is what it is. It was what it was. And my mom called me a fool for going back again and doing that thing with him again. And you know what? I can't even blame her because it was foolish of me to think that anything would change. It was foolish of me to believe that it was fate. Nah, that was a test. That was God's test for me, and I failed miserably. Okay? My goodness. I don't know what I was looking for, but it's not with him. It's not with Treemonster. And once I saw Treemonster as a whole, like in his entirety, I realized that this is not what I want. He is not who I want. So there was no need for me to try to convince him or myself that he was anything that he wasn't. There was no need for me to constantly be comparing him to the beginning because even the beginning wasn't real. There's no need for me to be constantly holding him to this fantasy that I had because the reality was a stark difference from the fantasy. And I needed to accept that. So I did. Oh, and another thing. I made sure that when I ended things with Treemonster, it was on good terms. So like every time we broke up, it was on less than good terms, you know? So I figured, okay, if we end things on good terms, then he would not feel like the need to try to rectify anything with me, try to rekindle anything with me, right? Because we were good, if that makes any sense. That was my whole thought processes about it. I tried a different approach towards our breakup, and I thought that would work, right? I thought that doing things this way would soften the blow. But I was also very clear that I was going to be blocking him on everything because I didn't want him to be reaching out to me, and I didn't want to be reaching out to him. I didn't want to feel any temptation whatsoever. I just wanted to be free. Okay, that's it for episode 28. Sorry, this episode was kind of long, but I had to give you context as to why I broke up with Treemonster in 2024. Everything that I saw. Try to give you as much information as possible about the situation. So yeah, thanks again for watching episode 28 and for watching the series up until this point. I appreciate you so much. I think I have given you all the background information you could possibly need, and now we're going to transition into the more unhinged bullshit. Okay, this is the shit that I actually have evidence on. So stay tuned for episode 29 and episode 30. Those are going to be probably the most messy episodes because now that I've given you the full context, you're going to be shooketh. You're going to be shooketh when I share the unhinged behavior that was happening in 2025. Okay, remember, I broke up with this fool. May 23rd, 2024. Okay, so for anything to be happening in 2025 is crazy to me because I didn't even speak to him. It's crazy. Thanks for watching. Bye. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Okay, I know. I'm 2 days late, but it's fine. We're gonna wrap up this series. Okay, we just got like what, maybe 3-4 episodes. Probably not even that much. Okay, because we're getting to the messy part. So this is episode 29 of the Treemonster Files. But first, get into the makeup. Get into the beat. Is it giving sexy? Is it giving vengeful? Is it giving revenge? You know it is, because I'm feeling vengeful. Let's get into it. We're going to fast forward all the way to December 2024. This is Christmas time. Everything is all happy. I did not speak to Treemonster. I had not spoken to him because I was staying strong. And actually, I was not really thinking about him anymore. I probably mourned the relationship while I was still in it. You know, I had gone through it. So when we were finally done back in May 2024, I was fine. So by December 2024, obviously I was living it up. I got a new phone. My dad got me a new phone for Christmas. So there was a whole transfer thing that had to happen. And pretty much everything stayed the same except for my WhatsApp. Remember way back when, in the beginning of the series, when I told you that my French/American phone number situation was important and would come back up later? This is where it comes back up. So, when I changed phones and I got my new phone and we tried to put the SIM card into the new phone, my WhatsApp information did not save. We tried to recover it. We tried our best. It did not save. And so that French phone number was lost. I had my WhatsApp account underneath a French phone number. It was all lost. It was gone. It was really, really annoying because I meant I had to create a whole new account in order to participate in the work group chat. Because I had a group chat on WhatsApp specifically for my work. So yeah. But, of course, that wasn't the only thing that I had WhatsApp for. I also had WhatsApp in order to communicate with Treemonster, right, back in 2023. And it was that same French phone number that I would use to contact him. Okay, so that was my WhatsApp account. So now that we've gotten that background information out of the way, let's fast forward to March 2025. Now, in March 2025 is when shit really started happening. And I can tell you this because something actually did happen outside of Treemonster that helps me to remember this so vividly. In March 2025, specifically March 7th, 2025, there was a fire incident in my neighborhood, which had us have to leave our home at 4 a.m., 4 a.m. in the morning. Evacuate our home because there was a fire in the neighborhood and was very close to our house, and we weren't sure if it was coming for our house next. We had to book it. There were sirens, there was fire truck, there was firefighters, it was everything. Luckily, our family is fine. Everybody's okay. Nobody got hurt, and our house is fine.
Our house is fine. Our house is not the house that ended up getting burnt, basically to the ground. That being said, for months we were not allowed to go back to our house because the fire happened so close by that you could smell the fire in the house. Like there was smoke still circulating in the air. I learned that fire can have some crazy consequences, you know? It live behind shit. So yeah, we were staying in a hotel for months. The day that I got my first disturbance from Treemonster was probably like maybe March 9th or March 10th. I just know that it was a couple days after the fire. And I remember this vividly. I was in the hotel room by myself. I don't know where everybody else had gone. I think my brother and sister were exploring the hotel and my parents had gone off to go get food or something like that. And I was just in the room by myself doing my makeup, doing a TikTok, because one thing you can't do, can't stop the grind. Can't stop the grind no matter what I go through, you feel me? I see a notification pop up. The text message reads, just testing to see if this still works. And I'm like, who the fuck is texting me? Then I look at the number. I look closely at the phone and I'm like, I know this phone number. I know this phone number by heart. I know it by heart. I used to dial it on a regular basis. Okay? I know this phone number. I'm thinking to myself, how the fuck is he contacting me when I know I didn't unblock him? I never felt any inclination to unblock him since May 2024. So how the fuck is he back? So I look at it, I stew over it for like, 2 minutes? And I block him again. Because we're not doing this again. I literally saw the future glint in my eyes. I was going to be disappointed all over again. It was going to be a whole thing. I was going to be stuck for months in this vicious cycle. I love him, but I can't, but I know he's not good for me. No. Plus I was already going through too much in 2025. I didn't need his stress. Fast forward a couple of weeks, maybe a month. I'm not sure. I just know it was March ending, maybe April beginning. Could have happened within the same week. I really don't know. All I know is I get a message on WhatsApp and it's from Treemonster. And I'm guessing it was easy to find because it's literally the same number as my American phone number now. Yeah. Luckily for me though, because he was starting the conversation, he couldn't see that I was reading his messages. Like I had the option to accept whether or not I wanted to accept the conversation, and I didn't do that. I just
Kind of let things play out naturally. So I was an observer, but not a participator.
wish I could tell you the contents of the message. I don't remember exactly the first thing he said to me, but I do remember at some point in that whole time where he was basically having a conversation with himself because I was not talking to him. When he was talking to me in WhatsApp, he was saying that he was telling me how upset he was that I deleted our text messages. But as you guys know, I didn't delete shit. I almost responded to him. I did. I almost responded to him because I wanted to clear the air. But then I just kind of let it sit a little bit longer because I wanted to see
If he would show his ass.
I don't remember exactly what he said, but the tone was very much, how could you do this to me? You're going out of your way to hurt me. Da, 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 da. And it's like, nigga, I haven't spoken to you in months. I'm not even thinking about you. I'm going through my own shit. Everything isn't about you. You know what I mean? He had this kind of selfish attitude and selfish tone through the text messages that made me no longer want to respond to him. Unfortunately, I don't have screenshots of this because I didn't think I was going to need screenshots. Anyways, I did block him. I let that one last a little bit, maybe a couple weeks before I found I was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing this. And I blocked him. I go on about my life, but a couple of weeks after that, I get another message. This one is an email. I get an email from Treemonster. Oh, so we went from SMS to WhatsApp to email. You see the trend? It's it's literally not taking no for an answer. It's by fire by force. The next message I received from Treemonster was an email on April 11th. So maybe a week or two after I blocked him on WhatsApp, he's now reaching out to me through email. Just great. There's a screenshot up on the screen. Feel free to pause to read, but I'm also going to read it out loud. He says, "Hey, Aphrodite, this was my last resort. And don't let your mom see this. I know we're not to talk based on your mom catching you. I felt a strong desire to reach you. You deleted our WhatsApp chat. I used to go in there and reread our old messages and hear your voice. You took that away from me. Heartbreak emoji. Damn, I couldn't even have that. But it's cool. I don't want to get you in trouble. But I thought I'd let you know how I feel. I felt loved by you. Truly, a hole in my life was filled. I know we had this convo before and spoke about everything under the sun. But you know what's crazy? No matter how absurd some art videos of yours are, when I look back on the video, it makes me smirk a little bit that you're expressing yourself. I find them cute. I won't put you in jeopardy by hiding me from your mom or make things uncomfortable with your family since I'm the one who made you cry. No matter the reason, no family forgives someone who made their daughter cry. And that's how they view me, even though this is the past because we had a good time. No, cause we had a good time in 2024. I'm sending this to put a smile on your face. I don't know what you might be going though. Maybe life is such a blast and I'm just ruining it, but I reach out with good intentions. That's it from me. Also, I was having fun with editing with this message. Lol. I said all of this because my heart was hurting, and I have to say this because when I get better, I probably might not feel my emotions like I do in this moment on the 10th of April. You sure you edited that message? Because the number of typos were astounding. And this is why I called him illiterate, because what is this fuck-ass message? Can't even fucking write properly. Ew. How do you guys think I felt when I read this message? Do you think I felt filled with butterflies and just joy and happiness? You think that's what I felt? Wrong. Dead wrong. Actually, I felt my blood boil. I was mad. I was angry after reading this. Because it's the fact that I blocked you on Messenger, I blocked you on WhatsApp, and you had this bright idea to go ahead and reach out to me through email. Can't you see the signs that I don't want to talk to you? So clearly you don't respect boundaries. Number two, instead of him, just speaking from the heart and saying that he misses me and he wants to, talk to me again and, something like that, he's over here reanalyzing the reason why we broke up 2 years ago. Not even the 2024 breakup. We're talking about the breakup from freaking 2023 because he's referring to my mom catching me and all of that. So that's reason number 2. Reason number 3 that got me so messed up about this fuck ass message that he sent me is the fact he says, and I quote, "I won't put you in jeopardy by hiding me from your mom or make things uncomfortable with your family." So he had the sense to know that him sending me this very message could be putting me in jeopardy, and yet he still decided to put me in jeopardy. That's fucking selfish. And then number 4 that got me upset is his audacity. It's the end of the message. He has the audacity to say, "Oh, I had fun editing this message." And all I can see are the grammatical errors. I mean, like, look at this shit. Look at it. It's terrible. And you know that was acceptable to send to me. When I saw that message, I was livid. You know what I did? I called my auntie to vent to her. I said, "Auntie, can you believe what this nigga said? You will not believe." She can testify. She can testify. I went off. I told her. I was like, "What is even wrong with this guy? I don't understand. Like, what does it take? Just leave me alone. Damn, leave me alone."
Now, I did consider blocking him through email so that I wouldn't get any record of the Google chats, right? Or just blocking him through email regardless. And I did end up doing that. But because I figured, you know what, he couldn't even see if I read it or not, I'll just leave it alone. But then I started to see that he was popping up in my notifications. My notifications, as in my Instagram notifications, like in my likes. He was swiping up on my story. And I was just like, okay, so he really is trying to make himself known to me. But at the same time, I didn't care because I was like, you know what, a follower is a follower. I think at the time I had 90 followers, and I don't have that much more now, but I did not have a lot of followers on Instagram, so I was just like, shit, a follower's a follower. As long as he's not DMing me on no bullshit or, doing any crazy stuff, I really do not care.
You already know that he DM'd me. Yes, he did. But I don't realize that until later. Oh, and by the way, as all of these messages and shit is happening, right? As in between, I am getting missed calls from Treemonster, but it's not appearing on my phone as missed calls. Like, I can only see that he tried to call me through the call log because it'll show blocked calls. So it wasn't really missed calls, it was like blocked calls. So he was consistently trying to get a hold of me, but I wasn't picking up. I didn't even know that he was calling me. I didn't even know until later on. Fast forward to May 18th. I graduate from my school, and then I am going crazy. I'm post down about it because I'm like so happy that I'm finally done. I got my bachelor's degree. I'm posting. I got it all over my story. I had a post on Instagram. I had a post on TikTok. I had a lot. I did a lot of content surrounding my graduation. And as you can probably guess, I did get a DM from Treemonster saying congratulations on my graduation. I'm gonna include the screenshot somewhere around here. Obviously, I didn't reply. Also, I didn't even see this message. I didn't see a lot of Treemonster's DMs initially because it went automatically to my requests folder, and I don't ever check my request folder. And also, it doesn't pop up in my notification when I get a message in my request folder, if that makes any sense. It only pops up if I get something in my general folder or my primary folder, but never in my hidden request. It was literally hidden. To celebrate my graduation, me and my family went to Ocean City, and we spent a few days in Ocean City. Tell me why, while I'm in Ocean City, I'm getting DMs from a different account. Now, this is when I do see the DMs, because instead of it going in my hidden folder, it automatically went to, the top of my notifications. I don't know how he did it, but he's sending me messages through a different Instagram account, and I can see the messages. I remember when the message came in, I was on my phone, I was scrolling on TikTok, and I saw something pop up in my notification saying this person wants to message you, and it had a preview of the message, and based off the message I immediately knew who it was. So this is all I could see of the message before I opened it. It said, "I know you think to yourself, why can't I just move on? And I said some stuff to try to get your attention, but all I got is not what I expected. Babe, you're the one for me. You really are." When I saw that, I almost folded. I really did. I almost folded because that did, I felt my heart beat faster, and I felt it again, I felt, I don't even know how to describe it. I felt that flutter for him again. It tugged on my heart. Something told me to go open the app and see the full message before I act rashly. He says, "I know you think to yourself, why can't I move on? And I said stuff to try to get your attention, but all I got is not what I expected. Babe, you're the one for me. You really are. Because after we departed, again, for the final time, no person has ever been able to see me the way you did. All I got was pain and heartbreak, and that's why I reached out to you at times to soothe my pain, but you pushed me away. I understand because your mom don't like me and you're preserving yourself. Proud of your graduation. I miss you so much. I don't know if you're in college or a new house because everything looks so different.
If I can talk to you again one more time, I'll be happy. And you can set the boundaries. I'm ready to listen, so please don't ignore this. When you take that message at face value, it sounds sweet, it sounds vulnerable, it sounds sensitive. And to a certain extent, you can tell that he's being honest and he truly believed that I was the answer to his problem. But I didn't like how I felt reading this. I didn't like the undertones and the things that he was saying. Because it sounded to me as if he's only reaching out because things aren't working out dating outside of me. He literally says, no person has ever been able to see me the way you did. All I ever got was pain and heartbreak, and that's why I try to reach out to you at times to soothe my pain. It has nothing to do with him actually feeling remorse or genuine longing for me. I mean, perhaps he felt like he was genuinely longing for me, but I don't find that genuine when your longing for me is only contingent upon the fact that you didn't find somebody that was better than me. Does that make sense? It sounds to me like he couldn't find better than me, or he couldn't find anyone as good as me. Part of me felt validated by that statement, but the other larger part of me kind of felt insulted because it's like you didn't recognize how amazing I was when I was with you. You know what I'm saying? It's like now that I'm gone, now you see it. You didn't realize all of the value that I brought to your life while we were together. Are you serious right now? Obviously, I did not reply to this message, and I think he got butthurt about this because it only gets worse afterwards. It had come to a point where he was literally like messaging himself in my DMs because I wasn't saying anything to him, but I was seeing every message coming in. Okay, he started sending me TikTok links and, suggesting what I should put as my profile picture on Instagram and just saying a lot of shit. And then the next thing that he says, like, I think a day later, he says, so I guess you don't want to talk to me. Duh. What gave that impression? And he's like, damn, what did I even do this time? And he continues and continues to send me messages, like, obsessive. I hadn't blocked him on Instagram yet because I was still deciding within myself whether or not I wanted to respond, because I did feel the urge, but it's like I was trying to figure out, like, is it really worth me responding? Like, how is it going to benefit me to hash out these conversations that I already explained to him before, but he chose not to listen? On May 31st, he sends me an actual email, not a Google chat message. He says, hey, hope this reaches you well and hope everything is okay with you. Lately, I've been trying to reach out to speak, but you've been blocking me every chance you get. Now I've resort to this, which I'm not fond of, but just talk to me, Afro. That's all I wanted. We don't have to rekindle anything because your parents and fam don't mess with me, so why would I put you through scrutiny? But can we talk, please? That's all I need. I got duo again. Best regards, Treemonster, your precious lover. There's no way this is real life, but I cannot make this shit up. When I saw that message, I laughed out loud. I can't even lie, guys, because it was crazy to me how someone could be so clueless. Because on one hand, he's acknowledging the fact that I don't want to talk to him through my action of blocking him. And he's saying things like, why would I put you through scrutiny? Yet, he's still going out of his way to try and contact me. Nobody begged you to send you an email. It's like he's acting as if I'm forcing him to do it when he could literally just accept the fact that I don't want to talk to him. Like, he literally could have just accepted the fact that I did not want to speak to him. And the audacity of him to sign the email saying, your precious lover. Which precious lover? I don't have that. On June 1st, he sends me this message saying, so you got someone new, I take it. But why can't you just say that? Like, what is this? I'm here spamming and sending emails, which again, ew. Making me look like the toxic one. Why can't you be bold and just speak up? You spoke up before. Why is this different from before? I think he was trying to say before. And we ended on a good note till you decided to delete the old messages. My only therapy. I was attached, but I could go back and see, yes, this is a real relationship. Lately, everyone I meet is driving me crazy and I feel like I'm wrestling with my inner self to stay good. I try to come back, but you're evil now. You're not the Aphrodite I knew. Almost feels like a different person. Like my connection with you was severed and I can't sense anything of love. I wish I didn't have to say that, but I'm hurting so bad I can't hold back. Why would you do that? Why would you not say anything? I didn't ask to get back together. Just talk. I shouldn't even be saying these things, but you don't care anymore, treating me like a ghost. And that's the end of the message that he sent on Instagram for that part. Then on that same day, he went back and replied to the email that he had sent me the day before. And he says, you know what? You can delete this as well. I'm tired of trying to reach you with no success. I'm mad that you don't want to talk, but it's fine. Just wish you'd say something at least.
And shortly after that, he sends me another email, replying to that same email saying, the fact that I have to resort to sending new emails, it's below me. Why do I even have to do this? Just unblock me and let me talk to you. That's all. I don't know why you're making it long and making me have to, send you paragraphs and think pieces. When you see this, just hit me up. You see the rudeness?
There is more, but that doesn't come until 2 days later. Before I get into the more, I'm just going to go on a little bit of a rant right now because I need to say that.
He should have appreciated my silence, because now I'm gonna talk shit. Treemonster, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what the actual fuck is wrong with you? What makes you think that sending me all of these messages is acceptable? If I block you on SMS, what makes you think I want to hear from you on WhatsApp? If I block you on WhatsApp, what makes you think I want to hear from you in Google Chat? If I block you in Google Chat, what makes you think I want to see you in my DMs? And what makes you think I want to see you in my emails? I did not beg for you to do all of this. That was your choice. Don't put that shit on me. Take responsibility for your fucking actions. How the fuck is it my fault that you lack self-control? How the fuck is it my fault that you don't know how to respect boundaries? I didn't beg you to come and do all this rubbish. In fact, I prayed for you to leave me alone. I prayed for you to quietly fade into the background and just be a distant memory, a former chapter of my life. But no, of course, my wants, my needs, my boundaries never matter. It's only ever about Treemonster. Treemonster this, Treemonster that. Fuck you. Let's use our brain here. Let's use our noggins. Do you honestly think that if things really went that well in 2024 that I would just ignore you and continue to block you? No, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You mistreated me. You disrespected me. You dismissed me. You lied to me on multiple occasions. You started arguments with me for literally no reason. You hurt my feelings. You yelled and cursed at me through voice note. You projected your insecurities on me. And as if that wasn't enough, on top of all of that, you couldn't even satisfy me. And majority of those things that I just listed were things that I had told you about, things that I had asked you about, had conversations with you about. But did you listen to me? Did you listen to me? No! But once I saw that no amount of conversation was going to change your behavior, I stopped. I stopped complaining and I let things be. Mind you, all of that happened just in 2024. So tell me, which part of all of that is romantic? Which part of all of that is worth writing home about? For me, that negativity overshadows all the positivity. I can see the full picture, okay? I remember everything, the good and the bad. From the time that I told you that I would always love you and always have love for you, down to the moment where I told you I would never be talking to you again. Do you remember the time? Do you remember the time, nigga? But you choose to have selective memory. You're mad because I finally stood on business and decided to stop doing that back and forth bullshit with you. Just call a spade a fucking spade. And stop with all the melodramatics and the shit with my family. So cut it out, because I went to bat for you. I defended you. I went back to you. How many times? And that was your opportunity to do better. Did you do better? Did you act better? Did you move better? No, you just continued on the same behavior. Progressively getting worse, might I add. Progressively getting worse. Just disguising it, making it look different each time. But it was the same shit, same bullshit. So excuse me for being hesitant to entertain your bullshit. Making me look like a toxic one. Treating me like a ghost. You are the toxic one. How dare you try to pit yourself like the victim when you're literally the reason why we're here today? You're literally the reason why we're not together. You're literally the reason. You weren't the reason, okay? And I try to sugarcoat shit, try to make it seem like, oh, we weren't compatible. No, you were a fucking asshole. You were a fucking menace. Not like you weren't given chances. You were given plenty of chances to move better, act better, and things would have gone a whole different way. But no. And then you had the audacity to call me evil. You had the audacity to call me evil over some shit that I literally could not control. I did not delete the messages. They got deleted, but I did not delete them. And even if I did, does that give you license to then start harassing me like this? Does that give you license? No. Wrong is fucking wrong. And you claim that you just wanted to talk. You weren't asking to get back together. And to that I say, newsflash, motherfucker. I don't owe you a goddamn thing. We're not together anymore. Leave me alone. And it gets worse because on June 9th, 2025, this guy really tried to embarrass me. Like, seriously embarrass me. I was sitting in the car riding with my dad and my brother. I was sitting in the front seat. My dad driving and my brother was in the back seat. We had just picked up lunch. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, my phone starts ringing. And I'm like, I feel uneasy. I flip the phone over. It says private number. And something doesn't feel right. My dad's like, pick up the phone. So I'm like, okay, let's see who it is. I pick up the phone. And I don't say anything at first because I'm thinking maybe it's like a telemarketer. I'm hoping it's a telemarketer. I'm hoping it's not what my body feels inside. I don't say anything for a good 10 seconds. Then all of a sudden I hear a voice and they're like, hello? And I'm like, hello, who's this? And then he's like, it's me, Treemonster. You know what my honest reaction was? Sorry, wrong number. And I hung up. It's funny, but it really wasn't fucking fun. Had he called me at a time when I wasn't with anyone around me, perhaps I would have had a different response. But because my dad and my brother were in the car, I was mortified. I was embarrassed because I didn't want them to think that I was entertaining Treemonster all over again. Like, I didn't want him to put me through that embarrassment again. It was ridiculous. Like, I didn't want to be having the same conversations again that I was having the year prior. Like, yeah, I went back to him. Yeah. No, I didn't want to be doing that again. Then he kept blowing me up. He called me like 3-4 times from the private number, and I know it was him now. So I'm declining the call, trying to figure out how I can block the thing because it's a private number. I can't just block a number. I had to go and find special settings to block my phone from receiving phone numbers that are unknown. It still gets me so hot thinking about it. Like, ugh, the audacity. How dare you put me in such an uncomfortable position? I don't owe you a fucking conversation. I don't owe you shit. We broke up well over a year ago. At this point, it's been 2 years. But at that point, it was basically a year. What the fuck, man? Are you serious? Of course, as you can expect, then I got more messages on Instagram of him saying, "Hey, fuck you mean wrong number." Like, I'm gonna include the screenshots, okay? There's a lot of screenshots, okay? Just have a field day. Just take a look at the bullshit I was dealing with. And at that point, I was receiving a lot of blocked calls from him. Like, I can literally include video of me just going through the amount of blocked calls that I had, because it was so much. But then I started receiving voicemails. Yes, I started receiving voicemails, but I'm not going to include the voicemails in this episode. I'll put the voicemails in the next episode. But just know that these voicemails were not nice. They were not pleasant. At first, they seemed that way, but they were not. They were not. In fact, they progressively got worse and more entitled and disrespectful as fuck. I felt like I couldn't hold in the things I was feeling. I had to find a way to express it. I didn't want to talk to him because I felt like I didn't owe him conversation. And I still don't. I don't owe you shit, nigga. I don't owe you shit. But I decided to try to find a creative outlet, a more positive way to go about expressing myself, right? So I made a poem, and then I recited that poem in a YouTube video. If you go to my channel, it's called No Response is a Response Poem. And I posted it in, I think, July of 2025. In that poem, I was being raw and honest and true while still protecting his feeling. I was holding back a lot of that anger and rage that I was feeling. You can go ahead and find that video on my YouTube channel. It's called No Response is a Response Poem. If you want, maybe sometime in the future after I'm done with the series, I could do an analysis on that poem and every single line and why I wrote it the way I wrote it. Because as you can probably guess, Treemonster did not take too kindly to that poem. Mind you, I didn't even name any names, but a hit dog gon' holler, right? I'm going to end this episode here. I'll see you in the next one.
Bye.
The Treemonster Files, episode 30. The time we've all been waiting for has finally come. This is the final episode of the Treemonster Files. I'm sorry it has taken so long to get to this point. I took a couple of breaks in between telling this story. I started telling this story May 23rd, 2026, the anniversary of our breakup. And I'm just now finishing it July 31st. So it's been well over 2 months at this point. The contents of this episode is probably going to hit the heaviest because it's literally the reason why I decided to start this series in the first place. I was willing to overlook all of the disrespect and all of the harassment I faced in 2025. I was willing to let all of that slide. But what he said in January of 2026 is what made me say, okay, yeah, this story needs to be told. He sent me several voicemails. I want to be clear. He sent me more voicemails than I'm sharing in this video, right? If I was to like give an estimated number, he probably sent me around 30 or even more than 30 voicemails over the span of 2025, from April 2025 on till November, December, right? And of course, because I didn't think I was going to be doing this, I don't have all of those voicemails. I didn't keep all of them. I only have 8 voicemails, but I'm only going to be sharing 6. The audio quality of some of the voice messages are not great, and I apologize to you guys in advance for that. I'm just playing them to you as I receive them. I promise I didn't do any editing or anything on them. That is just how they were sent to me. And believe it or not, those are the best quality ones of the ones that I have saved. The first set of voicemails I'm going to be showing you guys or playing for you guys were sent to me in November of 2025. So November 7th, 2025 is when I got those messages. And I thought they were in good faith initially because he's like wishing me happy birthday and all these things. But then he ended the voice notes on such a negative note. It's like you kind of tainted the happy birthday message by saying all this extra shit. Like, you know, you literally could have just kept it. If you just kept it to 20 words or less, it would have been fine. But you kept talking, and you spoiled it. Some detail that I forgot to include in the beginning of the story that's referenced in his voice notes in this section is that when he had reached out to me on WhatsApp back in, I think, late March, early April of 2025, he did like start off the message by saying like, hey, quick question, are you alive? Like, are you alive? And the reason why he had sent that message is because I was like going through a period where I really was not posting as much. I think it was like around spring break, and I was burnt out. I just didn't have the energy to post anything. And yes, I was going through shit. Obviously, I was not staying in my house. There was a fire situation. We were staying in a hotel, and I was also dealing with other things, personal injury. There's a lot of shit. But I wasn't like, how do I explain it? Like, I wasn't like not posting because I was going through shit. I was not posting because I was burnt out, you know? Because like as a creative, it gets hard when you're trying to enjoy what you're doing, but then like you have deadlines, you have times that you have to meet, you have to post, and you have to stay consistent. Like, it's a lot. Being a content creator is actually really not easy. Like, it's not the hardest job in the world, but it's not as easy as people would like to think. And then He did also say what I had already talked about in a previous video of him saying like, oh, I can't believe that you deleted the messages. That's when he first brings it up. As you guys know, and I'm gonna keep reiterating this point because he kept reiterating the fact that I deleted the messages. How could I delete the messages? I did not delete them. I didn't delete them. I actually tried to protect them. Like the whole account ended up being deleted because I had to switch phones. That I did not do. It just happened. I'm gonna include the dates and the timestamps of those voice messages, so you can see them as I play them. Okay. So this is the November voice messages. Have a listen.
Oh Lord, I never thought I would be making a message again. Not like it actually goes through, and there's also the stuff. Why am I making this message? Because, I mean, it's going to be your birthday soon. At least I thought I'll leave you something and say happy birthday. Enjoy your new age. More blessings for you. Much stuff for you. Yeah, I know I said I would forget you and et cetera, et cetera. I think back then I generally did feel that way. Like I would actually forget about you. And I did. But yeah, late falling feeling. You too. No, I didn't push the door. No, it's open. This is so weird. How do you know if you're talking in and talking out? I don't even know. So, okay. So, why am I calling? I don't know. Saying this would be a lie. Well, saying I don't miss it would also be a lie. But to admit I do is also going to be complicated. You already chose what you wanted to do. I hated you for hated. Like, I was fine. We not speaking together. We were fine with those terms, right? I was upset. When I realized when I went to WhatsApp, the messages that we used to have were gone. You had just deleted all of that, deleted your account. So I don't give a fuck about your transformation, how you're da-da-da, made you whatever the fuck. That time I was going through, like, the part where I was missing you a lot. That was kind of what was getting me going, like, at least it was giving me, like, a little bit of satisfaction for my soul and stuff like that. And then you took that away from me. You know how painful and annoying that shit was? That you took something that gave me joy or something that I could reminisce on. It was all memories. Like you just deleted it and then it was gone. Maybe to you could have just archived the message or just deleted it on your own side. So, considering what I said, we could have just left it, I could have just had the chat, and then it would have just been cool. It would have been fine. But no, you wanted to, what's the word? To delete it, to remove everything. Make it seem like we never even had even a relationship to begin with. And that's what kind of messed me up and had me spiraling. Because one day I remember I texted you, hey, you still there? You still alive? Because generally I was like, wait, what the fuck? You're not posting, you're not being yourself. Yeah. So, like I was saying before. So, me being myself, well, no, sorry. Me caring about you reaching out to see, hey, if you're okay and, you know, what's going on with you, why you're not posting as much. I thought I would get a response, but obviously not. And then when I started feeling more lonelier, you use that as a reason for your transformation. How ridiculous. But that's what I'd say. Happy birthday. Have a good one.
Now, the voice messages that I received in January were probably the most volatile and the most hurtful, because he's literally cursing me out because he hated the YouTube video that I made, essentially responding to him without responding to him. And that bothered me a lot because he took such offense to it, as if I had insulted him, as if I had cursed him the fuck out, as if I had called him out of his name, as if I had insulted his whole family lineage, when I really didn't. I promise you, that message was a mild way of me expressing that, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I want you to stop reaching out to me, and we just need to let things be the way they are. You know, we had a good time. We had some good times, we had some bad times, but it's enough. It's enough. The harassment has got to stop. And I made that YouTube video in July, and he was still harping on it in January of this year. Like, I'm going to include a short clip of that YouTube video so you guys can have a little bit of context. If you want to watch the whole thing, you're gonna have to go to my YouTube channel. I guess this is a way for me to plug in my YouTube channel, right? Aphrodite03. So check me out on YouTube. If you want to watch that whole video, go to my YouTube. I'm gonna include a small snippet, maybe like 2-minute clip of 2 minutes is probably most of the video. Maybe like a minute of the video, and then you'll have to go watch the rest on my YouTube channel.
Hey guys, it's Aphrodite here, back with another video. Today's video, I'm going to be doing something a little bit different from my normal beauty, makeup, artsy content. And it's my page, so I can do what I want. So I actually wrote a poem, and I want to share it with you guys. So let's go. It's called No Response is a Response by me. All right, now let's get into it. Sorry, my throat's dry. I held onto my silence to protect my peace, to put my mind at ease. I held onto my silence to finally say no. I had to let you go, but you popped up like a daisy.
In order for you to get full context of what was said, go to my YouTube channel so you can see the full video of the No Response is a Response poem before you listen to the next few voicemails, okay? Because it may not make sense if you don't do that.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna say this one more time. Say it one more this thing. I ain't even about it, just say it, name or whatever. Why I honestly reach out, it's perplexing to me. Because every single part of me and my body, especially when I do it, like, you know, and in a red light, like, dangerous, like, don't go, don't do it. But I don't know why I bypass it, I do it anyway. Sometimes makes my soul shiver to feel this way. Maybe it's my body or the universe gonna call me something. Hopefully I realize that you're not the same person as before. Yeah. You started to go cold-hearted and now you are a hater. Look, it's ridiculous to me. That's fine. You don't want to depend on a man, you want to be independent. You know, when we both ended on both times, right? On 23rd, 2024, May. You know, everything was fine. And I assumed everything was fine. Whatever happened along the way that turned me dark, I don't know what it was. I'm sorry you had to go through that. You went through a lot of stuff like I went through in 2025. Nobody was safe. Trump gun everything just went. He just wanted to share it. So, I'm sorry, brother. Well, I could have reached out many times. I did miss, I did want to talk to you. The fact that you were treating me like a sinner. I know. I would say the fact that your family, said that thing with your family. If you don't understand, you in your video say that, or it's not both of them, but if your family doesn't like the person you're dating, that relationship ain't gonna last long. If your mom or your dad, you don't like the person you're dating, that relationship will not last long. And it gets to a point they'll find every reason to blame every behavior. Oh, it's because of this, 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 because of this. Like, that's something I want. Like, that's why I kept driving home the point. Okay, one thing is, that I want to say is that your voicemail is like that. If you answer that first, it makes you think like, oh, we picked up and then like, good message. The next thing I wanted to talk about is, I'm sorry, and myself, honestly, don't know why I'm reaching out as much as I want. It's like I'm dealing with two different personalities. And it's moved on. It is broken. I might have a lot. I don't know. No, it's that. I think all I know is that just trying to just heal something, or at least like connect back to the heart that I once had. I don't know what you went through in 2025, because everybody went through shit. Like, trying to talk to you, whole body stops me. It's like a can of worms, like opening a can of worms, and then a wound that hasn't been buried. And some wounds, they need you to be buried. Not, what do you call it? Reopened. Am I doing this to you? I don't know. Doing this to try to get up. I don't know. So I guess I also wanted to offer the answers. Looks like we was cool when we ended in third of 2024. It was okay. Like, sometimes we spoke for a little bit, but we just, I left you alone for a little bit. And then there was that part where you was very active on your talk. And after the switch up and after that YouTube video, you just said in there, I want to address it in my next, you call it voicemail. Crazy, man. Okay, you got me recording this at 1 a.m. I'm gonna just say this. So yeah, going off of what I said in that last voice note, if we had dated for a longer period of time and then we saw everything was cool between us and he introduced into your family, I think everything would have been better. Another thing I also wanted to say is that, so obviously you say your YouTube video, honestly I was gonna say like, fuck you for that shit, cause like, yeah, fuck you for that shit, cause what the fuck? some shit you said was, like, I don't know, like, some of it I just tuned out. I just paused the video, like, wrap it up. What the fuck? Like, okay. First of all, the fact that you were trying to be so hurtful and mean and, like, trying to, like, cause, I guess, emotional. So once I sensed that shit in my body, I was like, I can't watch this video. It feels cursed in a way. Because I'm not talking about voodoo or something. It's just like, it just feels like my body was warning me, like, or my mind was warning me, if I continue with this shit, I'm not gonna feel okay. I'm not gonna be okay. And then I stopped it. Yeah. You talking about whack-a-mole going your home. Nigga, I texted you what the fuck, what I was trying to contact you about. If you were paying attention, or at least seeing what the hell I was listening. Like I said, I just wanted to talk to you for a bit, and then cool. You're good. You're alone for a bit. So that stupid ass thing about whack-a-mole, go back in your hole is some stupid shit. Like, I think that was the most part I kind of skipped some of them. I was like, okay, let me skip to the end. What does the end say or something? Or half of the end, because I'm not even trying to listen to the middle part. I think I sent that video to my best friend, and she was kind of pissed off with some of the stuff. So like, yeah, why you keep talking about her like this? Forget her already, man. So yeah. Well, the voice, yeah, it's about to end, but yeah, have a good one. Okay, let's have a lot of minutes. Yeah.
So those are all the voicemails that I have prepared for you guys to listen to. And as you can probably imagine, I had reached my breaking point by the time I heard the final one. It's just like, you are insulting me and cursing at me and doing all of these things for something so small. Whereas I asked you for one thing. My one thing was just, don't contact me again, please. I literally said that if we ever meet in the future, it has to be something that happened by chance. It cannot be a type of situation where you're initiating contact or I'm initiating contact. I literally spelt that out for you, Treemonster. I'm sorry, I'm talking directly to Treemonster now. And you couldn't respect that for a whole year. Even more than that, because you still tried at the beginning of this year. You still tried to hurt me and get back at me and you know, harass me in the beginning of this year. So for over a year, you relentlessly harassed me. And you think that's an appropriate response to that YouTube video? Where I was simply just expressing my feelings? Without being disrespectful at all? Like, I really was not being disrespectful to you at all. You know? Like, it doesn't make sense. How can you claim to love someone if you can't respect the simplest thing that they asked you for? The simplest thing I asked you for was just to respect my boundary of space. I didn't have to have a conversation with you anymore. I tried having conversations with you in the past. We did. And yes, I know you probably felt like we ended things on good terms, but that's what I wanted you to believe. I wanted you to think that in hopes that maybe you would leave me alone. I wanted you to believe that, oh, everything's all good and dandy. You know, she's not angry with me. And I wasn't angry with you. I'm not saying all of this to say that I was angry with you. No, I wasn't angry with you. It's just that I had enough. And I was ready to just move on with my life. Does that make sense? So for you to constantly be berating me and inserting yourself in my business, asking me questions, going above and beyond, like, you're disrespecting me. Because I draw the line here, you jump. I draw another line, you jump. I draw another line. It's like, it was too much. It was too much. Crazy thing is, you got so offended that I told the truth. You got so offended at the truth. Maybe then you should have used that as self-reflection instead of turning all that negative energy onto me and trying to force me to have a conversation with you. Like, maybe you should have done the self-reflection to really break down what I was saying. That's what I hoped that you would do when I made that video. Yes, I made that video with you in mind. And yes, I had hoped that at some point you would come across it and watch it. And I hoped that you would actually listen to the words that I was saying, because nothing I said was a lie. And the reason why it bothers me so much about you talking about, oh, my family didn't approve of you, it's like, yes, you're right about that. They didn't approve, but you have to understand, you created that belief because of your actions, because of the way you're behaving, because of the way you were behaving. Does that make sense? It's like you see somebody act a certain way and then now you have a certain idea of who they are. That is my family. And I constantly try to defend you. You have no idea the amount of times I went to bat for you. You have no idea the amount of times that I got into arguments with my mom, with my dad, the amount of back and forth. Did I tell you how me and my dad were not getting along at this time? Okay, like let's let's forget my mom, because my mom was actually more supportive than my dad until she wasn't at the end, right at the end of 2023 when that whole thing went down. My dad was the one who was against it from the beginning, so it was really us against my dad. Okay, and I tried. So when I say that didn't have an impact on it, it really didn't. Because at the end of the day, I had to make my own decisions. Like, yes, it affected the nature of our relationship being secret, but notice that regardless, I still secretly went to go meet with you. I still secretly went to go date you. I went behind everybody's back. I was calling you a secret, texting you a secret, doing all of this just to be with you. So you can't even say that I was influenced by my family if I consciously made the effort to step away from that just to be with you. The thing is, though, when I started like seeing you as you were, I wasn't satisfied. I was like, wait, okay, what am I even doing all of this for? Why am I putting myself through all of these trials and tribulations? Why am I putting myself through having to keep all of these secrets? Because it was really difficult for me. You remember how I was telling you how I was having nightmares, how I was scared, how I was going through it, right? Because I'm not good at holding on to such a secret for so long. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Basically what I'm trying to say is, what I was thinking to myself is like, why am I putting myself through all of this stress for somebody who's not even worth it? And I know that is mean to say. But it's the truth. I don't think it's worth it for me to have to go through all the stress of hiding you and being afraid to, show you to my family, being afraid to be caught talking to you, still messing around with you. I don't think I should have to go through that when the person who I'm doing all of that for doesn't respect me, doesn't listen to me when I'm telling them the ways that they've hurt me, doesn't actually make genuine change moving forward, is picking fights with me for no reason, and is constantly dismissing the things that I have to say. So for you, 2024 was nothing but a blast, but for me, it was an eye-opener, because I realized that not only am I going through stress just to be with you, right? I'm going through all this stress to be with you. You're also causing me stress, in addition to the stress that I'm already dealing with, just to be with you. So it didn't seem like it was worth it. I tried to talk to you. I tried to tell you, hey, I didn't like that you did this thing. And then you would get defensive. And it would be a whole thing. Or you would apologize, but it would be an apology that somehow still absolved you of responsibility. You'd be like, I'm sorry, but I was just tired. And, maybe next time, don't do this when I'm tired. Like, that was a response that I would get from you. Often, things happen because you were tired. And your tiredness is what gave you a reason or an excuse to be so mean, so disrespectful, so dismissive. Because you're tired. That was what I got from you. So, I got tired. I got tired of fighting with you, trying to explain stuff to you, and I just let things be. And I found peace with that. So, when, towards the end of a relationship in 2024, when I was no longer speaking up about things that maybe you thought might have bothered me, you would ask me, hey, are you okay? And I'd be like, yeah. Because, yeah, I was okay. I was okay knowing that I'm not doing this again. I was okay knowing that, you know what? We had a good run. I tried my best. I gave it my all. I did everything I could. I went against everybody, and I don't like it over here. This is not gonna work for me long term. And so, yeah. That was the good terms that we ended on. Oh, and another reason that shaped why I decided not to respond to you in 2025 was the way that you were going about messaging me. The things that you were saying were entitled and disrespectful. They were callous, inconsiderate, and you framed them under the guise of you just looking out for me, you just caring about me, you just wanted to know what's going on with my life. But that's another form of entitlement, because If I've expressed to you through my actions that I don't want to speak to you and I don't want to open up to you, I don't want to share what's going on in my life with you, why do you still feel the inclination to reach out to me, to demand answers? You literally said in one of your voice notes, I need some answers. Like, what the fuck happened? Why did you decide to become this way? I don't owe you answers. You aren't owed answers. If I don't want to speak, I don't have to speak. If I don't want to argue with you, if I don't want to entertain a conversation with you, I don't have to entertain a conversation with you. And that's what I was getting at in my my poem. And I said it gently. I said it so gently. I was like, I held on to my silence to protect my peace. By me not responding to you, I'm protecting my peace. By me not talking to you, I'm protecting my peace. By me not doing all this extra shit, I'm protecting the peace of knowing that I'm not going to be put in a situation where I'm overly emotionally invested again, where I'm back where I was before. I didn't want to let that happen again. I didn't want to let that happen at all again. I didn't want that to even become a possibility, because I've already seen how the story ends. I've already watched that movie. Been there, done that, got a t-shirt for it. And I think that's what growth is. It's recognizing that the things that you used to place so much importance on or focus so highly on probably weren't the best for you. And that's pretty much all I have to say to you, Treemonster. I don't hate you. I never hated you. I don't hate you, Treemonster. I can't say I'm head over heels in love with you like I was before. I'm not that either. I would say mostly I'm indifferent towards you now. There is still love there, because going through this whole Treemonster Files series, this whole saga, it did bring up some feelings, some hurt feelings that I thought were gone, and that's why I said the things that I said, and I cursed at you when I said I let it all out. So I think that proves that, yeah, if I still, you know, am able to feel such strong emotions when I think about some of these things, that yeah, that love was real. Because if I didn't love you, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't feel it, the emotions as strong as I did. So there's still love there, but nothing worth building on. Okay, so please, if you decide to take the time to really watch this series and hear everything that I have to say, it's not an invitation. I don't want it. I'm good where I am. I'm fine. And I hope you can be good where you are too. Learn to be okay with you. Learn to be okay with being alone. Learn to be okay with not seeking for love outside of yourself. I think that's something that you need. Okay? That's it. That's all for you, Treemonster. And now to the people who've been watching, who are not Treemonster. My Afronauts, my people. Thank you guys so much for watching this series. I'm going to go into a little bit more of the lessons that I've learned, having dated. I want you to take some lessons home from me. The first lesson being, feelings should never, ever trump standards. Feelings are fleeting and untrustworthy because in a long-term relationship, it's highly likely to fall in and out of love with your partner. But you can still make it work and rebuild over and over again, so long as it's in a healthy environment for you to do so. If you decided for yourself you don't want to be in a relationship with someone that falls under a particular boat, why are you still trying to buy a ticket to hop on that boat? Because you see potential? Potential isn't guaranteed to manifest. And it's not your job to try and help mold someone to reach that potential, especially when they're full of excuses. If there are more unmet standards than met standards, why are you still entertaining that guy or girl in a serious relationship setting? Like, picking one of the worst students, it's like picking one of the worst students in class to work on an assignment together. That's worth 80% of your grade. Make it make sense. Lesson number 2. Pay attention to your intuition and the way your body responds when to certain things that people say, do, or project. So many times in our relationship, I felt something was off. I felt in my body, like I knew when he was lying to me, but I lied to myself. Right? Like, no, maybe that's not what I think it is. Maybe it's not what I think it is. No. I felt it. I felt every change. I felt every microaggression, not racial, because there's different racial microaggressions. Every microaggression, everything that he did, I felt something. And I chose to push that aside. So don't do that. Number 3, don't just fall in love with words. Words can be beautiful and they can make you feel all types of things in response. But at the end of the day, words without tangible proof are just words. Fall in love with action as well. He said he wanted to give you the moon and the stars. Where is the moon? Where is the stars? Not in the literal sense, but what does that look like and how does he go about giving you that? Pay attention to the effort that is put into actions. I wish I knew this before.
This was something that I had a hard time verbalizing, but it bothered me so much. It's the effort that he would put in was lacking. The fact that the effort was lacking was just, it was one of those things that really did end up hurting me a lot more than I expected. I thought I could be able to overlook some things, but now I know I can't. So don't just fall in love with words, ladies. Fall in love with actions that match the words. Reason number 4. Try not to romanticize every single thing about someone. People are just people. Not everything they do that is decent is a romantic gesture. He literally just said your hair looks pretty. Relax. Reason number 5. Pay attention to the way they factor you in the decisions that they make. Do they factor your interests when planning activities? Do they ask for your input? Are they attentive to you? And to what degree? Those are questions you should be asking yourselves. Reason number 6. Be wary of the kind of person they become when they're upset. How do they treat you when they're upset with you? Do they curse at you? Do they yell at you? Do they ignore you? What's their argumentative style? Are they passive aggressive, overly aggressive, demanding in any way, shape, or form? These are things you need to know. Reason number 7, or lesson number 7. Listen to how often they talk about their ex. Also, how they talk about their ex. It could be very telling about the kind of characteristics that they may have, but are projecting. My ex used to say that his ex would nitpick things that he would say and do, and how he would feel, and how he would make her feel when he would do certain things. Turns out, some of those things he mentions that his ex pointed out translated into his behavior in our relationship, where I felt as if my feelings were being disregarded in the way that he was treating me. And probably the most important thing, which only applies if you're not in an abusive situation. So if you're in an abusive situation, don't listen to this advice. But if you're not, listen to this. Don't force yourself to leave anything you're not ready to leave. I think because I was trying to force myself to move faster than I actually was ready to move, it hindered me because I ended up going back and allowing him to spin the block and spinning the block and spinning the block and spinning the block. You know, the whole on and off nature of our relationship probably would not have occurred if I had just been honest with myself from the get-go and been like, okay, you know what, like, yes, this hurt me, but I still want to see if I can make it work with this person. If I had been more like that, if that had been my mindset, perhaps I would have been able to have gotten it over with sooner instead of leaving it off for months and then coming back on and then leaving it off and then coming back on. I think that ended up sucking more time out of me than it would have had I just stayed and owned the fact that I was staying and trying to make it work, right? I think that would have been a better approach. Again, don't do this if you're in an abusive situation. If you're in an abusive situation, bitch, get the fuck up out of there. Get the fuck up out of there as fast as you can. But otherwise, my advice would probably be to stick it out. Just like Tiana Saylor said. She said she doesn't force herself to get out of anything she's not ready to get out of. I wish I would have done that. It could have saved me a whole lot more time. But anyways, yeah. That's it. Thank you guys so much for watching this series. It means a lot. Yeah. Bye.